Preface of A Knight of the White Cross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Knight of the White Cross by G. HENTY. Preface. My dear lads, the Order of the Knights of St. John, which for some centuries played a very important part in the great struggle between Christianity and Mohammedanism, was at its origin a semi-religious body, its members being, like other monks, bound by vows of obedience, chastity, and poverty, and pledged to minister to the wants of the pilgrims who flocked to the holy places, to receive them at their great hospital or guest house at Jerusalem, dedicated to St. John the Baptist, and to defend them on their passage to and from the sea against attack by Muslims. In a comparatively short time, the constitution of the order was changed, and the Knights Hospitallers became, like the Templars, a great military order pledged to defend the Holy Sepulchre, and to war everywhere against the Muslims. The Hospitallers bore a leading share in the struggle, which terminated in the triumph of the Muslims, and the capture by them of Jerusalem. The Knights of St. John then established themselves at Acre, but after a valiant defense of that fortress, removed to Crete, and shortly afterwards to Rhodes. There they fortified the town, and withstood 2 terrible sieges by the Turks. At the end of the second, they obtained honorable terms from Sultan Suleiman, and retiring to Malta, established themselves there in an even stronger fortress than that of Rhodes, and repulsed all the efforts of the Turks to dispossess them. The order was the great bulwark of Christendom against the invasion of the Turks, and the tale of their long struggle is one of absorbing interest, and of the many eventful episodes none is more full of incident and excitement than the first siege of Rhodes, which I have chosen for the subject of my story. Yours truly, G. HENTY. End of Preface. Recording by Peter Strahm, Sabetha, Kansas, on December 18th, 2018. Chapter 1 of A Knight of the White Cross by G. HENTY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Kingmaker. A stately lady was looking out of the window of an apartment in the royal chateau of Amboy in the month of June, 1470. She was still handsome, though many years of anxiety, misfortune, and trouble had left their traces on her face. In the room behind her, a knight was talking to a lady sitting at a tambour frame. A lad of 17 was standing at another window, stroking a hawk that sat on his wrist, while a boy of 9 was seated at a table, examining the pages of an illuminated missal. "What will come of it, Eleanor?" the lady at the window said, turning suddenly and impatiently from it. "It seems past belief that I am to meet as a friend this haughty earl, who has for 15 years been the bitterest enemy of my house. It appears almost impossible." "'Tis strange indeed, my queen. But so many strange things have befallen your majesty, that you should be the last to wonder at this. At any rate, as you said but yesterday, naught but good can come of it. He has done his worst against you, and one can scarce doubt that if he chooses, he has power to do as much good for you, as in past times he has done you evil. 'Tis certain that his coming here shows he is in earnest, for his presence, which is sure sooner or later to come to the ears of the usurper, will cause him to fall into the deepest disgrace." "And yet it seemed," the queen said, "that by marrying his daughter to Clarence, he had bound himself more firmly than ever to the side of York." "Ay, madame," the knight said, "but Clarence himself is said to be alike unprincipled and ambitious, and it may well be that Warwick intended to set him up against Edward. Had he not done so, such an alliance would not necessarily strengthen his position at court." Methinks your supposition is the true one, Sir Thomas, the Queen said. Edward cares not sufficiently for his brother to bestow much favour upon the father of the prince's wife. Thus he would gain but little by the marriage unless he were to place Clarence on the throne. Then he would again become the real ruler of England, as he was until Edward married Elizabeth Woodville, and the house of Rivers rose to the first place in the royal favour, and eclipsed the star of Warwick. It is no wonder the proud Earl chafes under the ingratitude of the man who owes his throne to him, and that he is ready to dare everything, so that he can but prove to him that he is not to be slighted with impunity. But why come to me, when he has Clarence as his puppet? He may have convinced himself, madame, that Clarence is even less to be trusted than Edward, or he may perceive that but few of the Yorkists would follow him were he to declare against the usurper, while assuredly your adherents would stand aloof altogether from such a struggle. Powerful as he is, Warwick could not alone withstand the united forces of all the nobles pledged to the support of the House of York. Thence, as I take it, does it happen that he has resolved to throw in his lot with Lancaster. If your majesty will but forgive the evil he has done your house, and accept him as your ally, no doubt he will have terms to make and conditions to lay down. He may make what conditions he chooses, Queen Margaret said passionately, so that he does but aid me to take vengeance on that false traitor, to place my husband again on the throne, and to obtain for my son his rightful heritage. As she spoke, a trumpet sounded in the courtyard below. He has come, she exclaimed. Once again, after years of misery and humiliation, I can hope. We had best retire, madame, Sir Thomas Tresham said. He will speak more freely to your majesty if there are no witnesses. Come, Gervase, it is time that you practised your exercises. And Sir Thomas, with his wife and child, quitted the room, leaving Queen Margaret with her son to meet the man who had been the bitterest foe of her house, the author of her direst misfortunes. For 2 hours the Earl of Warwick was closeted with the Queen. Then he took horse and rode away. As soon as he did so, a servant informed Sir Thomas and his wife that the Queen desired their presence. Margaret was standing radiant when they entered. "Congratulate me, my friends," she said. "The Star of Lancaster has risen again. Warwick has placed all his power and influence at our disposal. We have both forgiven all the past, I the countless injuries he has inflicted on my house, he the execution of his father and so many of his friends. We have both laid aside all our grievances, and we stand united by our hate for Edward. There is but one condition, and this I accepted gladly, namely that my son should marry his daughter Anne. This will be another bond between us, and by all reports Anne is a charming young lady. Edward has gladly agreed to the match. He could make no alliance even with the proudest princess in Europe, which would so aid him and so strengthen his throne." "God grant that your hopes may be fulfilled, madame," the knight said earnestly, "and that peace may be given to our distracted country. The usurper has rendered himself unpopular by his extravagance and by the exactions of his tax collectors, and I believe that England will gladly welcome the return of its lawful king to power. When does Warwick propose to begin?" "He will at once get a fleet together. Louis, who has privately brought about this meeting, will of course throw no impediment in his way. But on the other hand the Duke of Burgundy will do all in his power to thwart the enterprise, and will, as soon as he learns of it, warn Edward. I feel new life in me, Eleanor. After fretting powerless for years, I seem to be a different woman now that there is a prospect of action. I am rejoiced at the thought that at last I shall be able to reward those who have ventured and suffered so much in the cause of Lancaster." "My hope is, madame, that this enterprise will be the final one, that once successful, our dear land will be no longer deluged with blood, and that never again shall I be forced to draw my sword against my countrymen." "'Tis a good and pious wish, Sir Thomas, and heartily do I join in it. My married life has been one long round of trouble, and none more than I have cause to wish for peace." There is the more hope for it, madame, that these wars have greatly diminished the number of powerful barons. It is they who are the authors of this struggle. Their rivalries and their ambitions are the ruin of England. Save for their retainers, there would be no army to place in the field. The mass of people stand aloof altogether, desiring only to live in peace and quiet. 'Tis the same here in France. 'Tis the powerful vassals of the king that are ever causing trouble.
'Tis so indeed, Sir Thomas. But without his feudal lords, how could a king place an army in the field, when his dominions were threatened by a powerful neighbour?
Then it would be the people's business to fight, madame, and I doubt not that they would do so in defence of their hearths and homes. Besides, the neighbour would no longer have the power of invasion were he also without great vassals. These great barons stand between the king and his subjects, and a monarch would be a king indeed were he able to rule without their constant dictation, and undisturbed by their rivalry and ambitions.
That would be a good time indeed, Sir Thomas, the Queen said with a smile. But methinks there is but little chance of its coming about. For at present it seems to me that the vassals are better able to make or unmake kings than kings are able to deprive the great vassals of power. And never since Norman William set foot in England were they more powerful than they are at present. What does my chance of recovering our throne rest upon? Not upon our right, but on the quarrel between Warwick and the House of Rivers. We are but puppets that the great lords play against each other. Did it depend upon my will, it should be as you say. I would crush them all at a blow. Then only should I feel really a queen. But that is but a dream that can never be carried out.
Not in our time, madame, but perhaps it may come sooner than we expect. This long war, which has destroyed many great families and weakened others, may greatly hasten its arrival. I presume until Warwick is ready to move, naught will be done, your majesty?
That is not settled yet. Warwick spoke somewhat of causing a rising in the north before he set sail, so that a portion at least of Edward's power may be up there when we make our landing.
It would be a prudent step, madame. If we can but gain possession of London, the matter would be half finished. The citizens are ever ready to take sides with those whom they regard as likely to win. And just as they shout at present, "Long live King Edward," so would they shout, "Long live King Henry," did you enter the town.
This may perhaps change the thought that you have entertained, Sir Thomas, of making your son a Knight of St. John.
I have not thought the matter over, madame. If there were quiet in the land, I should, were it not for my vow, be well content that he should settle down in peace at my old hall. But if I see that there is still trouble and bloodshed ahead, I would in any case far rather that he should enter the order and spend his life in fighting the infidel than in strife with Englishmen. My good friend, the Grand Prior of the Order in England, has promised that he will take him as his page, and at any rate in the house of St. John's he will pass his youth in security, whatsoever fate may befall me. The child himself already bids fair to do honour to our name, and to become a worthy member of the order. He is fond of study, and under my daily tuition is making good progress in the use of his weapons.
That he is, the prince said, speaking for the first time. It was but yesterday in the great hall downstairs he stood up with blunted swords against young Victor de Pauillac, who is nigh 3 years his senior. It was amusing to see how the little knaves fought against each other, and by my faith, Gervase held his own staunchly, in spite of Victor's superior height and weight. If he join the order, Sir Thomas, I warrant me he will cleave many an infidel's skull, and will do honour to the Lang of England.
I hope so, Prince, the knight said gravely. The Moslems ever gain in power, and it may well be that the Knights of St. John will be hardly pressed to hold their own. If the boy joins them, it will be my wish that he shall as early as possible repair to Rhodes. I do not wish him to become one of the drones who live in sloth at their commanderies in England, and take no part in the noble struggle of the order with the Moslem host, who have captured Constantinople and now threaten all Europe. We were childless some years after our marriage, and Eleanor and I vowed that were a son born to us he would join the Order of the White Cross, and dedicate his life to the defence of Christian Europe against the infidel.
Our prayers for a son were granted, and Gervase will enter the order as soon as his age will permit him. That is why I rejoice at the Grand Prior's offer to take him as his page, for he will dwell in the hospital safely until old enough to take the first steps towards becoming a knight of the order." "I would that I had been born the son of a baron like yourself," the prince said earnestly, "and that I were free to choose my own career. Assuredly, in that case, I too would have joined the noble order, and have spent my life in fighting in so grand a cause, free from all the quarrels and disputes and enmities that rend England. Even should I some day gain a throne, surely my lot is not to be envied. Yet, as I have been born to the rank, I must try for it, and I trust to do so worthily and bravely. But who can say what the end will be? Warwick has ever been our foe, and though my royal mother may use him in order to free my father and place him on the throne, she must know well enough that he but uses us for his own ends alone, and that he will ever stand beside the throne and be the real ruler of England." "For a time, Edward," the Queen broke in, "we have shown that we can wait, and now it seems that our great hope is likely to be fulfilled. After that, the rest will be easy. There are other nobles, well nigh as powerful as he, who look with jealousy upon the way in which he lords it, and be assured that they will look with still less friendly eye upon him when he stands, as you say, beside the throne, once your father is again seated there. We can afford to bide our time, and assuredly it will not be long before a party is formed against Warwick. Until then we must bear everything. Our interests are the same. If he is content to remain a prop to the throne, and not to eclipse it, the memory of the past will not stand between us, and I shall regard him as the weapon that has beaten down the house of York and restored us to our own, and shall give him my confidence and friendship. If, on the other hand, he assumes too much, and tries to lord it over us, I shall seek other support and gather a party which even he will be unable successfully to withstand. I should have thought, Edward, that you would be even more glad than I that this long time of weary waiting for action is over, and that once again the banner of Lancaster will be spread to the winds." "I shall be that, mother. Rather would I meet death in the field than live cooped up here a pensioner of France. But I own that I should feel more joy at the prospect if the people of England had declared in our favour, instead of its being Warwick, whom you have always taught me to fear and hate, who thus comes to offer to place my father again on the throne, and whose goodwill towards us is simply the result of pique and displeasure, because he is no longer first in the favour of Edward. It does not seem to me that a throne won by the aid of a traitor can be a stable one." "You are a foolish boy," the Queen said angrily. "Do you not see that by marrying Warwick's daughter you will attach him firmly to us?" "Marriages do not count for much, mother. Another of Warwick's daughters married Clarence, Edward's brother, and yet he purposes to dethrone Edward." The Queen gave an angry gesture and said, "You have my permission to retire, Edward. I am in no mood to listen to auguries of evil at the present moment." The prince hesitated for a moment, as if about to speak, but with an effort controlled himself, and bowing deeply to his mother, left the room. "Edward is in a perverse humour," the Queen said in a tone of much vexation to Sir Thomas Tresham, when Gervase had left the room. "However, I know he will bear himself well when the hour of trial comes." "That I can warrant he will, madame. He has a noble character, frank and fearless, and yet thoughtful beyond his years. He will make, I believe, a noble king, and may well gather round him all parties in the state. But your Majesty must make excuses for his humour. Young people are strong in their likes and dislikes. He has never heard you speak aught but ill of Warwick, and he knows how much harm the Earl has done to your house. The question of expediency does not weigh with the young as with their elders, while you see how great are the benefits that will accrue from an alliance with Warwick, and are ready to lay aside the hatred of years and to forget the wrongs you have suffered. The young prince is unable so quickly to forget that enmity against the Earl that he has learnt from you." "You are right, Sir Thomas, and I cannot blame Edward that he is unable, as I am, to forget the past. What steps would you advise that I myself should take? Shall I remain passive here, or shall I do what I can to rouse our partisans in England?"
"I should say the latter, madame. Of course, it will not do to trust to letters, for were one of these to fall into the wrong hands, it might cause the ruin of Warwick's expedition. But I should say that a cautious message sent by word of mouth to some of our old adherents would be of great use. I myself will, if your majesty chooses to entrust me with the mission, undertake to carry it out. I should take ship and land in the west, and would travel in the guise of a simple country gentleman, and call upon our adherents in all the western counties. It would be needful first to make out a list of the nobles who have shown themselves devoted to your cause, and I should bid these hold themselves and their retainers in readiness to take the field suddenly. I should say no word to Warwick, but merely hint that you will not land alone, but with a powerful array, and that all the chances are in your favour."
"But it would be a dangerous mission, Sir Thomas."
"Not greatly so, madame. My own estates lie in Sussex, and there would be but little chance of my recognition save by your own adherents, who may have seen me among the leaders of your troops in battle. And even that is improbable. At present Edward deems himself so securely seated on the throne that men can travel hither and thither through the country without being questioned, and the Lancastrians live quietly with the Yorkists. Unless I were so unfortunate as to meet a Yorkist noble who knew that I was a banished man, and one who had the honour of being in your majesty's confidence, I do not think that any danger could possibly arise. What say you, wife?"
"I cannot think that there is no danger," Lady Tresham said. "But even so I would not say a word to hinder you from doing service to the cause. I know of no one else who could perform the mission. You have left my side to go into battle before now, and I cannot think that the danger of such an expedition can be as great as that which you would undergo in the field. Therefore, my dear lord, I would say no word now to stay you." She spoke bravely and unfalteringly, but her face had paled when Sir Thomas first made the proposal, and the colour had not yet come back to her cheeks. "Bravely spoken, dame," the Queen said warmly. "Well, Sir Thomas, I accept your offer, and trust that you will not be long separated from your wife and son, who will of course journey with me when I go to England, where doubtless you will be able to rejoin us a few days after we land. Now let us talk over the noblemen and gentlemen in the west, upon whom we can rely, if not to join our banner as soon as it is spread, at least to say no word that will betray you." 2 days later, Sir Thomas Tresham started on his journey, while the Queen remained at Amboy, eagerly awaiting the news that Warwick had collected a fleet and was ready to set sail. Up to this point, the Duke of Clarence had sided with Warwick against his brother, and had passed over with him to France, believing no doubt that if the Earl should succeed in dethroning Edward, he intended to place him, his son-in-law, upon the throne. He was rudely awakened from this delusion by Charles of Burgundy, who, being in all but open rebellion against his suzerain, the King of France, kept himself intimately acquainted with all that was going on. He dispatched a female emissary to Clarence to inform him of the league Warwick had made with the Lancastrians, and the intended marriage between his daughter Anne and the young prince, imploring him to be reconciled with his brother and to break off his alliance with the Earl, who was on the point of waging war against the House of York. Clarence took the advice, and went over to England, where he made his peace with Edward, the more easily because the king, who was entirely given up to pleasure, treated with contempt the warnings the Duke of Burgundy sent him of the intended invasion by Warwick. And yet a moment's serious reflection should have shown him that his position was precarious. The crushing exactions of the tax-gatherers, in order to provide the means for Edward's lavish expenditure, had already caused very serious insurrections in various parts of the country, and his unpopularity was deep and general. In one of these risings, the royal troops had suffered a crushing defeat. The Earl Rivers, the father, and Sir John Woodville, one of the brothers of the Queen, had, with the Earl of Devon, been captured by the rebels, and the 3 had been beheaded, and the throne had only been saved by the intervention of Warwick. Thus, then, Edward had every reason for fearing the result should the Earl appear in arms against him. He took, however, no measures whatever to prepare for the coming storm, and although the Duke of Burgundy dispatched a fleet to blockade Harfleur, where Warwick was fitting out his expedition, and actually sent the name of the port at which the Earl intended to land if his fleet managed to escape from Harfleur, Edward continued carelessly to spend his time in pleasure and dissipation, bestowing his full confidence upon the Archbishop of York and the Marquis of Montague, both brothers of the Earl of Warwick. The elements favoured his enemies, for early in September the Duke of Burgundy's fleet off Harfleur was dispersed by a storm, and Warwick, as soon as the gale abated, set sail, and on the 13th landed on the Devonshire coast. His force was a considerable one, for the French king had furnished him both with money and men. On effecting his landing, he found no army assembled to oppose him. A few hours after his disembarkation, he was joined by Sir Thomas Tresham, who gave him the good news that the whole of the West was ready to rise, and that in a few days all the great landowners would join him with their retainers. This turned out to be the case, and Warwick with a great array marched eastward. Kent had already risen, and London declared for King Henry. Warwick, therefore, instead of marching thither, moved toward Lincolnshire, where Edward was with his army, having gone north to repress an insurrection that had broken out there at the instigation of Warwick. Lord Montague now threw off the mask and declared for King Henry. Most of the soldiers followed him, and Edward, finding it hopeless to oppose Warwick's force, which was now within a short march of him, took ship with a few friends who remained faithful, and sailed for Holland. Warwick returned to London, where he took King Henry from the dungeon in the Tower, into which he himself had 5 years before thrown him, and proclaimed him king. On the day that this took place, Dame Tresham arrived in London with her son. The Queen had found that she could not for the present cross, as she was waiting for a large French force which was to accompany her. As it was uncertain how long the delay might last, she counselled her friend to join her husband. The revolution had been accomplished without the loss of a single life, with the exception of that of the Earl of Worcester, who was hated for his cruelty by the people. Edward's principal friends took refuge in various religious houses. The Queen, her 3 daughters, and her mother fled to the sanctuary at Westminster. All these were left unmolested, nor was any step taken against the other adherents of the House of York. Warwick was now virtually King of England. The king, whose intellect had always been weak, was now almost an imbecile, and Margaret of Anjou was still detained in France. Sir Thomas Tresham went down to his estates in Kent, and there lived quietly for some months. The Duke of Clarence had joined Warwick as soon as he saw that his brother's cause was lost, and as the Duke had no knowledge of his changed feelings towards him, he was heartily welcomed. An act of settlement was passed by Parliament entailing the crown on Henry's son Edward, Prince of Wales, and in the case of that prince's death without issue, on the Duke of Clarence. On the 12th of March following, 1471, Edward suddenly appeared with a fleet, with which he had been secretly supplied by the Duke of Burgundy, and sailing north, landed in the Humber. He found the northern population by no means disposed to aid him, but upon his taking a solemn oath that he had no designs whatever upon the throne, but simply claimed to be restored to his rights and dignities as Duke of York, he was joined by a sufficient force to enable him to cross the Trent. As he marched south, his army speedily swelled, and he was joined by many great lords. Warwick had summoned Henry's adherents to the field, and marched north to meet him. When the armies approached each other, the Duke of Clarence, who commanded a portion of Henry's army, went over with his whole force to Edward, and Warwick, being no longer in a position to give battle, was obliged to draw off and allow Edward to march unopposed towards London. The citizens, with their usual fickleness, received him with the same outburst of enthusiasm with which 5 months before they had greeted the entry of Warwick.
The unfortunate King Henry was again thrown into his dungeon in the Tower,
and Edward found himself once more King of England. Sir Thomas Tresham, as soon as he heard of the landing of Edward, had hastened up to London. In his uncertainty how matters would go, he brought his wife and son up with him and left them in lodgings, while he marched north with Warwick. As soon as the defection of Clarence opened the road to London, he left the Earl, promising to return in a few days, and rode to town, arriving there 2 days before Edward's entry, and purchasing another horse, took his wife and son down to St. Albans, where, leaving them, he rejoined Warwick. In a few days the latter had gathered sufficient forces to enable him to risk the fortunes of a battle, and marching south, he encamped with his army on the common north of Barnet. Edward had come out to meet him, and the two armies slept on Easter Eve within 2 miles of each other. Late in the evening Clarence sent a messenger to the Earl, offering to mediate, but the offer was indignantly refused by Warwick. In the darkness, neither party was aware of the other's precise position. Warwick was much stronger than the king in artillery, and had placed it on his right wing. The king, in his ignorance of the enemy's position, had placed his troops considerably more to the right than those of Warwick's army. The latter, believing that Edward's line was facing his, kept up a heavy cannonade all night upon where he supposed Edward's left to be, a cannonade which was thus entirely futile. In the morning, April 14th, a heavy mist covered the country and prevented either force from seeing the other's dispositions. Warwick took the command of his left wing, having with him the Duke of Exeter. Somerset was in command of his centre, and Montague and Oxford of his right. Edward placed himself in the centre of his array. The Duke of Gloucester commanded on his right, and Lord Hastings on his left. Desirous, from his inferiority in artillery, to fight out the battle hand to hand, Edward at 6 o'clock in the morning ordered his trumpets to blow, and after firing a few shots advanced through the mist to attack the enemy. His misconception as to Warwick's position, which had saved his troops from the effects of the cannonade during the night, was now disadvantageous to him, for the Earl's right so greatly outflanked his left, that when they came into contact, Hastings found himself nearly surrounded by a vastly superior force. His wing fought valiantly, but was at length broken by Oxford's superior numbers, and driven out of the field. The mist prevented the rest of the armies from knowing what had happened on the king's left. Edward himself led the charge on Warwick's centre, and having his best troops under his command, pressed forward with such force and vehemence that he pierced Somerset's lines and threw them into confusion. Just as Warwick's right had outflanked the king's left, so his own left was outflanked by Gloucester. Warwick's troops fought with great bravery, and in spite of the disaster to his centre, were holding their ground until Oxford, returning from his pursuit of the king's left, came back through the mist. The king's emblem was a sun, that of Oxford a star with streaming rays. In the dim light, this was mistaken by Warwick's men for the king's device, and believing that Oxford was far away on the right, they received him with a discharge of arrows. This was at once returned, and a conflict took place. At last the mistake was discovered, but the confusion caused was irreparable. Warwick and Oxford each suspected the other of treachery, and the king's right still pressing on, the confusion increased, and the battle, which had been so nearly won by the Earl, soon became a complete defeat, and by 10 in the morning Warwick's army was in full flight. Accounts differ as to the strength of the forces engaged, but it is probable that there was no great inequality, and that each party brought some 15,000 men into the field. The number of slain is also very uncertain, some historians placing the total at 10,000, others as low as 1,000, but from the number of nobles who fell, the former computation is probably nearest to the truth. Warwick, his brother Montague, and many other nobles and gentlemen were killed. The only great nobles on his side who escaped being the Earls of Somerset and Oxford. Many were also killed on Edward's side, and the slaughter among the ordinary fighting men was greater than usual. Hitherto in the battles that had been fought during the Civil War, while the leaders taken on the field were frequently executed, the common soldiers were permitted to return to their homes, as they had only been acting under the orders of their feudal superiors, and were not considered responsible for their acts. At Barnet, however, Edward, smarting from the humiliation he had suffered by his enforced flight from England, owing to the whole country declaring for his rival, gave orders that no quarter was to be granted. It was an anxious day at St. Albans, where many ladies whose husbands were with Warwick's army had, like Dame Tresham, taken up their quarters. It was but a few miles from the field of battle. In the event of victory, they could at once join their husbands, while in case of defeat, they could take refuge in the sanctuary of the abbey. Messengers the night before had brought the news that the battle would begin at the dawn of day, and with intense anxiety they waited for the news. Dame Tresham and her son attended early mass at the abbey, and had returned to their lodgings when Sir Thomas rode up at full speed. His armour was dinted, and his plume shorn away from his helmet. As he entered the house, he was met by his wife, who had run downstairs as she heard his horse stop at the door. A glance at his face was sufficient to tell the news. "We have lost the day," he said. "Warwick and Montague are both killed. All is lost here for the present. Which will you do, my love? Ride with me to the west, where Queen Margaret will speedily land, if indeed she has not landed already, or take sanctuary here with the boy." "I will go with you," she said. "I would vastly rather do so." "I will tell you more on the road," he said. "There is no time to be lost now." The woman of the house was called, and at once set her son to saddle the other horse and to give a feed to that of the knight. Dame Tresham busied herself with packing the saddle-bags, while her husband partook of a hasty meal, and 10 minutes after his arrival they set off, Gervase riding behind his father, while the latter led the horse on which his wife was mounted. A thick mist hung over the country. This mist told against us in the battle, wife, for as we advanced our forces fell into confusion, and more than once friend attacked friend, believing that he was an enemy. However, it has proved an advantage to us now, for it has enabled great numbers to escape who might otherwise have been followed and cut down. I was very fortunate. I had left my horse at a little farmhouse 2 miles in the rear of our camp, and in the fog had but small hope of finding it. But soon after leaving the battlefield I came upon a rustic hurrying in the same direction as myself, and upon questioning him it turned out that he was a hand on the very farm at which I had left the horse. He had, with 2 or 3 others, stolen out after midnight to see the battle, and was now making his way home again, having seen indeed but little, but having learned from fugitives that we had been defeated. He guided me to the farmhouse, which otherwise I should assuredly never have reached. His master was favourable to our party, and let the man take one of the cart horses, on which he rode as my guide until he had placed me upon the high road to St. Albans, and I was then able to gallop on at full speed. "And Warwick and his brother Montague are both killed?" "Both. The great Earl will make and unmake no more kings. He has been a curse to England, with his boundless ambition, his vast possessions, and his readiness to change sides and to embroil the country in civil war for purely personal ends. The great nobles are a curse to the country, wife. They are, it is true, a check upon kingly ill-doing and oppression, but were they, with their great arrays of retainers and feudal followers, out of the way, methinks that the citizens and yeomen would be able to hold their own against any king." "Was the battle a hard-fought one?" "I know but little of what passed, except near the standard of Warwick himself. There the fighting was fierce indeed, for it was against the Earl that the king finally directed his chief onslaught. Doubtless he was actuated both by a deep personal resentment against the Earl for the part he had played, and the humiliation he had inflicted upon him, and also by the knowledge that a defeat of Warwick personally would be the heaviest blow that he could inflict upon the cause of Lancaster. Then do you think the cause is lost?
I say not that. Pembroke has a strong force in Wales, and if the West rises, and Queen Margaret on landing can join him, we may yet prevail. But I fear that the news of the field of Barnet will deter many from joining us. Men may risk lands and lives for a cause which seems to offer a fair prospect of success, but they can hardly be blamed for holding back when they see that the chances are all against them. Moreover, as a Frenchwoman, it cannot be denied that Margaret has never been popular in England, and her arrival here, aided by French gold and surrounded by Frenchmen, will tell against her with the country people. I went as far as I could on the day before I left Amboy, urging her on no account to come hither until matters were settled. It would have been infinitely better had the young prince come alone, and landed in the West without a single follower. The people would have admired his trust in them, and would, I am sure, have gathered strongly round his banner. However, we must still hope for the best. Fortune was against us today. It may be with us next time we give battle. And with parties so equally divided throughout the country, a signal victory would bring such vast numbers to our banners that Edward would again find it necessary to cross the seas. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 18th, 2018. Chapter 2 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Battle of Tewkesbury. Riding fast, Sir Thomas Tresham crossed the Thames at Reading before any news of the Battle of Barnet had arrived there. On the third day after leaving St. Albans, he reached Westbury, and there heard that the news had been received of the Queen's landing at Plymouth on the very day on which her friends had been defeated at Barnet, and that she had already been joined by the Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Devon, and others, and that Exeter had been named as the point of rendezvous for her friends. As the Lancastrians were in the majority in Wiltshire and Somerset, there was no longer any fear of arrest by partisans of York, and after resting for a day, Sir Thomas Tresham rode quietly on to Exeter, where the Queen had already arrived. The Battle of Barnet had not, in reality, greatly weakened the Lancastrian cause. The Earl of Warwick was so detested by the adherents of the Red Rose that comparatively few of them had joined him, and the fight was rather between the two sections of Yorkists than between York and Lancaster. The Earl's death had broken up his party, and York and Lancaster were now face to face with each other, without his disturbing influence on either side. Among those who had joined the Queen was Tresham's great friend, the Grand Prior of St. John's. Sir Thomas took up his lodgings in the house where he had established himself. The Queen was greatly pleased at the arrival of Dame Tresham, and at her earnest request the latter shared her apartments, while Gervase remained with his father.
"So this is the young knight of St. John,"
the prior said, on the evening of the arrival of Sir Thomas.
"I would, Tresham, that I were at present at Rhodes, doing battle with the infidels rather than engaged in this warfare against Englishmen and fellow Christians."
"I can well understand that," Sir Thomas said.
"I could not hold aloof here, Tresham. The vows of our order by no means hinder us from taking part in the affairs of our own country. The rule of the order is indeed against it, but the rule is constantly broken. Were it otherwise, there could be no commanderies in this or any other country. We should have, on entering the order, to abandon our nationality and to form part of one community in the East. The order is true to its oaths. We cannot defend the Holy Sepulchre, for that, for the present, is hopelessly lost. But we can and do wage war with the infidel. For this funds are necessary as well as swords. and our commanderies throughout Europe supply the funds by which the struggle is maintained. And when it is needed, send out contingents to help those fighting in the East. It was from the neglect of this cardinal point that the Templars fell. Their commanderies amassed wealth and wide possessions, but unlike us, the knights abstained altogether from fulfilling their vows, and ceased to resist the infidel. Therefore they were suppressed, and with the general approval of Europe, a portion of their possessions were handed over to the Knights of St. John. However, as I understand, it is your wish that as soon as the boy comes of age to wield arms, he shall go to Rhodes, and become an active member of the order. This is indeed the rule with all neophytes, but having served a certain time, they are then permitted to return and join one of the commanderies in their native countries. I do not wish that for Gervais, his father said. At least, I wish him to remain at Rhodes until all the civil troubles are absolutely at an end here. My life has been ruined by them, loving retirement and quiet, and longing for nothing so much as a life among my tenantry. I have almost from a boy been actively engaged in warfare, or have been away as an exile. Here every one of gentle blood has been more or less mixed up in these civil broils. To few of us does it personally matter whether a member of the House of York or Lancaster sits on the throne, and yet we have been almost compelled to take sides with one or the other. And now, in my middle age, I am on the eve of another battle in which I risk my life and fortune. If we win, I gain naught but the satisfaction of seeing young Edward made King of England. If we lose, I am going into exile again, or I may leave my wife a widow, and my child penniless. It is too true, Tresham, and as I am as likely to fall as you are, the child might be left without a protector, as well as fatherless. However, against that I will provide. I will write a letter to Peter d'Aubusson, who is the real governor of Rhodes, for the Grand Master Orsini is so old that his rule is little more than nominal. At his death, d'Aubusson is certain to be elected Grand Master. He is a dear friend of mine. We entered the order the same year, and were comrades in many a fight with the Muslims. And I am quite sure that when I tell him that it is my last request of him, he will, in memory of our long friendship, appoint your son as one of the Grand Master's pages. As you know, no one, however high his rank, is accepted as a novice before the age of 16. After a year's probation, he is received into the body of the order as a Proffessed Knight, and must go out and serve for a time in Rhodes. After 3 years of active service, he must reside 2 more at the convent, and can then be made a commander. There is but one exception to the rule, namely, that the pages of the Grand Master are entitled to the privilege of admission at the age of 12, so that they become Professed Knights at 13. Your son is now but 9, you say, and we must remember that d'Aubusson is not yet Grand Master, and Orsini may live for some years yet. D'Aubusson, however, can doubtless get him to appoint the boy as one of his pages, but in any case there are 3 years yet to be passed before he can go out. Doubtless these he will spend under his mother's care, but as it is as well to provide against everything, I will furnish your dame with a letter to the knight, who will probably succeed me as Grand Prior of the English Lang, asking him to see to the care and education of the boy up to the time when he can proceed to Rhodes.
We may hope, my dear Tresham, that there will be no occasion to use such documents,
and that you and I may both be able personally to watch over his career. Still, it is as well to take every precaution. I shall, of course, give d'Aubusson full particulars about you, your vow, and your wishes. I thank you greatly, old friend, Sir Thomas said. It has taken a load off my mind. I shall leave him here with his mother when we march forward, and bid her, if ill befalls me, cross again to France, and then to keep Gervais with her until she can bring herself to part with him. She has her jewels, and a considerable sum of money which I accepted from the man who has been enjoying my estates for the last 5 years, in lieu of the moneys that he had received during that time. Therefore she will not lack means for some years to come. Besides, Queen Margaret has a real affection for her, and will doubtless be glad to have her with her again in exile. When I am old enough, Gervase said, suddenly looking up from a missal of the Grand Prior's which he had been examining, I will chop off the head of the Duke of York, and bring Mother back to England. You will be a valiant champion, no doubt, my boy, the Prior said, laughing. But that is just what your father does not want. Chop off the heads of as many infidels as you will, but leave Englishmen alone, be they dukes or commoners. It is a far more glorious career to be aiding to defend Europe against the Muslims than to be engaged in wars with your own countrymen. If the great lords will fight, let them fight it out themselves without our aid. But I hope that long before you become a man, even they will be tired of these perpetual broils, and that some agreement may be arrived at, and peace reign in this unhappy land. Besides, Gervase, his father added, you must bear in mind always that my earnest wish and hope is that you will become a champion of the cross. I took a solemn vow before you were born that if a son were granted to me, I would dedicate him to the service of the cross. And if I am taken from you, you must still try to carry that oath into effect. I trust that, at any rate for some years after you attain manhood, you will expend your whole strength and powers in the defense of Christianity, and as a worthy knight of the Order of St. John. Too many of the knights, after serving for 3 years against the infidels, return to their native countries and pass the rest of their lives in slothful ease at their commanderies, save perhaps when at any great crisis they go out for a while and join in the struggle. Such is not the life I should wish you to lead. At the death of your mother and myself, you will have no family ties in England, nothing to recall you here. If the House of York succeeds in establishing itself firmly on the throne, my estates will be forfeited. Therefore regard Rhodes as your permanent home, and devote your life to the order. Beginning so young, you may hope to distinguish yourself, to gain high rank in it. But remember that though these are my wishes, they are not my orders, and that your career must be in your own hands. I will be a brave knight, father, the boy said firmly. That is right, my boy. Now go upstairs to your bed. It is already late. I do not regret my vow, he went on, after Gervase had left the room, though I regret that he is my only son. It is singular that men should care about what comes after them, but I suppose it is human nature. I should have liked to think that my descendants would sit in the old house, and that men of my race and name would long own the estates. But doubtless it is all for the best, for at least I can view the permanent loss of my estates, in case of the Yorkist triumph, without any poignant regret. Doubtless it is for the best, Tresham, and you must remember that things may not even now turn out as you think. A knight who has done a brave service does not find much difficulty in obtaining from the Pope a dispensation from his vows. Numbers of knights have so left the order, and have married and perpetuated their name. It is almost a necessity that it should be so, for otherwise many princes and barons would object to their sons entering the order. Its object is to keep back the eruption of the Muslims, and when men have done their share of hard work, no regret need be felt if they desire to leave the order. Our founder had no thought of covering Europe with monasteries, and beyond the fact that it is necessary there should be men to administer our manors and estates, I see no reason why any should not freely leave when they reach the age of 30 or 35, and indeed believe that it would strengthen rather than weaken us were the vows, taken at the age of 17, to be for 15 years only. There is something in that, the knight said thoughtfully. However, that is far in the distance and concerns me but little. Still, I agree with you, for I see no advantage in men, after their time of usefulness to the order is past, being bound to settle down to a monastic life if by nature and habit unsuited for it. There are some spirits who, after long years of warfare, are well content so to do, but there are assuredly others to whom a life of forced inactivity, after a youth and manhood spent in action, must be well nigh unendurable. And now tell me, frankly, what you think of our chances here." "Everything depends upon time. Promises of aid have come in from all quarters, and if Edward delays, we shall soon be at the head of an overwhelming force. But Edward, with all his faults and vices, is an able and energetic leader, and must be well aware that if he is to strike successfully, he must strike soon. We must hope that he will not be able to do this. He cannot tell whether we intend to march direct to London, or to join Pembroke in Wales, or to march north, and until he divines our purpose, he will hardly dare to move lest we should, by some rapid movement, interpose between himself and London. If he gives us a month, our success is certain. If he can give battle in a fortnight, no one can say how the matter will end."
Edward, indeed, was losing no time. He stayed but a few days in London after his victory at Barnet, and on the 19th of April left for Windsor, ordering all his forces to join him there. The Lancastrians had endeavoured to puzzle him as to their intended movements by sending parties out in various directions. But as soon as he had gathered a force, numerically small, but composed of veteran soldiers, he hurried west, determined to bring on a battle at the earliest opportunity. The Queen's advisers determined to move first to Wells, as from that point they could either go north or march upon London. Edward entered Abingdon on the 27th, and then, finding the Lancastrians still at Wells, marched to the northwest, by which means he hoped to intercept them if they moved north, while he would be able to fall back and bar their road to London if they advanced in that direction. He therefore moved to Cirencester, and waited there for news until he learned that they had visited Bristol, and there obtained reinforcements of men and supplies of money and cannon, and had then started on the high road to Gloucester.
He at once sent off messengers to Lord Beauchamp, who held the castle of Gloucester for him,
assuring him that he was following at full speed, and would come to his aid forthwith. The messengers arrived in time, and when the Queen, after a long march, arrived before Gloucester, she found the gates shut in her face. The governor had taken steps to prevent her numerous adherents in the town from rising on her behalf, and, manning the walls, refused to surrender, knowing that Edward was coming up rapidly. It was evident that there was no time to spare in an attempt to take the town, and the Queen's army therefore pressed on, without waiting, to Tewkesbury. Once across the river, they would speedily be joined by the Earl of Pembroke, and Edward would be forced to fall back at once. By the time they reached the river, however, they were thoroughly exhausted. They had marched 36 miles without rest, along bad roads and through woods, and were unable to go farther. The Queen urged that the river should be crossed, but the leaders of the force were of opinion that it was better to halt. Edward would be able to follow them across the river, and were he to attack them when in disorder, and still further wearied by the operation of making the passage, he would certainly crush them. Moreover, a further retreat would discourage the soldiers, and as a battle must now be fought, it was better to fight where they were, especially as they could choose a strong position. The Queen gave way, and the army encamped on a large field in front of the town. The position was well calculated for defense, for the country around was so broken, and intercepted with lanes and deep hedges and ditches, that it was extremely difficult to approach. In the evening Edward came up, his men having also marched some 36 miles, and encamped for the night within 3 miles of the Lancastrian position. The Queen's troops felt confident of victory. In point of numbers they were superior to their antagonists, and had the advantage of a strong position. Sir Thomas Tresham had, as he proposed, left his wife and son at Exeter, when the force marched away. "Do not be despondent, love," he said to his weeping wife as he bade her good-bye. "Everything is in our favour, and there is a good hope of a happy termination of this long struggle. But win or lose, be assured it is the last time I will draw my sword. I have proved my fidelity to the house of Lancaster. I have risked life and fortune in their cause, but I feel that I have done my share and more, and whichever way Providence may now decide the issue of the struggle, I will accept it. If we lose, and I come scathless from the field,
I will ride hither, and we will embark at Plymouth for France, and there live quietly until the time when Edward may feel himself seated with sufficient firmness on the throne to forgive past offences and to grant an amnesty to all who have fought against him. In any other case, dear, you know my wishes, and I bid you carry them out within 24 hours of your receiving news of a defeat, without waiting longer for my appearance." As soon as it was light, Edward advanced to the attack. The Duke of Gloucester was in command of the vanguard. He himself led the centre, while the rear was commanded by the Marquis of Dorset and Lord Hastings. The most advanced division of Lancastrians was commanded by the Duke of Somerset and his brother, the Grand Prior of the Order of St. John, and Lord Wenlock were stationed in the centre. The Earl of Devon with the reserve. Refreshed by their rest, the Queen's troops were in good spirits. While awaiting the attack, she and the Prince rode among the ranks, encouraging the men with fiery speeches, and promising large rewards to all in case of victory. Gloucester made his advance with great difficulty. The obstacles to his progress were so many and serious that his division was brought to a halt before it came into contact with the defenders. He therefore brought up his artillery and opened a heavy cannonade upon Somerset's position, supporting his guns with flights of arrows, and inflicting such heavy loss upon him that the Duke felt compelled to take the offensive. Having foreseen that he might be obliged to do so, he had early in the morning carefully examined the ground in front of him, and had found some lanes by which he could make a flank attack on the enemy. Moving his forces down these lanes, where the trees and hedges completely hid his advance from the Yorkists, he fell suddenly upon Edward's centre, which, taken by surprise at the unexpected attack, was driven in confusion up the hill behind it.
Somerset was quick to take advantage of his success, and wheeling his men round, fell upon the Duke of Gloucester's division, and was equally successful in his attack upon it. Had the centre, under Lord Wenlock, moved forward at once to his support, the victory would have been assured.
But Wenlock lay inactive, and Somerset was now engaged in conflict with the whole of Edward's force. But even under these circumstances he still gained ground, when suddenly the whole aspect of the battle was changed. Before it began, Edward had sent 200 spearmen to watch a wood near the defenders' lines, as he thought that the Lancastrians might place a force there to take him in flank as he attacked their front. He ordered them, if they found the wood unoccupied, to join in the fight as opportunity might offer. The wood was unoccupied, and the spearmen, seeing the 2 divisions of their army driven backwards, and being thereby cut off from their friends, issued from the wood, and, charging down in a body, fell suddenly upon Somerset's rear. Astounded and confused by an attack from such a quarter, and believing that it was an act of treachery by one of their own commanders, Somerset's men, who had hitherto been fighting with the greatest bravery, fell into confusion. Edward's quick eye soon grasped the opportunity, and rallying his troops he charged impetuously down upon the Lancastrians, seconded hotly by Gloucester and his division. The disorder in Somerset's line speedily grew into a panic, and the division broke up and fled through the lanes to the right and left. Somerset, after in vain trying to stop the panic, rode furiously back into the camp, followed by his principal officers, and riding up to Lord Wenlock, he cleft his head in 2 with a battle-axe. His resentment, although justified by the inactivity of this nobleman at such a crisis, was yet disastrous, as it left the centre without a leader, and threw it into a state of disorganization. As many must have supposed that Somerset had turned traitor and gone over to the enemy. Before any disposition could be made, Edward and Gloucester poured their forces into the camp, and the Lancastrians at once broke and fled. Many of their leaders took refuge in the church, an asylum which they deemed inviolable,
and which the Lancastrians had honourably respected in their hour of triumph.
Among them were the Duke of Somerset, the Grand Prior of the Order of St. John, Sir Humphrey Audley, Sir Gervas of Clifton, Sir William Gainsby, Sir William Carey, Sir Henry Rose, Sir Thomas Tresham, and 7 esquires. Margaret of Anjou fell into the hands of the victors.
As to the fate of the young prince, accounts differ. Some authorities say that he was overtaken and slain on the field, but the majority related that he was captured and taken before Edward, who asked him, "What brought you to England?" On his replying boldly, "My father's crown and my own inheritance," Edward struck him in the mouth with his gauntlet, and his attendants, or some say his brothers, at once dispatched the youth with their swords. The king, with Gloucester and Clarence, then went to the church at Tewkesbury, where the knights had taken refuge, burst open the door, and entered it. A priest bearing the holy vessels threw himself before the king, and would not move until he promised to pardon all who had taken sanctuary there. The king then retired, and trusting in the royal word, the gentlemen made no attempt to escape, although it is said that they could easily have done so. 2 days later, a party of soldiers, by the king's orders, broke into the church, dragged them from the foot of the altar, and beheaded them outside. The news of the issue of the fatal Battle of Tewkesbury, the capture of the Queen, and the death of the Prince, was borne to Exeter by fugitives on the following day. Beyond the fact that the Earl of Devon and other nobles were known to have been killed, and Somerset with a party of knights had taken sanctuary, they could give no details as to the fate of individuals. In the deepest distress at the utter ruin of the cause, and in ignorance of the fate of her husband, who she could only hope was one of those who had gained sanctuary, Dame Tresham prepared for flight. This accomplished, she had only to wait, and sit in tearless anguish at the window, listening intently whenever a horseman rode past. All night her watch continued. Gervase, who had cried himself to sleep, lay on a couch beside her. Morning dawned, and she then knew that her husband would not come, for had he escaped from the field, he would long ere this have been with her. The messenger with the news had arrived at 8 the previous morning, and faithful to her husband's wishes, at that hour she ordered the horses to be brought round, and joining a party of gentlemen who were also making for the coast, rode with them to Plymouth. Arrangements were at once made with the captain of a small ship in the port, and 2 days later they landed at Honfleur, where Sir Thomas had enjoined his wife to wait until she heard from him, or obtained sure news of his fate. A week after her arrival, the news was brought by other fugitives of the violation of the sanctuary by the king, and the murder of Somerset and the gentleman with him, of whom Sir Thomas Tresham was known to have been one. The blow proved fatal to Dame Tresham. She had gone through many trials and misfortunes, and had ever borne them bravely, but the loss of her husband completely broke her down. Save to see his wishes concerning their son carried out, she had no longer any interest in life or any wish to live. But until the future of Gervase was assured, her mission was unfulfilled. His education was her sole care. His mornings were spent at a monastery, where the monks instructed the sons of such of the nobles and gentry of the neighbourhood as cared that they should be able to read and write. In the afternoon he had the best masters in the town in military exercises.
His evenings he spent with his mother, who strove to instill in him the virtues of patience, mercy to the vanquished, and valor, by stories of the great characters of history.
She herself spent her days in pious exercises, in attending the services of the church, and in acts of charity and kindness to her poorer neighbours. But her strength failed rapidly, and she was but a shadow of her former self when, 2 years and a half after her arrival at Honfleur, she felt that if she was herself to hand Gervase over to the order of St. John, she must no longer delay. Accordingly, she took ship to London, and landing there, made her way with him to the dwelling of the order at Clerkenwell. It was in process of rebuilding, for in 1381 it had been first plundered and then burned by the insurgents under Wat Tyler. During the 90 years that had elapsed since that event, the work of rebuilding had proceeded steadily, each Grand Prior making additions to the pile which, although not yet fully completed, was already one of the grandest and stateliest abodes in England. On inquiring for the Grand Prior, and stating that she had a letter of importance for him, Dame Tresham and her son were shown up to his apartment, and on entering were kindly and courteously received by him when informed that she was the widow of the late Sir Thomas Tresham. "I am the bearer of a letter for you, given into my hand by my husband's dear friend, your predecessor," she said, "a few days before his murder at Tewkesbury. It relates to my son here." The Grand Prior opened the letter and read it. "Assuredly, madame, I will carry out the wishes here expressed," he said. "They are, that I should forward at once the letter he has given you to Sir Peter d'Aubusson, and that until an answer is received from him, I should take care of the boy here, and see that he is instructed in all that is needful for a future knight of our order. I grieve to see that you yourself are looking so ill." "My course is well nigh run," she said. "I have, methinks, but a few days to live. I am thankful that it has been permitted to me to carry out my husband's wishes, and to place my boy in your hands. That done, my work on earth is finished, and glad indeed am I that the time is at hand when I can rejoin my dear husband."
"We have buildings here where we can lodge ladies in distress or need, Dame Tresham, and trust that you will take up your abode there."
"I shall indeed be thankful to do so," she replied. "I know no one in London, and few would care to lodge a dying woman."
"We are Hospitallers," the Grand Prior said. "That was our sole mission when we were first founded, and before we became a military order, and it is still a part of our sworn duty to aid the distressed."
A few minutes later, Dame Tresham was conducted to a comfortable apartment, and was given into the charge of a female attendant. The next day she had another interview with the Grand Prior, to whom she handed over her jewels and remaining money. This she prayed him to devote to the furnishing of the necessary outfit for Gervase. She spent the rest of the day in the church of the hospital, had a long talk with her son in the evening, giving him her last charges as to his future life and conduct, and that night, as if she had now fulfilled her last duty on earth, she passed away, and was found by her attendant, lying with a look of joy and peacefulness on her dead face. Gervase's grief was for a time excessive. He was nearly 12 years old, and had never until now been separated from her even for a day. She had often spoken to him of her end being near, but until the blow came, he had never quite understood that it could be so. She had, on the night before her death, told him that he must not grieve overmuch for her, for that in any case they must have soon been sundered, and that it was far better that he should think of her as at rest and happy, than as leading a lonely and sorrowful life. The Grand Prior, however, wisely gave him but little time to dwell upon his loss, but as soon as her funeral had taken place, handed him over to the knights who had charge of the novices on probation, and instructed them in their military exercises, and of the chaplain who taught them such learning as was considered requisite for a knight of the order. The knights were surprised at the proficiency the lad had already attained in the use of his weapons. "By Saint Agatha," one of them exclaimed after the conclusion of his first lesson, "you have had good teachers, lad, and have availed yourself rarely of them. If you go on like this, you will become a distinguished knight of our order. With a few more years to strengthen your arms, I warrant me you will bear your part well in your first tussle with the Moslem corsairs." It fortunately happened that a party of knights were starting for Rhodes a few days after the admission of Gervase to the hospital, and the letter to Sir Peter d'Aubusson was committed to their charge. They were to proceed to Bordeaux by ship, then to journey by land to Marseille, and thence, being joined by some French knights, to sail direct to Rhodes. 2 months later an answer was received. D'Aubusson wrote to the Grand Prior, saying that he would gladly carry out the last wishes of his dead friend, and that he had already obtained from the Grand Master the appointment of Gervase Tresham as one of his pages, and begged that he might be sent out with the next party of knights leaving England. It was 3 months before such an opportunity occurred. During that time, Gervais remained at the house of St. John's, studying diligently and continuing his military exercises. These were severe, for the scions of noble houses, who hoped some day to distinguish themselves as knights, were put through many gymnastic exercises, were taught to spring onto a horse when clad in full armor, to wield heavy battle-axes, to run and climb, and to prepare themselves for all the possibilities of the mode of fighting of the day. Gervais gained the encomiums not only of his special preceptor, but of the various knights in the house, and of the Grand Prior himself, both for his strength and activity, and for the earnestness with which he worked. When the time approached for his leaving England, the Grand Prior ordered for him the outfit which would be necessary in his position as a page of the Grand Master. The dresses were numerous and rich, for although the Knights of St. John wore over their armor the simple mantle of their order, which was a sleeveless garment of black, relieved only by a white cross on the chest, they indulged in the finest and most costly armor, and in rich garments beneath their black mantles, when not in armor. "I am well pleased with you, Gervais," the Grand Prior said on the evening before he was to leave, "and I see in you the making of a valiant knight of the order. Maintain the same spirit you have shown here. Be obedient and reverent to your superiors. Give your whole mind to your duty. Strive earnestly during the 3 or 4 years that your pagedom will last, to perfect yourself in military exercises, that when the time comes for you to buckle on armor, you will be able to bear yourself worthily. Remember that you will have to win your knighthood, for the order does not bestow this honor, and you must remain a professed knight until you receive it at the hands of some distinguished warrior. Ever bear in mind that you are a soldier of the cross. Avoid luxury. Live simply and modestly. Be not led away by others upon whom their vows may sit but lightly. Keep ever in your mind that you have joined the order, neither to gain fame nor personal advantage, but simply that you may devote the strength and the intelligence that God has given you to protect Christendom from the advance of the infidel. I shall hear of you from time to time from D'Aubusson, and feel sure that the expectations I have formed of you will be fulfilled." End of Chapter 2. The Battle of Tewkesbury. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 19th, 2018. Chapter 3 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Grand Master's Page. The Grand Prior had, in accordance with Dame Tresham's request, sent the steward of the house to one of the principal jewellers of the city, who, as the order were excellent customers, paid a good price for her jewels. After the payment for the numerous dresses required for the service as a page to the Grand Master, the Grand Prior handed the balance of the money Dame Tresham had brought with her, and that obtained by the sale of her jewels, to one of the knights under whose charge Gervais was to travel, to be given by him to D'Aubusson for the necessities of Gervais as a page. During their term of service, the pages received no remuneration, all their expenses being paid by their families. Nevertheless, the post was considered so honourable, and of such great advantage to those entering the order, that the appointments were eagerly sought after. The head of the party was Sir Guy Redcar, who had been a commander in England, but who was now relinquishing that post in order to take a high office in the convent at the island. With him were 4 lads between 17 and 20, who were going out as professed knights, having served their years of probation as novices at the Grand Priory. With these Gervais was already acquainted, as they had lived, studied, and performed their military exercises together. The 3 eldest of these Gervase liked much, but the youngest of the party, Robert Rivers, a relation of the Queen, had always shown a very different spirit from the others. He was jealous that a member of one of the defeated and disinherited Lancastrian families should obtain a post of such honor and advantage as that of a page to the Grand Master, and that thus, although 5 years younger, Gervase should enter the order on an equality with him. In point of strength and stature he was, of course, greatly superior to Gervase, but he had been spoilt from his childhood, was averse to exercise, and dull at learning, and while Gervase was frequently commended by his instructors, he himself was constantly reproved, and it had been more than once a question whether he should be received as a professed knight at the termination of his year of novitiate. Thus, while the other lads treated Gervase kindly, and indeed made rather a pet of him, Robert Rivers ignored him as much as possible, and if obliged to speak to him, did so with a pointed rudeness that more than once brought upon him a sharp reproof from his companions. Gervase himself was but little affected by Robert's manner. He was of an exceptionally good-tempered nature, and indeed was so occupied with his work, and so anxious to satisfy his teachers, that Robert's ill-humour passed almost unnoticed. The journey was performed without incident. During their passage across the south of France, Gervase's perfect knowledge of the language gained for him a great advantage over his companions, and enabled him to be of much use to Sir Guy. They had fine weather during their passage up the Mediterranean, and in the day their leader gave them their first lessons in the management and discipline of a ship. "You will be nearly as much at sea as you are on land for the 5 years you must stay at the convent," he said, "and it is essential to the education of a knight of our order to know all things connected with the management of a ship, even to its building. We construct our own galleys at Rhodes, using, of course, the labor of slaves, but under our own superintendence. And it is even more essential to us to know how to fight on sea than on land. There is, too, you see, a rivalry among ourselves, for each lang has its duties, and each strives to perform more gallant deeds and to bring in more rich prizes than the others. We of England are among the smallest of the langs, and yet methinks we do a fair portion of the work, and gain fully our share of honour. There is no fear of your having much time on your hands, for it is quite certain that there will soon be open war between Mahomet and the Order. In spite of the nominal truce, constant skirmishes are taking place, so that, in addition to our fights with pirates, we have sometimes encounters with the Sultan's galleys. 7 years ago a number of our order took part in the defense of Lesbos, and lost their lives at its capture, and we have sure information that Mahomet is preparing for an attack on the island. No doubt he thinks it will be an easy conquest, for in 57 he succeeded in landing 18,000 men on the island, and in ravishing a large district, carrying off much booty. Since then, however, the defences of Rhodes have been greatly strengthened. Zacosta, our last Grand Master, laboured diligently to increase the fortifications, and specially built on one side of the entrance to the harbour a strong tower, called Fort St. Nicholas. Orsini has carried on the works, which have been directed by Diapason, who was Captain-General of the forces of the island, and who has deepened the ditches and built a wall on the sea front of the town 600 feet in length and 20 feet in height, money being found by the Grand Master from his private purse. At present we are not sure whether the great armament that Mahomet is preparing is intended for the capture of Negropont, which belongs to Venice, or of Rhodes. Unfortunately, Venice and Rhodes are not good friends. In the course of our war with Egypt in 58, we captured from some Venetian vessels, in which they were travelling, several Egyptian merchants with a great store of goods. The Venetians protested that as the ships were theirs, we had no right to interfere with our enemies who were travelling in them, and, without giving time for the question to be discussed, at once attacked our galleys and sent a fleet against Rhodes. They landed on the island, and not only pillaged the district of Halki, but a number of natives having sought shelter in a cave, the Venetians blocked up the entrance with brushwood, set it on fire, and suffocated them all. Shortly afterwards, another and larger fleet appeared off Rhodes, and demanded the restitution of the Egyptians and their merchandise. There was a great division of opinion in the council, but seeing the great danger that threatened us both from the Turks at Constantinople and the Venetians, and that it was madness at such a time to engage in war with a Christian power, the Grand Master persuaded the council to accede to their request. There has never been any friendly feeling between Venice and ourselves since that time. Still, I trust that our common danger will reunite us, and that whether Negropont or Rhodes is attacked by the Muslims, we shall render loyal aid to each other." There was great excitement among Gervais and his companions when it was announced that Rhodes was in sight, and as they approached the town they gazed with admiration at the castle with its stately buildings, the palace of the Grand Master, and the hospital of St. John, rising above the lower town, the massive walls strengthened by projecting bastions, and the fortifications of the port. Of these there were two, with separate entrances, divided from each other by a narrow tongue of land. At its extremity stood Fort St. Nicholas, which was connected by a strong wall running along the promontory to the town. The inner port, as it was called, was of greater importance, as it adjoined the town itself. It was defended in the first place by Fort St. Nicholas, and at the inner entrance stood the towers of St. John and St. Michael, one on either side. Into this the vessel was steered. There were many craft lying there, among them 8 or 10 of the galleys of the order. "We will go first to the house of our Lang," Sir Guy said, "and tell them to send down slaves to fetch up our baggage. Then I will take you, Gervais, to Sir Peter d'Aubusson, and hand you over to his care." On landing, Gervais was surprised at the number of slaves who were laboring at the public works, and who formed no small proportion of the population in the streets. Their condition was pitiable. They were, of course, enemies of Christianity, and numbers of them had been pirates, but he could not help pitying their condition as they worked in the full heat of the sun under the vigilant eye of numbers of overseers, who carried heavy whips, in addition to their arms. Their progress to the upper city was slow, for on their way they met many knights, of whom several were acquainted with Sir Guy, and each, after greeting him, demanded the latest news from England, and in return gave him particulars of the state of things at Rhodes. At last they arrived at the house of the English Lang. The order was divided into Langs or nationalities. Of these there were 8: Provence, Auvergne, France, Italy, Germany, England, Aragon, and Castile, and Portugal. The French element was by far the strongest. The order had been founded in that country, and as it possessed no less than 3 Langs, and held the greater part of the high official positions in the order, it was only kept in check by the other Langs acting together to demand their fair share of dignities. The Grand Master's authority was considerable, but it was checked by the council, which was composed of the bailiffs and knights of the highest order, known as Grand Crosses. Each Lang had its bailiff elected by itself. These resided constantly at Rhodes. Each of these bailiffs held a high office. Thus the bailiff of Provence was always the grand commander of the order. He controlled the expenditure, superintended the stores, and was governor of the arsenal. The bailiff of Auvergne was the commander-in-chief of all the forces, army, and navy. The bailiff of France was the grand hospitaller, with the supreme direction of the hospitals and infirmaries of the order, a hospital in those days signifying a guest-house. The bailiff of Italy was the grand admiral, and the bailiff of England was chief of the light cavalry. Thus the difficulties and jealousies that would have arisen at every vacancy were avoided. In the early days of the order, when Jerusalem was in the hands of the Christians, the care of the hospitals was its chief and most important function. Innumerable pilgrims visited Jerusalem, and these were entertained at the immense guest house of the order. But with the loss of Jerusalem and the expulsion of the Christians from Palestine, that function had become of very secondary importance, although there was still a guest house and infirmary at Rhodes, where strangers and the sick were carefully attended by the knights. No longer did these ride out to battle on their war horses. It was on the sea that the foe was to be met, and the knights were now sailors rather than soldiers. They dwelt at the house of their respective langs. Here they ate at a common table, which was supplied by the bailiff, who drew rations for each knight, and received in addition a yearly sum for the supply of such luxuries as were not included in the ration. The average number of knights residing in each of these langs averaged from 100 to 150. It was not until some hours after his arrival that Sir Guy could find time to take Gervase across to the house of the Lang of Averny, to which D'Aubusson belonged. It was a larger and more stately pile than that of the English Lang, but the arrangements were similar in all these buildings. In the English house, Gervase had not felt strange, as he had the companionship of his fellow voyagers. But as he followed Sir Guy through the spacious halls of the Lang of Averny, where no familiar face met his, he felt more lonely than he had done since he entered the house at Clerkenwell. On sending in his name, Sir Guy was at once conducted to the chamber occupied by D'Aubusson. The knight was seated at his table examining some plans. The room was furnished with monastic simplicity, save that the walls were hung with rich silks and curtains captured from Turkish galleys.
"Welcome back to us, Sir Guy,"
D'Aubusson said, rising and warmly shaking his visitor's hand.
"I have been looking for your coming, for we need men with clear heads. Of strong arms and valiant spirits we have no lack, but men of judgment and discretion, who can be trusted to look at matters calmly and not to be carried away by passion, are welcome indeed to us. I was expecting you about this time, and when I heard that a ship had arrived from Marseille, I made inquiries, and was glad to find that you were on board." "I am heartily glad to be back, D'Aubusson. I am sick of the dull life of a commandery, and rejoice at the prospect of stirring times again. This lad is young Tresham, who has come out in my charge, and for whom you have been good enough to obtain the post of page to the Grand Master." "And no slight business was it to do so," D'Aubusson said with a smile. "It happened there was a vacancy when the letter concerning him arrived, and had it been one of the highest offices in the order, there could not have been a keener competition for it. Every bailiff had his candidate ready, but I seldom ask for anything for members of my lang, and when I told the other bailiffs that it was to me a matter of honour to carry out the last request of my dead friend, they all gave way. You see, I am placed in a position of some little difficulty. The Grand Master is so enfeebled and crippled that he leaves matters almost entirely in my hands, and it would be an abuse of my position, and would excite no little jealousy, were I to use the power I possess to nominate friends of my own to appointments. It is only by the most rigid impartiality, and by dividing as fairly as possible all 8 offices between the 8 langs, that all continue to give me their support. As you know, we have had great difficulties and heart-burnings here, but happily they have to a great extent been set at rest by forming a new lang of Castile and Portugal out of that of Aragon. This has given one more vote to the smaller langs, and has so balanced the power that of late the jealousies between us have greatly subsided, and all are working well together in face of the common danger. Well, young sir, and how like you the prospect of your pageship?"
"I like it greatly, sir, but shall still like more the time when I can buckle on armour, and take a share of the fighting with the infidels. I would fain, sir, offer to you my deep and humble thanks for the great kindness you have shown me in procuring me the appointment of page to the Grand Master." The knight smiled kindly.
"There are the less thanks due, lad, insomuch as I did it not for you, but for the dear friend who wrote to me on your behalf. However, I trust that you will do credit to my nomination by your conduct here. There is a letter from our Grand Prior, which I have brought to you, Sir Guy said. He commended the lad to me warmly, and seems to be greatly pleased with his conduct. D'Aubusson cut the silken string that bound the missive together, and read the letter. He does indeed speak warmly, he said as he laid it down on the table. He tells me that the lad, young as he was, had been well trained when he came, and that he worked with great diligence during the 5 months he was in the house, and displayed such skill and strength for his age, as to surprise his preceptors, who prophesied that he would turn out a stout swordsman, and would be a credit to the order. He is well furnished with garments both for ordinary and state occasions, Sir Guy said, and in this packet are some 60 gold crowns, which are the last remains of his patrimony, and which I was to hand to you in order to pay the necessary expenses during his pageship. He could have done without that, D'Aubusson said. Recommended to me as he is, I would have seen that he lacked nothing, but was provided with all necessaries for his position. I will in the future take care that in all things he is on a par with his companions. He touched a bell on the table, and a servitor entered. Tell Richard de Deauville to come here. A minute later, the hangings at the door were pushed aside, and a lad about a year older than Gervais appeared, and bowing deeply to the knight, stood in a respectful attitude, awaiting his orders. Deauville, take this youth, Gervais Tresham, to your room. He is appointed one of the pages of the Grand Master. He is English, but he speaks French as well as you do, having lived in France for some years. Take him to your apartment and treat him kindly and well, seeing that he is a stranger and new to all here. Tomorrow he will go to the palace. Gervais bowed deeply to the 2 knights, and then followed the page. I suppose you arrived in that ship which came in today, the latter said, as soon as they had left the room. You are in luck indeed to have obtained a pageship at the Grand Master's. You begin to count your time at once, while we do not begin to count ours until we are 17. Still, good luck may befall us yet, for if the Grand Master dies, Sir Peter is sure to be chosen to succeed him. Then, you see, we too shall be pages of the Grand Master. How many are there of you? Only Delisle and myself. Of course, D'Aubusson will take on the Grand Master's present pages, but as there are 5 vacancies on an average every year, he will be able to find room for us among the number. Why, how many pages has the Grand Master? Gervais asked in surprise. 16 of them, so you may guess the duties are easy enough, as only 2 are generally employed, except of course on solemn occasions. Are there any other English besides myself? The boy shook his head. There are 8 belonging to the French langues. The others are Spaniards, Italians, or Germans. There, this is our room, and this is Delisle. Delisle, this is the Grand Master's new page, Master Gervais Tresham, and our Lord says we are to treat him kindly and entertain him well until tomorrow, when he will go to the palace. He speaks our language, and has been some years in France. How came you to be there? Delisle asked Gervais. My father was a Lancastrian, and my mother a great friend of our Queen Margaret of Anjou, and they were with her all the time she was in exile. How quarrelsome you English are, Delisle said. You seem to be always fighting among yourselves. I don't think, Gervais said with a smile, there is any love lost between Louis of France and the Duke of Burgundy, to say nothing of other great lords. No, you are right there. But though we talk a great deal about fighting, it is only occasionally that we engage in it. The page's room was a small one. It contained 2 pallets, which served as seats by day, and 2 wooden chests, in which they kept their clothes. Their conversation was interrupted by the ringing of a bell. That is supper, Delisle said, jumping up. We will leave you here while we go down to stand behind our Lord's chairs. When the meal is over, we will bring a pasty or something else good, and a measure of wine.
and have our supper together up here, and we will tell the servitors to bring up another pallet for you. Of course, you can go down with us if you like." "Thank you. I would much rather stay here. Every one would be strange to me, and having nothing to do, I should feel in the way." The boys nodded, and taking their caps ran off, while Gervais, tired by the excitement of the day, lay down on the bed which a servant brought up a few minutes after they had left him, and slept soundly until their return. "I think I have been asleep," he said, starting up when they entered the room again. "You look as if you had, anyhow," Delille laughed. "It was the best thing you could do. We have brought up supper. We generally sit down and eat after the knights have done, but this is much better, as you are here." They sat down on the beds, carved the pasty with their daggers, and after they had finished, Gervais gladly accepted the proposal of the others to take a walk round the walls. They started from the corner of the castle, looking down upon the spit of land dividing the two ports. "You see," Delille said, "there is a row of small islands across the mouth of the outer port, and the guns of St. Nicholas and those on this wall would prevent any hostile fleet from entering. I hardly see what use that port is, for it lies altogether outside the town, and vessels could not unload there. No, still it forms a useful place of refuge. In case a great fleet came to attack us, our galleys would lay up in the inner port, which would be cleared of all the merchant craft. As these would hamper the defense, they would, therefore, be sent round into the outer port, where they would be safe from any attack by sea, although they would doubtless be burnt did any army besiege the town. Passing along the walls of the Grand Master's palace, which was a strongly fortified building, and formed a citadel that could be defended after the lower town and the rest of the castle had been taken, they came to the western angle of the fortifications. You must know that each lang has charge of a separate part of the wall. From the foot of the mole of St. Nicholas to the Grand Master's palace, it is in charge of France. On the line where we now are, between the palace and the gate of St. George, it is held by Germany. From that gate to the Spanish tower, Averny is posted. England takes the wall between the Spanish tower and that of St. Mary. You defend only the lower story of that tower, the upper part being held by Aragon, whose charge extends up to the gate of St. John. Thence to the Tower of Italy, behind which lies the Jews' quarter. Provence is in charge, while the seafront thence to the mole of St. Nicholas is held by Italy and Castile, each taking half. Not only have the Langs the charge of defending each its portion of the wall, but keeping it in order at all times, and I may say that nowhere is the wall better kept or more fairly decorated with carvings than where England holds. You have not told me who defends the palace itself. That is in charge of a force composed of equal numbers of picked knights from each lang. Gervais leant on the battlement and looked with admiration at the scene beyond. The land side was surrounded by hills, the ground rising very gradually from the foot of the walls. Every yard of ground was cultivated, and was covered with brilliant vegetation. Groves and orchards occurred thickly, while the slopes were dotted with chapels, summer houses, in which the natives of the city spent most of their time in the hot season, and other rustic buildings. "What a rich and beautiful country," he said. "It is very pleasant to look at," Delille agreed. "But all this would be a sore disadvantage to us if the Turks were besieging us, for the groves and orchards would conceal their approaches, the walls and buildings would give them shelter, and our cannons would be of little use until they reached the farther side of the ditch. If the Turks come, I hear it is decided to level all the buildings and walls, and to chop down every tree." "If they were to plant their cannon on the hills, they would do us much harm," Gervais remarked. "The Turks are clumsy gunners, they say," Duville replied, "and they would but waste their powder and ball at that distance, without making a breach in our walls." "Even if they did, they could surely scarce pass that deep fosse," Gervais said, looking down into the tremendous cutting in the solid rock that ran round the whole circuit of the walls. It was from 40 to 60 feet deep, and from 90 to 140 feet wide. It was from this great cutting that the stones for the construction of the walls, towers, and buildings of the town had been taken, the work having been going on ever since the knights established themselves at Rhodes, and being performed by a host of captives taken in war, together with labour hired from the neighbouring islands. Upon this immense work the order had expended no small proportion of their revenue since their capture of the island in 1310, and the result was a fortress that, under the conditions of warfare at that age, seemed almost impregnable, and this without any natural advantage of position. In addition to the 5 great towers or bastions, the wall was strengthened by square towers at short intervals. On looking down from the wall upon which the 3 pages were standing on to the lower town, the view was a singular one. The houses were all built of stone with flat roofs, after the manner of most eastern cities. The streets were very narrow, and were crossed at frequent intervals by broad stone arches. These had the effect, not only of giving shelter from an enemy's fire, but of affording means by which troops could march rapidly across the town upon the roofs of the houses to reinforce the defenders of the wall, wherever pressed by the enemy. Thus the town from above presented the appearance of a great pavement, broken only by dark and frequently interrupted lines. "How different to the towns at home!" Gervase exclaimed, as after gazing long upon the beautiful country outside the walls, he turned and looked inward. "One would hardly know that it was a town at all." "Yes, it is rather different to the view from the top of the Tower of Notre Dame, which I ascended while I was staying in Paris. But this sort of building is best here. The thickness of the stone roofs keeps out the heat of the sun, and it is only when it is almost overhead that it shines down into the narrow streets. As you can see by the number of people on the roofs, they use them as a resort in the evenings. Then carpets are spread and they receive visitors, and can talk to their neighbors over the low walls that separate the roofs. You can trace the divisions. Some of the house roofs are larger than others, but all are upon the same level, this being the regulation, in order that there might be free passage everywhere for the troops." By the time they had made the circuit of the walls, darkness had fallen, and concealed the martial features of the scene. Lights twinkled everywhere upon the stone terraces. The sound of lutes and other musical instruments came up softly on the still air, with the hum of talk and laughter. The sea lay as smooth as a mirror, and reflected the light of the stars, and the black hulls of the galleys and ships in the harbour lay still and motionless. Greatly pleased with his first experience of the city that was to be his future home, Gervase returned with his companions to the auberge of Averny. The next morning, the bailiff d'Aubusson bade Gervase accompany him to the palace of the Grand Master. Here he introduced him to Orsini, an old and feeble man, who after a few kind words handed him over to the chamberlain, who, in turn, led him to the official who was in charge of the pages. That officer took him down to the courtyard, where 4 young knights were engaged in superintending the military exercises of the pages. The scene was exactly the same as that to which Gervase had been accustomed at the house in London. Some of the lads were fighting with blunted swords. Others were swinging heavy bars of iron, climbing ropes, or vaulting onto the back of a wooden horse. All paused as the official entered with his charge. "This is your new comrade, boys," he said. "Master Gervase Tresham, a member of the English Lang. Be good comrades to him. By the reports I hear, I am sure that you will find him a worthy companion." The pages had been prepared to like the newcomer, for it was well known that he owed his appointment to the bailiff of Averny, who was the most popular of the officials of the order, and who was already regarded as the Grand Master. His appearance confirmed their anticipation. His fair complexion and nut-brown hair tinged with gold, cut somewhat short but with a natural wave, contrasted with their darker locks and faces bronzed by the sun. There was an honest and frank look in his grey eyes, and an expression of good temper on his face, though the square chin and firm lips spoke of earnestness and resolution of purpose. The official took him round the circle, and presented him first to the knights, and then to each of his comrades. "You may as well join them in their exercises. In that way you will sooner become at home with them." Gervase at once laid down his mantle, removed his doublet, and then joined the others. There was but 1/2 hour remaining before they broke off to go to dinner, which was at 10:30. But the time sufficed to show the young pages that this English lad was the equal of all, except 2 or 3 of the oldest, both in strength and in knowledge of arms. He could climb the rope with any of them, could vault onto the wooden horse with a heavy cuirass and backpiece on him, and held his own in a bout with swords against Conrad von Berghoff, who was considered the best sword player among them. As soon as the exercises were over, all proceeded to the bath, and then to dinner. The meal was a simple one, but Gervais enjoyed it thoroughly, for the table was loaded with an abundance of fruits of kinds altogether novel to him, and which he found delicious. The officer in charge of them sat at the head of the table, and the meal was eaten in silence. After it was over and they had retired to their own rooms, discipline was at an end, and they were free to amuse themselves as they liked. There were many questions to be asked and answered, but his display of strength and skill in the courtyard saved Gervais from a good deal of the teasing to which a newcomer among a party of boys is always exposed. He, on his part, learnt that the duties of the pages were very light. 2 only were on duty each day, being in constant attendance on the Grand Master, and accompanying him wherever he went. When he dined in public, 4 of them waited on him at table, and one of them performed the duties of taster. If he returned to the palace after dark, 6 others lined the staircase with torches. On occasions of state ceremony, and at the numerous religious festivals, all were in attendance. By this time Gervais's trunks had been brought over from the English auberge, where they had been conveyed from the ship, and his garments were taken out and inspected by his comrades, who all admitted that they were, in point of beauty of colour and material, and in fashion, equal to their own. "You will have to get one more suit, Gervais," one of the lads said. "At 1 or 2 of the grand ceremonies every year, we are all dressed alike. That is the rule. On other occasions we wear what we choose, so that our garments are handsome, and I think it looks a good deal better than when we are dressed alike, though no doubt in religious processions that is more appropriate. De Ribamont, our governor, will give orders for the supply of your state costume. He is a good fellow. Of course he has to be rather strict with us, but so long as there is nothing done that he considers discreditable to our position, he lets us do pretty nearly as we like. We have 4 hours a day at our military exercises, and 2 hours with the sub-chaplain, who teaches us our books and religious duties. The rest of our time we can use as we like, except that every day 8 of us ride for 2 hours and practice with the lance, for although it is at sea we fight the Moslems, we are expected to become finished knights in all matters. These 8 horses are kept for our service, and such as choose may at other times ride them. On Saturdays we are free from all our exercises. Then some of us generally go on horseback for long excursions on the island, while others take boats and go out on the sea. One afternoon in the week we all make a trip in a galley to learn our duties on board. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Peter Strahm, Elizabeth, Kansas, on December 23rd, 2018.
Chapter 4 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 A Proffessed Knight. Gervais was soon quite at home in the palace of the Grand Master, and his companions were, like other boys, of varying characters, but as all were of noble families, were strongly impressed with the importance of the order and the honour of their own position, and were constantly in contact with stately knights and grave officials. Their manners conformed to those of their elders, and even among themselves there was no rough fun or loud disputes, but a certain courtesy of manner that was in accordance with their surroundings. This came naturally to Gervais, brought up as he had been by his father and mother, and having at frequent intervals stayed with them for months at the various royal castles in which Margaret of Anjou and her son had been assigned apartments during their exile.
Even at St. John's House the novices with whom he lived were all a good deal older than himself, and the discipline of the house was much more strict than that at Rhodes. He enjoyed both his exercises with the knights and the time spent with his sub-chaplain, no small proportion of the hours of study being occupied in listening to stories of chivalry, it being considered one of the most important parts of a knight's education that he should have a thorough acquaintance, not only with the laws of chivalry, but with the brave deeds both of former and of living knights, with the relations of the noble houses of Europe to each other, especially of the many great families whose members were connected with the Order of St. John. These matters formed, indeed, the main subject of their studies. All were taught to read and write, but this was considered sufficient in the way of actual instruction. The rules of the order had to be committed to memory. Beyond this, their reading consisted largely of the lives of saints, especially of those who distinguished themselves by their charity or their devotion to their vows of poverty, to both of which the members of the order were pledged. Gervais, however, could see around him no signs whatever of poverty on their part. It was true that they all lived and fed together in the auberges of their respective langs, and that they possessed no houses or establishments of their own. But the magnificence of their armor and attire, and the lavish expenditure of some upon their pleasures, contrasted strangely to the poverty to which they had vowed themselves. It was true that in many cases the means to support the expenditure was derived from the shares the knights received of the plunder acquired in their captures of Moslem ships, but undoubtedly many must have possessed large private means. The bailiffs, for example, although only required by the rules to place before the knights at their auberges the rations they received for them, with such luxuries as could be purchased by their yearly allowance for that purpose, expended annually very large sums in addition, and supplied their tables with every dainty, in order to gain popularity and goodwill among the members of the lang. Not only did the post of bailiff confer upon its owner a very high position at Rhodes, but it was a stepping stone to the most lucrative offices in their langs. The bailiffs at Rhodes had the right of claiming any of the grand priories or bailiwicks at home that might fall vacant, and the Grand Master was frequently chosen from among their number, as, by being present at Rhodes, they had many advantages in the way of making themselves popular among the electors. The emoluments of some of these provincial bailiwicks were large, and as the bailiffs at Rhodes were generally elected by seniority, although younger knights who had greatly distinguished themselves were sometimes chosen, they were usually glad to resign the heavy work and responsibility of their position at Rhodes, and to retire to the far easier position of a provincial bailiff. In the majority of cases, doubtless, the fortunes of the high officials were obtained from the money amassed when in possession of rich commanderies at home, but even this was assuredly incompatible with their vows of poverty. His hours of leisure Gervais spent either on the water or in the saddle, and his love of exercise of all sorts excited the wonder and even the amusement of his companions, who for the most part preferred spending the time at their disposal in sleep, in idly looking out from a shaded room at what was going on outside, or in visits to friends and relations at the auberges of the langs to which they belonged. The natural consequence was that by the time he reached the end of his 3 years' pageship, Gervais was indisputably superior in strength, activity, and skill in military exercises to any of his companions. The majority of these, after completing their time, returned to the headquarters of their lang at home, to pass their time there, until of an age to be eligible for the charge of a commandery obtained for them by family influence, which had no small share in the granting of these appointments. As it was known, however, that Gervais intended to remain permanently in the island, his progress was watched with particular attention by his instructors, and seeing his own earnestness in the matter, they took special pains with his training, The bailiff of Auvergne continued to take much interest in him, inquiring often from the officers in charge of the pages, and from his instructors of his conduct and progress, and occasionally sending for him to his auberge and talking with him as to his life and progress. Just before his pageship terminated, he said to him,
"I was rather puzzled at first, Gervais, as to what we should do with you when your term of office concluded. But I am so no longer, for although you are some 2 years younger than the professed knights who come out here, you are better fitted than the majority to take your place in the naval expeditions and to fight the Moslem pirates. I will see that you have your share of these adventures. All young knights are, as you know, obliged to make 3 voyages. But beyond that, many of them do not care to share in the rough life at sea, and prefer the bustle, and I grieve to say, the gaiety and pleasures of this city. For one, then, really eager to distinguish himself, the opportunities are frequent. When danger threatens, or heavy engagements are expected, every knight is desirous of bearing his part in the fray. But this is not the case when the work to be done consists of scouring the sea for weeks, without perchance coming across a single pirate. Of course, as soon as your pageship is over, you will go to the English auberge, but I shall still keep my eye upon you, and shall do my best to help you to achieve distinction. And I shall take upon myself the providing of your arms and armor as a knight."
Accordingly, on the day on which his duties as a page terminated, 2 servitors of the auberge of Auvergne brought across to the palace a suit of fine armor and a sword, a battle-axe, a lance, and a dagger. Also 3 complete suits of clothes, 2 of them for ordinary wear, and 1 for state occasions. The next day Gervais took the oaths of the order in the church of St. John. The aged master himself received the vows, and formally inducted him as a professed knight of the order. Peter d'Aubusson and the bailiff of the English lang acting as his sponsors, vouching that he was of noble blood, and in all ways fitted to become a knight of justice, this being the official title of the professed knights of the order. 10 newly arrived novices were inducted at the same time, and the ceremony was a stately one, attended by a number of the knights from each lang, all in full armor. The ceremony over, Gervais bore the title of Sir Gervais Tresham, but this was an honorary rather than a real title, as the order did not profess to bestow the honor of knighthood, and it was usual for its members to receive the accolade at the hands of secular knights. At the conclusion of the ceremony, he returned with the bailiff of the English lang to the auberge, and took up his quarters there. By his frequent visits he was well known to all the members, and in a day or 2 felt as much at home as he had done in the page's room in the palace. A week was given to him before he was assigned to any special duty, and he was glad when he was told off as one of the knights who were to take their turn in superintending the work of the slaves employed in strengthening the fortifications, although he would rather that any other employment should have been assigned to him, because he felt deep pity for the unfortunate men who were engaged in the work. He knew well enough that if he himself were ever made prisoner by the Turks, his lot would be as hard and as hopeless as that of the Moslem captives. But this, although he often repeated it to himself in order to abate his feeling of commiseration, was but a poor satisfaction. He saw one side of the picture, and the other was hidden from him. And although he told himself that after slaving in a Turkish galley, he would feel a satisfaction at seeing those who had been his tyrants suffering the same fate, he was well aware that this would not be the case, and that his own sufferings would only make him sympathize more deeply with those of others. He had found soon after his arrival on the island that it was best to keep his feelings on this subject to himself, while the knights were bound, in accordance with their vows, to relieve suffering of any kind among Christians. They seemed to regard their captives rather in the light of brute beasts than human beings. The slaves were struck on the smallest provocation, and even the killing of a slave was considered a very venial offense, and punished only because the slave was of value to the order. It was true that edicts were from time to time published by the council, enjoining fair treatment of slaves, and it was specially ordered that those employed as servants in the auberges were not to be struck. The lot of these servants was, indeed, very much easier than that of those engaged on the public works, and such occupation was therefore considered a privilege, the servants being for the most part selected from among the captives of superior rank. For the next 6 months Gervase worked at various duties in the town. He was employed for a fortnight in the infirmary. Then for a while he was transferred to the galleys, but for the most part he was with the slaves working on the fortifications. At the end of that time he was, to his great delight, informed by the bailiff that he was one of the 6 knights of the Lang, told off to join a galley that was on the point of sailing. Among those going in her was Sir Ralph Harcourt, one of his companions on the journey from England. "So you are to go with us, Gervase," the young knight said, "to try your luck for the first time against the infidels. This is my 3rd voyage, and I hope that it will be more fortunate than its predecessors, for beyond picking up 2 or 3 small craft which did not venture upon resistance, we gained neither honor nor booty. I regard you as having specially good fortune, and besides being glad that we shall be together, I expect that you will bring good luck to us, and that we shall meet with foes worth contending with. The corsairs have been very active of late, and have captured many prizes, while on the other hand, our galleys have been unfortunate, and have but seldom come upon the miscreants." "How many knights will there be on board?" 40. Aragon, like us, furnishes 5. Germany 10. Portugal 5. Auvergne 10. And Provence 5.
"We shall be commanded by Sir Louis Ricord, a knight of Auvergne."
"And we could wish no better, for he has proved himself a good seaman, and a brave captain. 2 other galleys are to start with us. We are to cruise separately unless one gets news of a force so superior that he will need aid to attack it, when he will meet the others at a rendezvous agreed upon, and we shall work together." "Who are the other 3 Englishmen?" "John Boswell, Marmaduke Lumley, and Adam Tedbond, all, as you know, brave knights and good companions." That evening Gervase received a message from D'Aubusson, requesting him to call at his auberge.
"So you are going to sea, Sir Gervase. I hear from your bailiff that you have been working to his satisfaction in the town."
"Yes, sir, I shall indeed be glad to change it for a life at sea. In truth, it is grievous to me to witness the sufferings of the slaves, and I would rather do any other work."
"They are far better off than the Christians who fall into the hands of the Turks," the bailiff said. "And, moreover, it is because their countrymen are preparing to attack us that we are forced to use their labor in strengthening our fortifications. They have naught to complain of in the way of food. Still, I would myself gladly see their lot alleviated. But we could not afford to keep so great a number of captives in idleness. They must work for their living. Had it not been for their labor, we could never have built and fortified this city. After all, they are little worse than our serfs at home. They build our castles and till our land."
"It may be so, sir, but with us in England men are free, and it was when I first came strange to me to see them working under the fear of the whip. It is necessary, I know, that such work should be done, but I own that I shall be glad to be away from the sight of the poor wretches, pirates and enemies of the faith though they be."
"I can understand your feeling, and I too felt somewhat the same when I first came here. Nevertheless, there is work that must be done, if the order is not to be crushed by the infidels. Here are captives, for the most part malefactors, who have to be fed, and there is no injustice in their having, like all men, to work for food. I have learnt to see this and recognize the necessity, though I would that the work could be obtained without the use of harshness and severity. We ourselves are prepared at any moment to sacrifice our lives for the good of the order and for the great cause, and it would be wrong, nay sinful, not to use the means that have been placed ready to our hand. Now, Sir Gervase, I wish you a pleasant voyage. You will find the life somewhat hard after your 3 years' residence at the palace, but this I know you will not mind. I have specially commended you to Ricord as one in whom I am personally interested, and from whom I hope great things in the future. Be brave, be resolute. From what you have said I need not say, be merciful. Fulfill all orders promptly and without question. Bear yourself courteously to all. Above all things, remember that you are a soldier, not only of the order, but of the cross.
Next day, Gervase embarked with his companions on board the galley. It was a long, low boat, similar to those in use by the Venetians and Genoese. It was rowed by 50 slaves who slept at night on or beneath the benches they sat on by day. The knights occupied the great cabins in the poop. There were 2 tiers of these. The upper one contained the little cabin of the commander, while the rest of the space on this deck and that below it was used by the knights in common. In the upper cabin they took their meals, and a third of their number slept there, the remainder in the cabin below. A fourth of their number were, however, always on guard, lest any attempt at a rising or escape should be made by the galley slaves. On leaving the harbour, the galley with its 2 consorts rowed north, and Gervase learnt that they were to cruise between the mainland and the islands. Some of these were in the hands of the Turks, while others were still occupied by the Greeks. Except when there was a formal and actual state of war, the Muslim and Christian islands remained in a state of neutrality, trading with each other and avoiding all unfriendly proceedings that would lead to struggles which would be fatal to the prosperity of both. The archipelago, and indeed the whole of the eastern portion of the Mediterranean, was infested by pirates, fitted out for the most part on the mainland. These, when in force, openly kept the sea, attacking the Christian merchant ships, but when cruising alone they hid in unfrequented bays, or behind uninhabited islets, until they could pounce upon a passing ship whose size promised an easy capture. The Order of St. John furnished a maritime police, earning thereby the deep gratitude of Spain, France, and Italy. They were aided occasionally by the Venetians, but these, being frequently engaged in quarrels with their neighbours, did but a small share of this work, only sending their fleets to sea when danger threatened some of their possessions in the Levant. "This is delightful, Ralph," Gervase said as they stood together on the poop, looking back at the receding city. "What a pleasant change it is from standing in the broiling sun, watching those poor wretches toiling at the fortifications. There is only one drawback to my pleasure. I wish that we carried sails and were moving along by the breeze, instead of by the exertions of the slaves." "Much chance we should have of catching a pirate under such circumstances," Ralph said, laughing. "You might as well set a tortoise to catch a hare." "I don't say that we should not be obliged to carry rowers, Ralph, but all the prizes that have been brought in since I have been at Rhodes carry masts and sails, as well as oars, and as I understand, for the most part cruise about under sail, and only use the oars when chasing or fleeing." "That is so, because, you see, in most cases the crew themselves have to row, and I have no doubt if we had no slaves to do the work, we should soon take to masts and sails also. But for speed, the rowing galleys are the best, for unless a brisk wind were blowing, the masts and sails would but check her progress when the oars were out, and at any rate constrain her to travel only before the wind. I know your weakness about the slaves, Gervase, but as we could neither build our fortifications nor row our galleys without them, I cannot go as far as you do in the matter, though I own that I am sometimes sorry for them. But you must remember that it is the fault of their people, and not of ours that they are here." "All that is true enough, Ralph, and I cannot gainsay you. Still, I would rather that we were gliding along with sails, instead of being rowed by slaves." "At any rate, Gervais, you will not see them ill-treated, for I myself heard Ricord, just before we were starting, tell the slave overseers so long as the rowers did fair work, they were not to use their whips, and that only if we were in chase of a pirate were they to be urged to their utmost exertions." "I am right glad to hear it, Ralph, and shall be able to enjoy the voyage all the more, now you have told me that such orders have been issued." For a fortnight they cruised about among the islands. Several times boats rowed out from the shore to the galley, with complaints of outrages by pirates under a notorious corsair named Hassan Ali, who had landed, burnt villages, killed many of the inhabitants, and carried off the rest as slaves. But no one could give any clue to aid them in their search for the corsairs. The time passed very pleasantly. There was no occasion for speed. Often they lay all day in some bay, where they could approach near enough to the shore to lie in the shade of the trees, while 2 or 3 of the knights ascended a hill and kept watch there for the appearance of any vessels of a suspicious character. One morning, after passing the night at anchor, Harcourt and Gervais were dispatched just before sunrise to take a look round before the galley got under way. From the top of the hill they had an uninterrupted view of the sea, studded with islands on all sides of them. Beyond a few fishing boats, looking like black specks on the glassy surface, no craft were in sight. They were about to return to the galley when, taking a last look round, Gervais suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Ralph, there is smoke ascending from that island to the southwest. There was none just now." "You mean from that bay, Gervais? Yes, I see it, but it is not more than a light mist." "It is growing thicker," Gervais said, "and spreading. Maybe it is but a hut that has accidentally caught fire, but it seems to me that the smoke is rising from several points." "I think you are right, Gervais. Let us hurry down with the news. It may be that it is a village which has been attacked by pirates who have landed on the other side of the island during the night, for I can see no ships in the bay." A few minutes' run, and they stood on the shore. "Quick, men," Ralph said to the rowers of the boat that had brought them ashore. "Row your hardest." The slaves bent to their oars, and they were soon alongside the galley, which lay 200 or 300 yards from the shore. Those on board had noticed the young knights running down the hill, and marking the speed at which the boat was rowing, concluded at once that they must have observed one of the pirates' ships. "Do you see anything of them, Sir Ralph?" the commander shouted as they came close. "We have seen no ships, Sir Lewis, but there is smoke coming up from a bay in an island 4 or 5 miles away to the southwest. It seems to us that it is far too extensive a fire to be the result of an accident, for there was no smoke until within 2 or 3 minutes of the time we left, and before we started it was rising from several points, and we both think that it must come from a village that has been attacked by pirates." The commander rapidly issued his orders, and in 2 or 3 minutes the anchor was weighed, the boat hoisted on deck, and the oars in motion. "Stretch to your oars!" Ricord shouted to the slaves. "Hitherto we have exacted no toil from you, but you have to work now, and woe be to him who does not put out his full strength." Grateful for the unusual leniency with which they had been treated, the slaves bent to their oars, and the galley sped rapidly through the water. On rounding the end of the island there was an exclamation of satisfaction from the knights, as they saw wreaths of white smoke rising from the distant island. "There can be no doubt that it is a village in flames," Sir Lewis said, "and from the suddenness with which it broke out, it is clear that it must have been fired at several points. You say you saw no craft near?" he asked, turning to Harcourt. "There were none there, or from the top of the hill we should assuredly have made them out, Sir Lewis.
Then the pirates, if this be as I hope their work, must have landed at some other point on the island. And if they catch sight of us, they may make for their ship and slip away unobserved by us. Instead of rowing direct, therefore, we will make for that islet to the right and row round behind it. There are 2 others almost adjoining it. Once past these, 'tis not more than half a mile to that island stretching away south. Once round that, we shall be beyond the one from which we see the smoke rising, and can come down on its southern side. The course will be double the distance that it would be if we took a straight line. But except when we cross from island to island, we shall not be exposed to their view, and may fall upon their ships before the crews have returned from their work of plunder." The knights fully agreed, and orders were given to the helmsman accordingly. "We must not over-fatigue the rowers," the commander said. "We may have a long chase if they have started before we get round." He therefore gave orders to the slaves that while they were to exert themselves to the utmost when crossing the open sea, they were to relax their efforts and to row within their strength while coasting along behind the islands. On board, everything was made in readiness for a fight. The knights buckled on their armor. The cook set cauldrons of pitch over the fire. The cannoneers loaded her 8 guns. It was an hour and a half after their start before they rounded the end of the last island. It extended a little farther to the south than did that to which they were making, and as they rounded the point, eager looks were cast in search of the pirate ships. No craft were, however, to be seen. "They must be in some bay or inlet," the commander said. "They can hardly have left, for it would have taken them half an hour, at least, to cross the island with their booty and captives. And even if they made straight away after having fired the village, their ship could have gone no great distance, for we must have seen her if she put to sea, unless indeed they were anchored on the east of the island, and have sailed in that direction. Keep them rowing along steadily," he said to the overseers of the slaves, "but do not press them too hard. We may have a chase yet, and need all their strength, for most of these pirates are fast craft, and if they should get a start of 3 or 4 miles, it will be a long row before we catch them." They made straight for the island, and on nearing it coasted along its southern side. It was some 3 miles long, the shore being for the most part steep, but here and there falling gradually to the water's edge. 2 or 3 little clusters of houses could be seen as they rode along. One of these was on fire. "That is good," Sir Lewis exclaimed, as on turning a point they saw the flames. "That cannot have been lighted long, and we are pretty certain to come upon the vessels before the marauders have set sail." Several inlets and small bays were passed, but all were empty. A few fishing boats lay on the shore, but there were no signs of life, as no doubt the people would, long since, have taken alarm and sought shelter in the woods. There was a sharp point just before they reached the southeastern extremity of the island, and as the galley shot past this, a shout of exultation rose from the knights, for near the mouth of an inlet that now opened to their view there lay 4 long, low vessels, above each of which floated the Moslem flag. A number of men were gathered on the shore near the ships, and heavily laden boats were passing to and fro. A yell of rage and alarm rose from the ships as the galley came into view. There was a stir and movement on the shore, and numbers of men leapt into the boats there and started for the ships. These were some 1/4 of a mile away when first seen, and half that distance had been traversed when a puff of smoke shot out from the side of one of them, followed almost immediately by a general discharge of their cannon. One ball tore along the waist of the galley, killing 6 of the rowers, and several oars on both sides were broken. 2 balls passed through the cabins in the poop. But there was no pause in the advance of the galley. The whips of the slave masters cracked, and the rowers whose oars were intact strained at them. There was no reply from the guns, but the knights raised loud the war cry of the order,
a war cry that was never heard without striking a thrill of apprehension among their Muslim foes. As they neared the pirate ships, the helm was put down, and the galley brought up alongside the largest of them, and a broadside poured into her. Then the knights, headed by their commander, leapt onto her deck. Although a number of the crew had not yet come off from shore, the Moslems still outnumbered their assailants, and knowing that their consorts would soon come to their aid, they threw themselves in a body on the Christians. But in a hand-to-hand conflict like this, the knights of the hospital were irresistible.
Protected by their armor and long shields from the blows of their enemies' scimitars and daggers,
their long, cross-handled swords fell with irresistible force on turbaned head and coat of mail, and maintaining a regular order, and advancing like a wall of steel along the deck, they drove the Moslems before them, and the combat would soon have terminated had not a shout been raised by one of the overseers of the slaves. One of the other ships had rowed alongside the galley, and the crew were already leaping on board it. At the same moment another ship came up alongside that they had boarded, while the fourth was manoeuvring to bring up under her stern.
"Sir John Boswell,"
Sir Lewis shouted,
"do you and your countrymen, with the Knights of Spain, finish with these miscreants. Knights of Germany and Provence, keep back the borders. Knights of Auvergne, follow me."
And he leaped down into the galley. The English and Spanish knights redoubled their exertions. The Moslems endeavoured to rally, seeing that help was at hand, and that but a small body were now opposed to them. But their numbers availed little. The 10 knights kept their line, and hewing their way forward, pressed them so hotly that the Turks broke and sprang over the bulwarks into the sea. Then the knights looked round. A fierce fight was going on between those of Germany and Provence and the enemy, who strove desperately to board from the ship alongside. The other vessel was now almost touching the stern, and her crew were swarming to her side in readiness to leap on board as soon as the vessels touched.
"We will keep them at bay there," Sir John Boswell shouted. "Do you, Don Pedro, and your comrades aid Ricord. When his foes are finished with, you can come back to help us."
Then, with the 4 English knights, he ran along the deck, and reached the stern just in time to hurl backwards the Moslems, who had already obtained a footing. For a time, the 5 knights kept back the surging mass of their foes. The deck was wide enough for each to have fair play for his sword, and in vain the pirates strove to obtain a footing. At last Sir Marmaduke Lumley fell, severely wounded by an arrow from a Moslem marksman, and before the others could close the gap, a score of pirates leapt onto the deck.
"Fall back, comrades, fall back, but keep together,"
Sir John Boswell shouted, as he cleft the skull of one of the pirate officers who sprang at him.
"Sir Lewis will soon finish his work, and be here to aid. Ah!"
he exclaimed, looking over his shoulder as he retired a step.
"Provence and Germany are overmatched too."
This was indeed the case. Stoutly as they fought, the knights were unable to guard the whole of the line of bulwark, and the Moslems had already obtained a footing on the deck. The discipline of the knights stood them in good stead. Drawing closely together as they retreated, they made a stand on the opposite side of the deck, and were here joined by Sir John Boswell and his companions. They now formed a semicircle, each flank resting on the bulwark, and the pirates in vain endeavoured to break their line. Again and again they flung themselves upon the knights, only to be beaten off with heavy loss. At length a loud cheer arose from the galley, and Sir Lewis Ricord, with the knights of Auvergne and Spain, having cleared the galley of their foes, and carried the pirate that had grappled with her, sprang onto the deck of the ship, and fell upon the throng that were attacking the knights there, oblivious of what was going on elsewhere. At once the English knights and their comrades took the offensive, and fell upon their assailants, who at the sight of the reinforcement, for a moment stood irresolute. For a short time there was a fierce struggle. Then the pirates sprang back to their 2 ships, and endeavoured to cast off the grapnels, but the knights followed hotly upon them, and panic-stricken now, the pirates sprang overboard. Many were drowned, but the greater part managed to swim to shore. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 24th, 2018. Chapter 5 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 Scourges of the Sea. Breathless and faint from their tremendous exertions, the knights removed their helmets.
"By St. Mary," Sir Lewis said, "this has been as hard a fight as I have ever been engaged in, and well may we be content with our victory. Well fought, my brave comrades. Each of these vessels must have carried twice our number at least, and we have captured 4 of them. But I fear the cost has been heavy."
Struck down by sword, arrow, or thrust of spear, of the rest but few had escaped unwounded, for strong as was their armor, the keen Damascus blades of the Moslems had in many cases cut clean through it, and their daggers had found entry at points where the armor joined. And now that the fight was over, several of the knights sank exhausted on the deck from loss of blood. But the dressing of wounds formed part of a knight of St. John's training. Those who were unwounded unbuckled the armor and bandaged the wounds. Others fetched wine and water from the galley. The chains of the galley slaves were removed, and these were set to clear the decks of the Moslem corpses. The anchors were dropped, for what little wind there was drifted them towards the shore. They had learned from a dying pirate that the vessels were part of the fleet of Hassan Ali, a fact that added to the satisfaction felt by the knights at their capture, as this man was one of the most dreaded pirates of the Levant. They learned that he himself had not been present, the expedition being under the command of one of his lieutenants, who had fallen in the fight.
"Now, comrades, let us in the first place take food. We have not broken our fast this morning. Then let us consider what had best be done. For indeed we have got as much in our hands as we can manage. But let us leave that till we eat and drink, for we are faint from want of food and from our exertions. But we shall have to eat what comes to hand, and that without cooking, for our servants all joined the pirates when they boarded us, and are either dead or are ashore there."
The meal was made of bread and fruit, and this with wine sufficed to recruit their energies.
"It seems to me, comrades,"
Sir Lewis said when all had finished,
"that the first thing is to search the holds of these vessels and see what valuables are stored there. These may be all carried on board one ship, and the others must be burnt, for it is clear that, as there are 4 of them, we cannot take them to Rhodes, and even with one and our galley we should fare but ill if we fell in with 2 or 3 more of Hassan's ships."
"But how about the pirates on shore, Sir Lewis?" a knight asked. "There are very many who could not get off their ships during the fight, and scores must have swum ashore. I should say that there must be full 200, and it will be a grievous thing for the islanders if we leave them there."
"It is certain," the commander said, "that we are not strong enough to attack them. For were we to land, a party would have to be left on board, or the pirates might elude our search, seize some fishing boats, and regain possession. Certainly we are in no position to divide our forces."
"Methinks," Sir John Boswell said, "that the best plan would be to send a boat manned with 10 galley slaves, taking 2 or 3 of us to the rendezvous, to fetch hither the other 2 galleys. With their aid we might take all the 4 ships safe into port, after first clearing the island of these pirates. It is but 40 miles away, and 8 hours' rowing would take us there."
There was a general murmur of assent, for all wished that the trophies of their bravery should, if possible, be carried to Rhodes.
"That will certainly be the best plan, Sir John. though it may detain us here for 2 or 3 days, even more, for it is quite uncertain when the other 2 galleys may put into the rendezvous. Will you yourself undertake the mission?"
"With pleasure."
"How many will you take with you?"
"2 will be sufficient, for we shall have no fighting to do, as we shall have to trust to our speed if we fall in with an enemy. I will take, with your permission, Sir Ralph Harcourt and Sir Gervais Tresham, both of whom have today fought with distinguished bravery. Indeed, I owe my life to them, for more than once when I was hotly pressed, they freed me from my assailants. Truly none bore themselves better in the fray than they did."
3 or 4 others joined in hearty commendations of the 2 young knights. "Indeed," one said, "I was greatly surprised to see how Tresham bore himself. He is but a lad, with scarce, one would think, strength to hold his own in such a fray. It chanced that he was next to me in the circle, and for a time I kept my eye on him, thinking he might require my aid. But I soon saw that I need not trouble myself on his account, for he wielded his weapon as doughtily as the best knight of the order could have done, and one of the proofs is that, while most of us bear marks of the conflict, he has escaped without scratch. I trust, Sir Lewis, that when you give an account of the fighting you will specially mention that this, the youngest knight of the order, bore himself as stoutly as any of them. I say this, Sir John, not being of your lang, I can speak more warmly than you can do of his skill and bravery."
"I thank you, de Boise," Sir John Boswell said, "and I am proud that my young countryman should have so gained your approbation. And now," he went on, "while the galley slaves are getting a meal, which they have right well earned today, I should like to see what there is under the hatches of these ships, so that I can give our comrades in the other galleys some idea of the value of this booty we have taken."
They rose from the table, and going on board the prizes, lifted the hatches. "Beware!" de Boisy exclaimed, looking down into the hold when the first hatch was taken off. "There are people below." A chorus of cries followed his exclamation.
"They are the voices of women and children," Sir Lewis exclaimed. "They must be captives."
This turned out to be so. In the holds of the 4 ships were found over 150 women and children. These had been brought on board in the first boatloads by the pirates, and when the Christian galley had been seen coming round the point, had been thrust below and the hatches thrown over them. They had heard the din of battle above, but knew not how the conflict had terminated, and being afraid to cry out, had remained silent until, on the hatch being lifted, they had seen the figures of Christian knights standing in the bright sunshine. All had come from the village on the other side of the island. They related how the pirates had suddenly burst upon them, had slaughtered all the men, set fire to the village, and had driven them before them across the island to the ships. The poor creatures were delighted at their escape from slavery, but at the same time were full of grief at the loss of husbands, fathers, and sons. Some laughed, others cried, while some thanked God for their rescue. Others heaped imprecations upon the authors of their misfortunes. The knights explained to them that for a short time they must remain on board, as half the pirates were still on shore, but that aid would soon arrive that would enable them to clear the island. Half an hour later, Sir John Boswell, with the 2 young knights, started in a rowing boat manned by 10 of the galley slaves. The wind had sprung up since the fight ceased, and as it was nearly astern, they anticipated that they would make a good passage, and be at the little islet named as the place of rendezvous before nightfall. Among the many bales of rich merchandise in the hold of the pirate vessels, an abundance of wine had been discovered, and of this tankard had been given to each of the slaves by Sir Lewis's orders, as a token of satisfaction at their work in the morning. They had gone some 2 miles when from one of the inlets in the island they had left, a large fishing boat was seen to issue out.
"By St. George!" Sir John exclaimed. "That boat must be full of pirates, and if they see us, which they cannot help doing, and take it in their heads to chase us, we shall have a hard time of it."
The fishing boat for a few minutes kept along the coast, and then suddenly her course was altered, and her head directed towards their boat.
Now stretch to your oars, Sir John, who spoke some Turkish, said to the slaves. Keep ahead of that boat, and I promise you on my honor as a Christian knight that I will myself purchase your freedom as soon as we get to Rhodes.
With a shout of delight, the galley slaves bent to their oars, and the boat flew along at a greatly increased speed.
There is but a small chance of our getting away, Sir John said quietly. At present we must be rowing as fast as they sail. But wind never tires, while there are limits to the powers of muscle and bone. If those fellows follow us, and I doubt not that they will, for they must be thirsting for vengeance, they will overtake us long before we get to the rendezvous, and even did we reach it, the chances are that we should not find either of the galleys there. We must hold on as long as we can, and as a last resource must run ashore. Unfortunately, there are no large islands on our way, nor have we any hope of assistance from our friends behind. The inlet looks east, and they will know nothing of our danger, nor if they did could they help us. The galley is short-handed now, and there are the captured ships to look after, and the captives we rescued. We have only ourselves to depend on.
At the end of an hour's rowing, the boat astern had gained little, but the exertions of the rowers were telling severely upon them. They were still doing their best, but their breath came in short gasps. The rowing was getting short and unsteady, and there was a sensible decrease in the speed of the boat. 3 miles ahead of them was an islet about half a mile in diameter. In some parts it was covered with foliage, but elsewhere it was bare rock.
That must be our goal, Sir John said. They will be close to us by the time we get there.
Then he said to the rowers,
Stop for a minute to get breath. We will land at that islet ahead, and I shall hold to my promise if we get there in time. Those of you who like can remain in the boat until your countrymen come up. Those who choose can leave the boat and hide yourselves as best you may. I leave the choice to yourselves. If we are overtaken and fall, I cannot keep my promise, and it will be best then for you to remain in the boat.
For 3 or 4 minutes the slaves bent forward over their oars, but as soon as Sir John gave the word, they straightened themselves up and began rowing again. The rest had done them good, and they again fell into a long, steady stroke. "Shall we buckle on our armor again?" Sir Ralph Harcourt asked, for they had not put it on when they left the ship, as the heat was very great.
"I think we had better don our mail shirts only. In climbing about that rock ahead of us, the less weight we carry the better. And with this heat I would rather fight unprotected than in casque and armor. Besides, there can be little doubt that if they come upon us, it will be our last battle. That craft behind us is crowded with men, and armor and no armor, it will come to the same in the end. If it were not that we have a mission to fulfill, and that it is of all things important to send the galleys to aid our friends, I would say let us choose a spot at the foot of the rocks there, where they cannot attack us in the rear, and there fight it out as becomes Knights of the Cross. But as it is our duty, above all things, to carry this message, we must strive to preserve our lives, and must, if we can, conceal ourselves from these Paynims. What are you going to do?"
Sir John asked the slaves, when they were within a quarter of a mile of the islet.
"I should think after we have left the boat it will be best for you to sit quietly on your benches till our pursuers arrive."
"They would cut our throats at once, Sir Knight. They will be furious at our having given them so long a chase. Hassan Ali's men care little whom they slay, and irritated by their misfortune, it will be naught to them whether we are Muslim or Christian. I for one shall take to the woods and hide." There was a chorus of assent among the other rowers.
"I trust that you may escape," the knight said. "It is for us they will be hunting, and if they catch and slay us they will not trouble to search the island further."
"It seems to me, Sir John," Gervase said, "that with the aid of these good fellows we may yet have a chance of escape."
"What is your plan, Sir Gervase?"
"I think, Sir John, that if, when we land, we climb straight up that hill, in full sight of the shore, the pirates, when they see us, will follow at once. The slaves should, therefore, be safe for a time if they hide in that wood to the left of the spot we are making for. Will you tell them to keep down by the water's edge among the bushes, and that after crossing that crest, we will try to make a dash round, so as to join them there. 'Tis probable that most of the pirates will start in pursuit of us, and if we and the slaves make a rush for the shore, we may seize our boat, push off, and capture their craft. If there are but a few left on board, knock out a plank and scuttle her, and then row away."
"By St. George, your plan is a good one, Tresham. A right good scheme, and we will try it."
He at once translated what Gervais had said to the rowers, by whom it was received with short exclamations of approval, for they were too breathless and exhausted for talk. Already they could hear the yells of the pirates, who, as the boat ran up on the beach, were but a quarter of a mile behind.
"Now, away for that wood," Sir John cried as he leapt ashore. "Now, comrades, for a climb up the hill."
It was a steep ascent, and more than once one had to be helped up by the others, and then in turn to assist them to get up beside him. Louder and louder rose the shouts of the pirates, but the knights did not glance back until they reached the top of the hill. Then they turned and looked round. A swarm of men were climbing after them, and were already halfway up the cliff.
"Heave them down,"
Sir John exclaimed, pointing to some loose rocks, and set the example by lifting a great stone and hurling it over the edge. Harcourt and Gervais at once did the same, and 20 or 30 rocks were speedily sent rolling down the steep ascent, and yells, shouts, and cries were heard below.
"That will check them a bit. Now let us be off,"
Sir John Boswell said, and they at once started. After crossing 100 yards of bare rock, they stood at the edge of another slope into a deep valley, beyond which rose the central hill of the island. The valley ran right across, and was filled with trees extending to the sea at either end. Running rapidly down, the knights were within the shelter of the wood before the Moslems had reached the brow behind them. A minute later they heard the shouts of their enemies. Once in the wood, they turned to the left, and in a few minutes stood on the seashore. It was a little bay, some 200 yards across, and at either point the cliffs rose abruptly from the water.
"We shall have to swim round the point," Sir John said. "Take off your mail shirts. We will make our way along the rocks as far as we can, and then drop them into the sea. Otherwise they will know that we have taken to the water."
They hurried along the rocks, and were able to make their way to within 50 yards of the point. Then throwing their mail shirts into the sea, they plunged in. All knew the importance of getting round before any of the pirates who would be searching the valley came down on the shore, and they swam their hardest until they rounded the corner. The wood rang with the shouts of their pursuers, but no yell had risen from the water's edge. 100 yards farther, and they were able to land, and were in a short time in the shelter of the trees that fringed the water to the point where they had left the boat. There was no longer any occasion for speed, and they made their way through the thick bushes and undergrowth quietly, until they recovered breath after their exertions. They had gone a few hundred yards when from the bushes the slave suddenly rose up.
"All has gone well,"
Sir John said to them in their own language.
"The pirates are searching for us on the other side of the hill. There are not likely to be many of them left here. We shall soon be in possession of our boat again."
Followed by the slaves, they made their way forward until they stood at the edge of the wood. 5 or 6 pirates were standing on the shore. "I expect they have been left there," Harcourt said, "to prevent the slaves from carrying off the boat. They must have seen them run into the wood. They won't reckon on our being with them." Drawing their swords, the 3 knights rushed out, followed by the slaves. They had but 100 yards to run. The pirates, on seeing them, raised a yell and drew their scimitars, but the sight of the knights rushing upon them, when they had expected but a few unarmed rowers, was too much for their courage, and when their assailants were still 50 yards away, they turned and fled. The fishing craft had been run ashore but a few yards from their boat.
"Get her afloat, Harcourt, and bring her to the stern of the fishermen. Now, Tresham, follow me."
Sir John Boswell climbed up on the fishing boat, which was a craft of some 15 tons burden. She was entirely deserted, but the sail still hung from the yard, and a fire was burning on a stone hearth. raised on some logs of wood in the center of the deck.
"Look for something to stave in a plank, Tresham."
Gervais leaped down into the hold. There were some nets and spare sails lying there, but nothing that would answer the purpose. He examined the planks. The boat was very strongly and roughly built. "There is nothing here, Sir John, that will do, and nothing short of a heavy sledgehammer would suffice to smash one of these planks."
"There are a lot of them coming down the hill, Tresham. We have not many minutes to spare, but we must disable the craft. They will soon be after us again. They have run her hard and fast here, but when they all come back, they will soon get her off. Let us try one of these sweeps."
He lifted one of the heavy oars, and holding it upright, he and Gervais together tried to drive the handle through the bottom. Again and again they raised it and drove it down, but the plank was too strong and too securely fastened to the timbers.
"We must give it up," the knight said with a sigh. "Fortune has befriended us so far, Tresham, but she has deserted us at last. Another 3 minutes, and we shall have 30 or 40 of them upon us."
At this moment the lad's eye fell upon the fire. "We shall manage yet," he exclaimed, and seizing a blazing brand, he jumped below and set fire to the sails stowed there. They were as dry as tinder, and the flames shot up at once.
"That is good, Tresham," the knight said, "but they will put it out before it has caught the boat."
"Not before it has burnt the sails," Gervais replied. "Now for this one." And he applied the brand to the lower edge of the great sail. Without a word, Sir John seized the other brand and fired the sail on the other side of the deck. The flames flashed up, and a wild yell of rage and alarm broke from the pirates, who were now rushing down towards the beach.
"Now to the boat, Tresham. We have no time to lose if we would avoid being pounded with stones."
They dropped over the stern into the boat. The galley slaves dipped their oars into the water, and she shot away just as the foremost of the pirates reached the edge of the water. A few stones were thrown, but the pirates were so anxious about the craft, by which alone they could escape from the island, that the majority at once climbed on board. At a word from the knight, the slaves stopped rowing 100 yards from the shore. The sail was already consumed, and the yard and the upper part of the mast were in flames. A dense smoke was rising from the hold, and the pirates were throwing buckets of water down into it. In a few minutes the smoke decreased.
"I thought that they would be able to put it out. But as far as we are concerned, it matters little. They have lost their sails, and as I saw but 4 sweeps, we can travel 5 miles to their 1. If we find the galleys, we will look in here on our way back, and if they have not left, we will fire that craft more effectually. And then the pirates will be trapped, and we can leave them till we have fetched off Sir Lewis and his prizes, and then have a grand hunt here. We took no prisoners before, and 100 slaves will be a useful addition to our wall builders. Now, Tresham, I have to thank you warmly, for Harcourt and I doubly owe our lives to you. It was thanks to your quickness of wit that we regained our boat, for I would not have given a ducat for our chances had you not thought of that scheme. In the second place, we would assuredly have been overtaken again, had it not been for your happy thought of crippling them by burning their sails. By St. George, Harcourt, this young countryman of ours is as quick and as ready of wit as he has shown himself a brave and gallant fighter. We have no lack of sturdy fighters, but the wit to devise and to seize upon the right thing in the moment of danger is vastly more rare. As for myself, I have no shame that this lad, who is young enough to be my son, should have thus, twice in a single hour, pointed out the way to safety. With sword and battle-axe I can, I trust, hold my own with any man, but my brain is dull when it comes to hatching schemes. If we live, we shall see Gervais one of the most distinguished knights of the order." "Well, I feel gratified indeed, as I may well be by your commendation, Sir John. I must, under your favour, say that you have given me a far greater degree of credit than is my due. There was the fire, and there was the sail, and the thought that the one would destroy the other was simply a natural one, which might have occurred to a child. As to the plan about the boat, seeing that there was the hill and the wood, it flashed upon me at once that we might make a circuit and come back to her." Just so, lad, but those thoughts did not flash upon my mind, nor upon that of Harcourt. It is just because those sort of ideas do flash upon the minds of some men, and not of others, that the first rise to the rank of distinguished commanders, while the others remain simple knights who would play their part in a charge or in the defense of a breach, but would be of no account as leaders. Now row along steadily, men, he went on, speaking to the slaves. We are still in good time, for it was not an hour from the moment we touched the island to our departure from it, and much of that time we have gained by the speed with which you rode before. At any rate, we shall make out the island before sunset, and whether we arrive there a little sooner or later matters little. Harcourt, hand me that wineskin and a goblet. A draught will do us good after our climb and swim, and these good fellows will be none the worse for a cup also.
Inspired with the hope of freedom, the slaves rowed steadily, and the sun had just set when they entered a little inlet in the rocky isle that was their place of rendezvous.
Thanks be to the saints,
Sir John exclaimed as they reached the entrance.
There is Sandoval's galley.
There was a stir on board the galley as the boat was seen approaching. The knights had put on their armor, which they had found still lying in the boat. The pirates, in their haste to pursue, having left her unexamined, while those who had remained on guard had abstained from touching anything until the return of their captain and comrades.
Whence come you, Sir John? And what is the news? No misfortune has befallen Ricord's galley, I hope?
The Spanish knight in command shouted, as the boat came near enough for him to recognize the features of its occupants.
All is well,
Sir John shouted back.
But we have taken more prizes than we can manage, though not without hard fighting. 7 knights have fallen, and at least 10 others will not be able to buckle their armor on again for some time to come. So I have been sent here to beg your assistance, and it is well that it should be given speedily, for if more pirates' vessels come up before you join, Ricord and his companions will be in sorry plight.
By this time the boat had reached the side of the galley, and as Sir John and his 2 companions stepped on board, the knights crowded round to hear the details of the news. Exclamations of approval and satisfaction arose when Sir John related the incidents of the fight, and told them that the 4 vessels that had fallen into their hands formed part of Hassan Ali's fleet. "That is good news indeed, Boswell," Don Sandoval said, "and I would I had been there to take part in so gallant a fight. It is well you found us here, for with 4 prizes on hand, and with half his strength dead or disabled, Rickard must be in sore need of aid. We will start tomorrow morning at daybreak. As all the ships were taken, there is little fear of any of the other pirates hearing news of what has happened."
I don't know, Sir John replied. There were, as I told you, some 200 pirates left on the island. About half of these, we know, seized a fishing boat and escaped, for they chased us, and we have had as narrow an escape from death as has ever fallen to my lot, though I have been in over a score of hard-fought battles. The rest may well have taken another fishing boat and made off also, for we saw several craft along the shores of the island. If so, they may have made for Hassan Ali's rendezvous, wherever that may be, just as I made here, and by this time some of his ships may be on the way there.
"By St. Anthony, this alters the situation gravely," Don Sandoval said. "Fellow knights, we must lose no time in going to Ricord's assistance. The slaves have had a long row today, but they must start on another. Let them have a good meal to strengthen them, and a cup of wine each. Whatever their scruples at other times, they never refuse wine when there is heavy work to be done, knowing full well that a draught of it helps them mightily in their labours. Your men must have rowed well, Sir John, to have brought you here so quickly."
"I have promised them their freedom," Sir John said, "and they shall have it, even if I have to pay their value into the treasury. As I told you, we were hotly pursued, for the craft with her sail went faster than we with our oars, and knowing the importance of bringing the news here, I encouraged them by promising them their freedom should we get away. Not only did they row right manfully, but they proved faithful in our extremity, and when all seemed lost, stuck to us instead of deserting and joining the pirates.
But how did you get away, Sir John, if their craft outsailed you?
I owe my life entirely to the quick wit of my young countryman, Sir Gervase Tresham here.
And Sir John then related the incidents of their adventure on the island, his narrative eliciting warm expressions of approval from the knights. Of course you will go with us, Boswell, Don Sandoval said, when the master of the slaves announced that these had eaten their meal and were ready.
I must do so, Sir John replied. I want you on your way to look in at that island where we had so narrow an escape, and if we find their craft still there we can destroy it. The place is directly in our course. We shall therefore lose but little time in looking in. Of course they may have gone as soon as they got their vessel afloat, but it is hardly likely. They would have no idea of my returning with a galley so soon, and will probably set to make a dozen more oars before they start, for she had but 4 on board, which will scarce suffice to send her a mile an hour through the water. Therefore I fancy they will not put off until tomorrow morning. If that is so, and we destroy their craft, they will be trapped in the islet, and on our return we can capture them all. I think of leaving Harcourt and Tresham in the boat, in order that when Piccolomini's galley comes in, they may direct him also to join us.
He may be in at any moment. We met him 3 days since. He had captured a pirate and sent her off under charge of 10 of his knights. We agreed to meet him this evening, and as he is not here, he will probably be in the first thing in the morning. Gervase and Harcourt took their places in the boat again. The galley got up its anchor and started. Just as she reached the mouth of the inlet, another galley rounded the point and nearly ran into her. "I am going to Ricord's assistance, Piccolomini," Don Sandoval shouted. "Is it urgent?" the commander of the galley shouted back. "We have had a very long row, and can go no farther, unless his strait is a very sore one. No, come in the morning. You will hear all the news from a boat lying 200 yards astern. 2 young English knights are waiting in her to give you the news. Ricord has made a fine capture. Row on, men." And the galley proceeded on her way, while the newcomer proceeded up the harbor. Harcourt and Gervase at once went on board, and the former gave the Italian commander an account of the battle that had taken place, and the capture of the 4 pirate vessels. After the exclamations of satisfaction by the knights had ceased, he recounted their own adventures, which were heard with lively interest. "I hope indeed that Sandoval will burn that fishing boat, and that we shall capture the pirates," the commander said. "We have need of more slaves to carry out the works at Rhodes. Now let us to supper, gentlemen, and then to sleep. In 6 hours we will be off again, for if some more of these villains have escaped and carried the news to Hassan Ali, our swords may be sorely needed by Ricord and Sandoval tomorrow." End of Chapter 5 of A Knight of the White Cross. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 25th, 2018. Chapter 6 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 Knighted. At 3 in the morning, all on board the galley were astir. A ration of bread and meat was served out to the slaves, and the boat was soon afterwards under way. The rowers of the English knight's boat had been warmly commended by the commander and placed in charge of the overseer, with instructions that they were to be treated as free men. As soon as the galley slaves set to work, however, they seated themselves on the benches and double-banked some of the oars, anxious to please the knights.
With the exception of those whose turn it was to be on watch, most of the knights slept until daybreak. "At the rate we are rowing, Gervase," Harcourt said as they went up onto the poop together, "it will not take us very long to join our friends."
We are going through the water at fully 6 miles an hour, and as we have already been 2 hours under way, in another 3 we shall be there." An hour and a half later they passed the island where they had landed. The 2 young knights pointed out to the others the valley into which they had descended, and the point round which they had swum. In a few minutes they caught sight of the landing place. "Look, Gervais, there is something black showing just above the water." "I see it. I think it is a line of timbers. There were certainly no rocks there when we ran ashore."
"Then Sandoval must have found the craft still there, and burnt her," one of the knights standing by remarked. "And the pirates are caged up. It will take them some time to make a raft that will carry them to the next island. And before they can do that, we shall be back again. I shall be sorry if they escape, for they are as ruthless a set of villains as sail the seas."
The galley had traversed half the remaining distance when the sound of a gun was faintly heard. For a moment there was an absolute hush on the poop. Then 3 or 4 shots in rapid succession were heard. "Some pirate ships must have come up," the commander exclaimed. Then he shouted down to the slaves, "Row, men, row for your lives. Overseer, do not spare your lash if any hang back from their work." The galley had been traveling fast before, but her speed greatly increased as the slaves rowed their hardest. Fast as she was traveling, the impatience of the knights was extreme. They walked up and down the deck, making vows of candles that should be burnt at the shrine of St. John if they arrived in time to take a share in the fight,
stopping at times to listen to the sound of artillery, which was now so frequent as to show that a severe engagement was being fought.
Many of the younger knights ran down to the waist and double-banked the oars, and in a shorter time than it seemed possible, the galley arrived at the mouth of the bay. A desperate fight was going on. Ricord's ship lay idle and deserted at anchor. 5 pirate crafts surrounded Sandoval's galley. 2 of them were alongside of her. The others were raking her fore and aft with their shot. The young knights left the oars, sprang up to the poop, and joined in the shout of encouragement raised by the others, and then, resuming their helmets and armor, stood ready to leap on board an enemy as soon as they reached her. Piccolomini directed the helmsman to lay him alongside one of the ships grappling with Sandoval. As they came up, their galley's cannon poured their fire into her, and a moment later the knights sprang on board. In the din of battle their shout had been unheard. The pirates thronging the other side of their ship were intent only on overcoming the resistance of the knights, and even the discharge of cannon had not called their attention to their foe, until the latter, shouting the war cry of the order, fell suddenly upon them. A panic at once seized them. Some were cut down almost unresistingly, but the great majority, running to the bow or stern, threw themselves overboard and swam to the other ships. The pirate ship on the other side of Sandoval's galley instantly threw off the grapnels and thrust off from her side, and immediately hauling in the sheets of the big sail, began at once to draw away, while her 3 consorts made for the mouth of the bay. "Back to your galley, comrades!" Piccolomini shouted, "or with this brisk wind they will escape us." The knights at once crossed on to their own craft. The oars were got out, and the chase began. A minute or 2 later Don Sandoval followed them, but soon gave up, as so large a number of the oars had been broken when the 2 pirate ships ran alongside him,
that it would have been hopeless to pursue. The wind was blowing freshly, and was rapidly increasing in strength, so that, in spite of the efforts of the galley slaves,
the pirates gradually drew away, running straight before the wind, and aiding the effects of the sails with oars. Seeing the hopelessness of the chase, Piccolomini abandoned it, after rowing for 2 miles, and returned to the island. The other 2 galleys were lying beside each other, and Piccolomini had his craft steered alongside them. "Thanks, Piccolomini, for arriving so opportunely," Sandoval, who was seated on the deck leaning against the bulwarks, said, as his fellow commander leapt on board and came towards him. "Would that I had arrived sooner, Sandoval, for I see that you have been grievously wounded." "Aye, one of the Paynham's cannonballs has carried off both my legs below the knee. The leech has been searing the wounds with a hot iron, and says that he thinks I shall get over it. But if so, I fear that my fighting days are past, unless indeed I fight seated on a chair. However, I ought not to grumble. I have lost many brave comrades, and others are wounded more sorely than I am." Sir Lewis Ricord now joined them. He embraced Piccolomini warmly.
"I never heard a more welcome shout, Piccolomini, than that which you gave when you fell upon the Moslems. For in truth the issue of the conflict was doubtful. I was delighted when this morning at daybreak Sandoval's galley rode in. We had all kept watch during the night, thinking the pirates might obtain boats and make an attack upon us. And with but 20 of us fit to wield a sword, our position would have been a bad one, and at any rate they might have recaptured the prizes. We agreed that Sandoval and his knights should land at once. This they did. Sir John Boswell had of course told me how his boat had been chased by a fishing craft, manned by a large number of pirates, and that he feared the rest might similarly have escaped, and might have gone to bring some more of Hassan Ali's ships upon us. As soon as Sandoval landed, some of the natives came down and told him that there was not a pirate remaining there, the rest having started in another boat a few minutes after the one that had chased Boswell. Sandoval left 2 of his men with orders to ascend to the highest spot on the island, and to keep watch, and then brought the rest off to his galley. Our first step was, of course, to send all the women and children ashore. Then we consulted as to what had best be done if the pirates should come back in force. We hoped, at any rate, that this would not happen until you arrived. We expected that you would be here before noon, but we decided that should they get here before you, we from our galley should embark on Sandoval's, as it was better to fight in one strongly manned boat than to divide our forces. It was scarce half an hour after Sandoval came down before the men left on the lookout appeared on the beach. On fetching them off, they told us that as soon as they reached the top of the hill, they saw 5 vessels approaching with sails and oars, and that they would be here in half an hour at the outside. We at once abandoned my galley, brought the rowers and the wounded here, and prepared for the fight. As you saw, they ran their 2 biggest ships alongside us, and for 2 hours the fight went on. They were crowded with men, who in vain strove to get a footing on our decks. Had we only had these 2 to deal with, we should have had nothing to fear, heavily manned though they were. But the other 3 kept sailing backwards and forwards, discharging their guns into us as they passed, firing not only shot, but bags of bullets. Their gunners were skillful, and as you see, they have completely riddled our poop. 20 knights have been killed, and 11 others sorely wounded. Scarce one has escaped unscathed. You may guess, then, how welcome was your aid, which we had not expected for another 3 hours. We were on the point of abandoning the waist and gathering on the poop, which we could still have defended for a considerable time, when, as if dropped from the skies, you fell upon the pirates and turned the tables. How is it that you were here so early?" "We started at 3 o'clock, instead of waiting for daybreak. It seemed from the story of the 2 young knights that it was possible you might be attacked early, and crippled as your command was, and with 4 prizes on your hands, I deemed it best to come on as soon as the rowers had had a few hours' rest." "It is well that you did so. It would have been a grievous affair had 2 of our galleys been captured by the pirates. It would have been a blow to the prestige of the order. It would have brought such strength to Hassan Ali and other pirate leaders that nothing short of sending out a fleet would have recovered our ascendancy. And as every ducat we can spare has to be spent on the fortifications, It would have been a misfortune indeed had we been obliged to fit out such an expedition at present. Who have fallen, Sir Lewis? 5 more of the knights of my galley, Pierre de Vigny's, Raoul de Montpellier, Ernest Schmidt, Raymond Garcia, and Albert Schenk. Here is the list of the knights of Sandoval's galley. 'Tis a long list, and a sad one, Piccolomini said after reading the names. With the 7 who fell in your first fight, 27 knights have fallen, all brave comrades. Truly we can ill spare such a loss. It is true there are 5 prizes to show for it, and we have struck Hassan Ali a blow that will resound through the Levant. But the cost is heavy. It is indeed, Ricord agreed. The 4 vessels are well filled with rich spoil that the scoundrels have gathered, and I doubt not that the one you captured is equally rich. Still, had they been 10 times as valuable, the booty would be dearly purchased at such a price. There was now a consultation among the leaders, and it was agreed that 6 knights should be placed in each of the captured ships, with 10 of the galley slaves to work the sails, the others being equally divided between the 3 galleys. They were, in the first place, to row to the island where the pirates were imprisoned, and to slay or capture the whole of them. Afterwards they were to make direct for Rhodes. With so numerous a fleet, there was no fear of their being attacked. The arrangements took but a short time to complete. An hour later they left the port, the 3 galleys rowing ahead, while the 5 prizes, under easy sail, followed them. Sir John Boswell had been wounded, but not so seriously as to altogether disable him, and he was in command of one of the prizes, having Sir Adam Tedbond, Harcourt, Gervase, and a German knight with him. Sir Marmaduke Lumley, who after the first fight was over was found to the surprise and pleasure of his comrades to be still living, was, with the rest of the wounded, on board one of the galleys. 2 of the pirates had fallen dead across him, and in the ardor of their attack on the knights, he had lain there unnoticed until the return of Sir Lewis and his comrades had driven the pirates overboard. The leech was of opinion that he might yet recover from his wound. On arriving at the island, 60 of the knights disembarked. The woods near the shore were first searched, but were found untenanted. They were about to advance up the hill when a man appeared on the crest above them, waving a white flag. He was told to come down, and on his arrival said that he was sent by his companions to offer to surrender, on the promise that their lives should be spared. The knights were well pleased to be saved the trouble of a long search through the woods, and the messenger left at once to acquaint the pirates that their terms were accepted. In a short time some 80 men made their way down the hill. On reaching the beach they were disarmed, divided equally between the galleys, and distributed among the rowers, filling up the place of those who had been killed by the fire of the Moslems, and of the men drafted into the prizes. They begged for food and water before they began work, and on being questioned, admitted that their surrender was due principally to the fact that they had been unable to find food of any sort on the island, and that after searching all over it, no spring of water could be discovered.
In that case,
Sir John Boswell said,
I have no doubt that they have all surrendered. I before thought it probable that a good many of them would have remained hidden, trusting to be able to make a raft after we had left, and so get away, believing rightly enough that we should be disinclined to search every foot of the island for them. As it is, I doubt not all are here.
The little fleet anchored that night at the rendezvous, and after 2 more days' rowing reached Rhodes, where the appearance of the 3 galleys, followed by their 5 prizes, was greeted with great acclamation. The news, however, that 27 knights had fallen, and that 13 or 14 others were very gravely wounded, damped the satisfaction that every one had first felt. D'Aubusson came down as soon as they reached the mole, and was greatly affected when he received Ricord's report.
"It is an unfortunate loss indeed, Sir Lewis," he said, "though it may be that the victory is not too dearly purchased. I do not speak of the captured ships, nor of the spoil they contain, nor even of the slaves you have brought us. welcome though all may be, but of the effect that the defeat and capture of these craft of Hassan Ali's will have. It is plain that the preparations the Sultan is making, and the belief that Rhodes is doomed, have so encouraged the infidels that they are becoming really formidable at sea. This blow will show them that the order has yet power to sweep the sea of pirates. Since, however, this adventure has taught us that a single leader like Hassan sails with at least 9 ships under his orders, it is clear that in future our galleys must not adventure singly among the islands. It was fortunate indeed that first Santoval and then Piccolomini arrived to your assistance. How was it that they happened to come up so opportunely?
Sir John Boswell, with Ralph Harcourt and Gervais Tresham, went in a boat to the rendezvous we had arranged, and reached it after an adventure, which I will leave Sir John to tell himself. I may say that the 2 young knights named had in our encounter both obtained very high credit amongst us all for the valor with which they fought. No one bore himself more stoutly, and I am glad to take this early opportunity of bringing their conduct before your notice. As you will learn from Sir John, Gervais Tresham afterwards showed a quickness of wit that was the means of saving the lives of those with him, and I may say also of all with me, for had they failed to reach the rendezvous, we should have fallen easy victims to the 5 ships Hassan Ali brought against us.
Sending for Sir John Boswell, the Grand Prior heard from him the details of his adventure in the boat.
I am right glad to hear you speak so warmly of Tresham, Sir John, for I regard him as my special protégé, and am pleased indeed to find that at this outset of his career he has proved himself not only a brave knight, but full of resource and quick at invention. I think, Sir John, that these 2 young knights have shown themselves well worthy of receiving the honor of secular knighthood.
Assuredly they have,
Sir John agreed. Then, Sir John, will you bestow it upon them? The order as an order does not bestow the honor, but its members do not forfeit their right as knights to bestow it individually, and none among us are more worthy of admitting them to your rank than yourself.
I would gladly do it, Sir Peter, but the honor would come far better from yourself, and would not only be more highly prized by them, but would be of greater value in the eyes of others. I am but a simple knight commander of the order, and my name would scarce be known beyond its ranks. But to be knighted by one whose name is known and honored throughout Europe would give them a standing wherever they went, and place them on a level with the best.
If that is your opinion, Boswell, I will myself undertake it, and will do it at once. It were better done here than at a conclave of the order. Now, when they are fresh from the battle, let the knights be summoned from the other galleys at once.
In a few minutes the whole of the knights were assembled on the poop of the galley.
Friends and brother knights, D'Aubusson said, first, in the name of the order, I have to thank you all most heartily for the brave deeds that you have performed, and for the fresh honor you have won for it. Every man has, as I learned from the 3 commanders, borne himself as a true and valiant knight, ready to give his life in the cause of the order and of humanity. 2 names have been specially brought before me by Commander Ricord and by the good knight Sir John Boswell. They are those of 2 young companions, who, though knights of our order, have not yet received secular knighthood. And this, in the opinion of these 2 knights, they have right worthily won. Sir Ralph Harcourt and Sir Gervais Tresham, step forward.
The 2 young knights, coloring with pleasure at this unexpected honor, removed their helmets and stood with bowed heads before the Grand Prior. D'Aubusson went on, turning to the knights around him.
I am about, comrades, to undertake the office of knighting them. Sir Lewis Ricord and Sir John Boswell stand as their sponsors. But before I proceed, I would ask you all whether you too approve and hold that Sir Ralph Harcourt and Sir Gervais Tresham have proved themselves worthy of the honor of secular knighthood at my hands.
There was a general reply in the affirmative, the answer of the survivors of Rickord's crew being specially emphatic. The Grand Prior drew his sword, and the 2 young knights knelt before him, their sponsors standing beside them.
Sir Ralph Harcourt, you have now been 4 years a knight of this order, but hitherto you have had no opportunity of drawing sword against the infidels. Now that the chance has come, you have proved yourself a true and valiant brother of the order, and well worthy of the secular accolade. It is in that capacity that I now knight you. It is not the Grand Prior of Averny, but Sir Peter d'Aubusson of the Grand Cross of St. Louis, who now bestows upon you the honor of secular knighthood."
He touched him lightly with the sword. He then turned to Gervase.
"You, Sir Gervase Tresham, are young indeed to receive the honor of secular knighthood, but valor is of no age, and in the opinion of your commanders, and in that of your comrades, you have proved yourself worthy of the honor. You have shown, too, that as Sir John Boswell has related to me, you are not only brave in action, but able in the moment of danger to plan and execute. You were, he tells me, the means of saving his life and that of your comrade, and by thus enabling him to bear to the place of rendezvous the news of Sir Lewis's danger, were also the means of saving the lives of Sir Lewis and his companions, and of bringing home in safety the prizes he had taken. With such a beginning, it is easy to foresee that you will win for yourself some day a distinguished position in the ranks of the order, and are most worthy of the honor I now bestow upon you."
And he touched him with his sword. The 2 young knights rose to their feet, bowed deeply to d'Aubusson, and then retired with their sponsors. They were at once surrounded by the knights, who shook them by the hand and warmly congratulated them upon the honor that had befallen them, receiving equally warm congratulations on their arrival at the auberge of the Lang. The 5 prizes turned out when their cargoes were landed to be much more valuable than the cursory examination made by the knights had warranted them in expecting. They contained, indeed, an accumulation of the most valuable contents of the prizes taken by the pirates for a long time previously. And as these desperadoes preyed upon Turkish commerce as well as Christian, the goods consisted largely of Eastern manufactures of all kinds, costly robes, delicate embroidery, superb carpets, shawls, goldsmiths' work, and no small amount of jewels, were among the spoil collected, and the bulk of the merchandise captured was, 2 days later, dispatched in galleys to Genoa and Marseille to be sold for the benefit of the order. D'Aubusson, without hesitation, carried out Sir John Boswell's promise to the slaves who had rowed his boat. They were not only set at liberty, but were each presented with a sum of money, and were placed on board a galley and landed on the mainland. The English knights were all proud of the honor that had been won by their young countrymen, the only exception being Robert Rivers, who was devoured with jealousy at their advancement. He did not openly display his feelings, for the reports not only of Sir John Boswell, but of the other 2 English knights, were so strong that he dared not express his discontent. He himself had twice been engaged with pirates, but had gained no particular credit, and indeed had, in the opinion of his comrades, been somewhat slack in the fray. He was no favourite in the auberge, though he spared no pains to ingratiate himself with the senior knights, and had a short time before been very severely reprimanded by the bailiff for striking one of the servants. "I have more than once had to reprove you for your manners to the servants," the bailiff said. "You will now be punished by the septane. You will fast for 7 days. On Wednesday and Friday you will receive bread and water only, and will be confined to the auberge for that period. The next time that I have reason to complain of you, I shall bring the matter before the Grand Master, and represent to him that it were best to send you home, since you cannot comport yourself to the servants of the auberge as befits a knight of the order. We have always borne the reputation of being specially kind to our servants, and it is intolerable that one who has been but a short time only a professed knight
should behave with a hauteur and insolence that not even the oldest among us would permit himself. There is not one of the servants here who was not in his own country of a rank and station equal, if not superior to your own. And though misfortune has fallen upon them, they are to be pitied rather than condemned for it. In future, you are to give no order whatever to the servants, nor to address them, save when at meals you require anything. If you have any complaints to make of their conduct to you, you will make them to me, and I will inquire into the matter. And if I find they have failed in their duty, they will be punished. I shall keep my eye upon you in the future. There are other faults that I have observed in you. More than once I have heard you address Sir Gervais Tresham in a manner which, were not duelling forbidden by our rules, might bring about bloodshed. And from what I have seen when I have been watching the exercises, he is as much your superior in arms as he is in manner and disposition." This reproof had greatly subdued Robert Rivers, and as he felt that any display of his jealousy of Gervais would be resented by the other knights, and might result in serious consequences to himself, he abstained from any exhibition of it when they returned to the auberge, although he could not bring himself to join in the congratulations offered to them. The next day, however, when he was talking to Ralph Harcourt, he remarked, "From what I hear, Harcourt, D'Aubusson praised young Tresham very highly. It seems to me that there was nothing at all out of the way in what he did. It was very unfair that he should be selected for higher praise than yourself." "It was not unfair at all," Ralph said warmly, for he was of a generous nature, and incapable of the base feeling of envy. "Tresham did a great deal more than I did. When we saw the pirate boat gaining so fast upon us, it seemed to Sir John Boswell, as well as to myself, that there was scarce a chance of escape, and that all we could do was to choose a spot on which to make a stand, and then to sell our lives as dearly as we could. I could see that Sir John was scanning the hill for a spot where we could best defend ourselves. As to hiding on so small an island, with 100 men eager for our blood searching for us, it was well nigh impossible. It was Tresham's suggestion alone that saved our lives, and enabled us to fetch succour to Sir Lewis. Sir John, who is an old and tried soldier, said that for quickness and merit of conception, the oldest knight of the order could not have done better, and he is not one to praise unduly. I am 4 years older than Gervais Tresham, but I tell you that were he named tomorrow commander of a galley, I would willingly serve under him." "Well, well, you need not be angry, Harcourt. I have nothing to say against Tresham. No doubt he had a happy thought, which turned out well, but I cannot see that there was anything wonderful in it, and it seemed to me unfair that one who is a mere boy should receive higher praise than yourself, who, as I heard Sir John and Sir Adam Tedbond say last night at the refectory, bore yourself right gallantly." "I did my best," Ralph said shortly. "But there was small credit in that when we were fighting for our lives. The most cowardly beast will fight under such circumstances. When you see a Moslem rushing at you, scimitar in hand, you know that if you do not cut him down, he will cut you down. You naturally strike as hard and as quickly as you can. You have never liked Gervais, Rivers. I am sure I don't know why, but you always speak in a contemptuous sort of tone about him. True, it does him no harm, but it certainly does you no good. For what reason should you feel a contempt for him? Although so much younger, he is a better swordsman and a better rider than you are. He is liked by everyone in the auberge, which is more than can be said of yourself.
He is always good-tempered, and is quiet and unassuming. What on earth do you always set yourself against him for?" "I do not know that I do set myself against him," Rivers said solemnly. "I own to having no great liking for him, which is natural enough, seeing that his father was a Lancastrian, while we are Yorkists. But it is not pleasant to see so much made of a boy, merely because D'Aubusson has favoured him." "I am certain," Harcourt said hotly, "that such an idea has never occurred to anyone but yourself. Sir Peter is a great man, and will soon be our Grand Master, but at present he is but Grand Prior of the Lang of Auvergne, and whether he favours Tresham or not is a matter that concerns none of us. Gervase is liked by us for his own good qualities. He bears himself, as a young knight should do, respectfully towards his seniors. It is ever ready to do a service to anyone. No one has ever seen him out of temper. He is always kind and considerate to the servants, and when in command of parties of slaves at the public works, never says a harsh word to them, but treats them as if they were human beings, and not brute beasts. Besides, though he is more skilful than any of us with his sword, or indeed at any of the military exercises, he is unassuming and has no particle of pride or arrogance. It is for all these things that he is liked, and the friendship of D'Aubusson has not whatever to do with it. It is not only D'Aubusson who has prophesied that he will rise to a distinguished rank in the order. Boswell and Ricord both said the same, and I for one thoroughly believe it. Is there one among us under the age of 20, and I might go farther, who has already won such credit for himself? One who when but 16 can make his mark in an order like ours is certain to rise to high office, and you and I may, before many years are over, be proud to serve under him." "That I will never do," Rivers said fiercely. "I would rather go and bury myself for life in the smallest commandery in England." "That may be," Harcourt retorted, his temper also roused. "But possibly you might prefer that to fighting under any other leader." "That is a reflection on my courage, Sir Ralph Harcourt. I shall lay this matter before the bailiff." "You can do as you like," Harcourt said disdainfully, "but I don't think you will benefit by your pains." When his temper cooled down, Rivers acknowledged to himself the truth of what Harcourt said. He was not in the favour of the bailiff, while both Harcourt and Tresham stood at the present moment high in his estimation. Any complaint would lead to an inquiry into the matter that had led to the former's words, and even if Harcourt were reprimanded for using them, he himself would assuredly not gain in the estimation of the knights. Harcourt himself thought no more of the matter, though he laughingly told Gervase that Rivers was by no means gratified at their both attaining the honour of secular knighthood, which virtually placed them over his head. "He is not a nice fellow," Gervase said, "but naturally it must be galling to him, and to a good many others who have not yet had the chance of distinguishing themselves. I think it is very good of them that they are all so kind and cordial. Of course it is otherwise with you, who are as old as most of the other professed knights serving here, but with me it is quite different. And as Rivers somehow has never been very friendly with me, of course it is doubly galling to him. I hope he will soon get an opportunity of winning his spurs too." "That is just like you, Tresham. If I were in your place, I should have no good wishes for a fellow who has never lost an opportunity of annoying me, and that without the smallest cause of offence on my part." I am sure I would not wish him ill, Harcourt. You would make allowance for him just as I do, and feel that if he had had the same opportunities, he would have obtained the same credit and honors. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 25th, 2018. Chapter 7 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. A First Command. The first news that the knights heard on their return from their expedition was that the Grand Master Orsini was seriously ill, and that at his advanced age the doctors feared there was little hope of his rallying. Gervais felt a keen regret on hearing that the kind and gentle old man, who had been for 3 years his master, was at the point of death. Nevertheless, it was generally felt among the knights that in view of the dangers that threatened Rhodes, it was for the good of the order that a strong and capable man, whom all respected, and who possessed their entire confidence, should at such a time be invested with absolute power. D'Aubusson had indeed for some years been the real head of the community, but every question had, if only as a matter of form, to be referred to the Grand Master in order to obtain his approval and signature. In the state of feebleness to which he had for some months past fallen, much time was frequently lost before he could be made to understand the questions referred to him. Moreover, orders of D'Aubusson could be appealed against, his views thwarted, and his authority questioned, and it was therefore felt that, much as they all respected the old Grand Master, it would be an advantage to the order when the supreme authority passed into the hands of D'Aubusson. 4 days after the return of the expedition, Orsini died. A few hours later, the Grand Council was convened, and D'Aubusson unanimously elected Grand Master of the Order. The ceremony of the funeral of his predecessor was an imposing one. Every knight of the Order in Rhodes was present, together with a number of the leading natives of the island, and although Gervais had, since his arrival on the island, seen many stately ceremonies, this far surpassed anything he had previously beheld. Gervais had, at one of his first interviews with D'Aubusson after his arrival at the island, been advised by him to acquire some knowledge of Turkish. "There are but few knights of the order who speak the language," he said. "As a rule, while young men are ready to devote any amount of time to acquiring dexterity in all martial exercises, they will bestow no labor in obtaining knowledge that may be fully as useful to them as skill in arms. In our dealings with the Turks, one or another party has to employ an interpreter, and it is often by no means certain that these men convey the full meaning of the speeches they translate. Again, we have large numbers of Turkish slaves, and it is highly to be desired that the knights should be able to give their orders to these men in their own language. Lastly, a knight who has been taken prisoner by the Turks, and even the bravest might meet with such a misfortune, would find it an alleviation of his lot, and might be able to plan and carry out his escape, did he speak Turkish well. I should strongly counsel you to acquire a knowledge of the tongue." Gervais had intended to follow the advice of the Grand Prior, but the duties of his office as page, and the time required for his military exercises and his studies with the chaplain, had rendered it well nigh impossible, during the first 3 years, to turn his attention to learning Turkish. As soon as his pageship was at an end, he found that his duties included supervision of Turkish slaves. He felt the want of a knowledge of the language, and from that time devoted an hour a day to its study, employing one of the servants of the auberge, who was a man of rank and education at home, to instruct him. While he conscientiously spent this amount of time at the work, it was the most disagreeable portion of this day's labor. The events, however, that had taken place during the expedition had impressed him greatly with the utility of a knowledge of Turkish, for had it not been for Sir John Boswell's possessing some acquaintance with the language, it would have been impossible to communicate with the rowers of their boat, or to have arranged the plan by which they had escaped the pirates. He had then and there determined that as soon as he returned to Rhodes, he would take the matter up in a very different spirit to that in which he before approached it. He had on the way home spoken to Sir John, who had highly approved of the determination.
I myself, when I was a young knight of 18, was taken captive 26 years ago, at the time when the Egyptian fleet appeared before Rhodes. Our galleys advanced to attack them, but under cover of night they retired, and proceeding to the mainland took shelter under the guns of a Turkish fort. We attacked them there. It was a desperate engagement, but without any decisive advantage on either side. We lost no less than 60 knights, the Egyptians 700 men, and their fleet returned to Egypt. I and 3 others who were left wounded on the deck of one of their ships we had boarded, but failed to capture, were carried to Egypt, and remained there captive for 6 months, when we were ransomed by the order. During that time I learnt enough of their language, which is akin to Turkish, to be able to make myself understood and to understand what was said to me. I have kept up that much for intercourse with the slaves and servants at Rhodes, and have found it very useful. I consider, then, that you will do well to acquire their tongue. It will be useful not only to yourself, but to others. And when we get back, I will, if you like, ask the bailiff to free you from all duty in order that you may devote yourself to it."
The head of the Lang at once granted Sir John's request. "I would," he said, "that more of our young knights would give a portion of their time to study, but most of them look to returning home when their term of service here has expired. Many think only of amusement, and all imagine that advancement is best achieved by valor. Tresham has already distinguished himself very greatly, so much so that I think it would be well if he did not go on another expedition for a time, but stayed here while others have the opportunity of doing the same. Were we to send him out with the next galleys that start, I should be accused of favoritism, and a lad who is now deservedly popular with all would be regarded with envy, and possibly even with dislike. At the same time, after what he has done, I should have difficulty in refusing were he to volunteer to sail in the next galley that sets out. The desire, then, on his part to learn Turkish is in all ways opportune. It will, too, in the long run, be a great advantage to him in the order. It will give him weight, and bring him into prominence. I do not think there are 6 in the order who can fairly translate a Turkish document. There are but 2 who could write a reply in the same language. Inform him, then, that from the present time he will be excused from all work, except, of course, to join in ceremonials when all are required to be present. And if you, Sir John, will pick out from among the servitors here one who is well instructed and educated, and capable of writing as well as reading his language, I will similarly relieve him of all other work, and place him at the disposal of young Tresham. Tell the lad that I hope he will persevere until he obtains a complete knowledge of the tongue. You can mention to him what I have said as to my opinion of the advantage the knowledge of it will be to him in the order." Gervase accordingly devoted himself to study. His instructor was a Turk of fine presence. He had been a large landowner in Syria, and held a high official position in the province, but he had been captured in a galley on his way to Constantinople, whither he was proceeding on an official mission. He was delighted with his new post. Gervase, both as the youngest member of the community, and from the kind manner in which he always spoke to the servants, all of whom had acquired some knowledge of English, was a general favourite among them, and the Turk was glad that he was to be thrown with him. Still more he rejoiced at his being appointed his instructor, as it relieved him from all menial work, which, although preferable to that which the bulk of the slaves were condemned, yet galled his spirit infinitely. Now that he had entered upon the work with the approbation of his superior, and a conviction of its great utility, Gervase set to the work with the same zeal and ardour which he had exhibited in his military exercises. During the heat of the day, he sat in the shade reading and writing with his instructor. In the cool of the morning and afternoon, he walked with him on the walls, or in the country beyond them. After sunset, he sat with him in an unfrequented corner of the roof, all the time conversing with him, either of his own country or that of his instructor. At first this was difficult, and he had to eke out the Turkish words he had acquired with English. His intercourse for 10 or 12 hours a day with this Turk, and the pains taken by his instructor, caused him to acquire the language with extreme rapidity. Of course, he had to put up with a great deal of banter from the younger knights upon his passion of study. Sometimes they pretended that his mania, as they considered it, arose from the fact that he was determined to become a renegade, and was fitting himself for a high position in the Turkish army. At other times they insisted that his intention was to become a Turkish dervish, or to win a great Turkish heiress and settle in Syria. But as he always bore their banter good-temperedly, and was ready occasionally to join them in the sport when assault at arms were carried on, they soon became tired of making fun of him. After 9 months' constant work, the young knight's studies were abruptly stopped by the receipt of a letter from the Pasha of Syria, offering a considerable sum for the ransom of his instructor. The request was at once acceded to, as it was the policy of the knights to accept ransoms for their prisoners, both because the sums so gained were useful, and because they were themselves compelled sometimes to pay ransom for members of the order. Suleiman Ali was, it was arranged, to be put on board an Egyptian craft bound for Acre, a safe conduct having been sent for the vessel and her crew, and for a knight who was to receive the ransom from the Pasha. "At any rate, Sir Gervais," the Turk said when the young knight expressed great regret at his leaving them, "our position as instructor and pupil would have come to an end shortly. For the last 3 months there has been but little teaching between us. We have talked, and that has been all, save that for a short time each day you read and wrote. But there has been little to teach. You speak the native language now as fluently as I do, and would pass anywhere as Syrian, especially as there are slight differences of speech in the various provinces. I believe that in Syria you would not be suspected of being anything but a native, and assuredly you would be taken for a Syrian elsewhere. You have learnt enough, and it would be but a waste of time for you, a knight and a soldier, to spend another day in study." On the following day, Gervais was, to his surprise, sent for by the Grand Master. Except on the occasion of a few public ceremonies, he had not seen d'Aubusson since he had been elected to his present high dignity, and the summons to attend at the palace, therefore, came unexpectedly.
"We have become quite strangers, Tresham," the Grand Master said cordially when he entered. "I have not forgotten you, and have several times questioned your bailiff concerning you. He tells me that you have become quite an anchorite, and that save at your meals and for an occasional bout at arms, you are seldom to be seen. I was glad to hear of your devotion to study, and thought it better to leave you undisturbed at it. Yesterday evening I sent for your instructor. He is a man of influence in Syria, and I wished to know how he was affected towards us, now that he is about to return there. We talked for some time, and I then asked him what progress you had made, and was surprised and pleased to find that in his opinion you could pass anywhere as a native, and that you were perfectly capable of drawing up and writing any document I might desire to send to the Sultan or any of his generals. This is far more than I had expected, and shows how earnestly you must have worked. Your knowledge may prove of much assistance to the order, and believe me, the time you have spent in acquiring it may prove of much greater advantage to you in your career than if you had occupied it in performing even the most valiant deeds, and that at some future time it will ensure your appointment to a responsible office here. It was partly to assure you of my approbation that I sent for you, partly to inform you that I have appointed you to proceed with Suleiman Ali as the knight in charge of the vessel, and to receive the ransom agreed upon your handing him over. The office is an honorable one and one of trust, and it is the first fruits of the advantage you will gain by your knowledge of Turkish. No, do not thank me. I am selecting you because you are better fitted than any knight I can spare for the mission. And also I may say because the choice will be pleasing to Suleiman Ali, whose goodwill I am desirous of gaining. Before now Turkish provinces have thrown off their allegiance to the Sultan. They have, I must admit, been usually reconquered. But such might not be always the case, and if such an event happened in Syria, this man's influence and goodwill might be of great advantage to us, as it might well suit us to ally ourselves with Syria against Constantinople. I am glad to say that I found him at least as well disposed as any man could be who had been some years in slavery. He admitted that for a slave he had been kindly and gently treated, and added that any unpleasant memories he might have retained had been obliterated by the 9 months of pleasant companionship spent with you. When Gervase returned to dinner at the auberge, and informed Ralph Harcourt and the other young knights that he had been appointed to take charge of the vessel in which Suleiman Ali was to be conveyed to Acre, the statement was at first received with incredulity. It seemed incredible that the youngest knight in the Lang should be chosen for such a mission, involving as it did a separate command. Even the older knights, when the news was passed down the table, were surprised. I must say that I am astonished at the Grand Master's choice. Sir Gervase Tresham doubtless distinguished himself greatly some months since, but from that time he has not been out with the galleys, or indeed done anything that would seem to recommend him for so marked a favour as a separate command.
I don't know, Wingate, Sir John Boswell said. It seems to me that when a young man of 17 eschews all pleasure, refrains from volunteering for service at sea, and spends his whole time in study, he does distinguish himself, and that very greatly. Of the 300 or 400 young knights here, I doubt if one other would have so acted. Certainly none to my knowledge have done so. Yet I do not suppose that Diabason selected him for this duty as a reward for so much self-denial and study, but because by that self-denial and study he is more fitted for it than any of us here, save some 3 or 4 knights in the other Langs, all of whom are in too high a position to be employed in so unimportant a duty. He can speak Turkish, not a few score of words and sentences such as I can, but as Suleiman Ali tells me, like a native. Were one of us chosen for this mission, it would be necessary to send an interpreter with him, and everyone knows how hard it is to do business in that manner. It seems to me that the Grand Master has acted wisely in putting aside all question of seniority, and employing the knight who is better suited than any other for it.
You are right, Boswell, the bailiff said. I really have been astonished at the manner in which Tresham has given himself up to study. It would have been a natural thing had he, after gaining so much credit, been anxious and eager to gain more. When you spoke to me about his determination to learn Turkish, I thought he would speedily tire of it, and that when the next galley sailed, his name would be among the list of volunteers for the service. I am sure, comrades, that there are few, if any, among us who would not infinitely prefer fighting the Muslims to spending our whole time in learning their language, and I for one consider the fact that he has for 9 months labored so incessantly and assiduously that he has come, as Boswell says, to speak it like a native, is even more to his credit than the deed for which he was knighted. This conversation took place at the upper end of the table, and was not heard at the lower end where the younger knights were seated. I am not chosen from favour, Gervase said hotly to one of his companions, who had asserted that this was so. I am simply chosen because I can speak Turkish. How much Turkish can you speak? One of them laughed. Gervase turned to the Turkish servant behind them and said, in his language, Hassan, Sir Giles Trevor wishes to know how well I speak Turkish. You have heard me talking with Suleiman Ali. Will you give him your opinion about it? The man turned gravely to Sir Giles Trevor. My lord, he said in English, Sir Gervase Tresham. He speaks Turkish same as I do. If he dress up in Turk clothes, I suppose him Turk. Not know he Christian by his speech. Exclamations of surprise broke from the young knights. "Well, you have earned the appointment, Tresham," Ralph Harcourt said heartily. "You always told me when I asked you that you were getting on, but I had not the least idea that you were getting on like this. And can you read and write the Turkish language?" "Well, enough for practical purposes, Ralph. At any rate, I wrote a complimentary letter this morning from the Grand Master to the Governor of Syria, and the Bailiff of Spain, who was, as you know, for 10 years a prisoner among the Turks, read it through at Diobasan's request, to see that there was no error in it, and was good enough to pass it without alteration." "I would give a good deal," Sir Giles Trevor said, "if I could follow your example and shut myself up for 9 months with an infidel to study his language. But I could not do it if my life depended on it. I should throw myself off the wall at the end of the first fortnight." "I don't pretend that I can do what Tresham has done," Ralph Harcourt said. "I always hated our lessons with the chaplain, who gave me the character of having the thickest head of any of his pupils. But I vow," and he kissed the handle of his dagger, "I will spend half an hour a day in trying to learn something of Turkish. Of course, I know that such time will not be enough to learn a great deal, but if one could get up just enough to be able to give orders to the slaves, to question the captain of a vessel one has captured, and to make them understand a little, if by bad luck one fell into their hands, it would be quite enough for me. I am sure sometimes one is quite at a loss how to pass the hours when the sun is at its hottest, and if one tried, one ought to be able to pick up a little without much trouble. Look at the servants. There is not one of them but speaks a little English, and if an infidel can learn enough English to get on with without any regular study, I can't see why I shouldn't be able to learn enough Turkish in the same way." 2 or 3 of the other young knights declared that they too would devote a short time during the heat of the day to learning Turkish, and they all agreed to begin together forthwith with one of the servants, who spoke English most fluently. Robert Rivers was not present, for he had returned to England 6 months before, to take up his residence at the house in Clerkenwell, in order that he might bring to bear the interest of his many powerful friends to secure for him an appointment as commander of one of the estates of the order in England. His departure had caused general satisfaction among the other knights, whom his arrogance and ill temper had frequently irritated. Gervase especially was glad at his leaving the island, for after he received the honour of knighthood, Rivers made a point of always addressing him with an affectation of deference and respect that often tried his temper to the utmost. "It is well that Rivers has gone," Ralph said, laughing, "for I don't know how he would have supported the chagrin your appointment would have given him. He was devoured with jealousy as it was, but this would have been a trial beyond bearing." "I am heartily glad he is gone," Gervase said gravely. "I have put up with a great deal from him, but I don't think I could have stood much more. If our vows had not forbidden our fighting, I should have called him to account long ago. But the only thing else to do was for me to lodge a formal complaint before the bailiff of his continually offensive bearing and manner, which I could not bring myself to do. And indeed there was no special matter that would have seemed to justify me, no single speech that in itself would warrant such grave action on my part. I used to wish over and over again that we could but meet in some quiet spot in England, both unarmed, and could there settle the matter in good English fashion, with our fists, or even with a couple of quarterstaffs." The others laughed. "That would be a very unknightly form of contest." "I care not for that," Gervase replied. "It would be a very satisfactory one anyhow, and quite serious enough for the occasion. His sneers and petty insults were not sufficient to justify the drawing of blood, and there has been enough of that shed for the last 20 years in England without 2 brother knights betaking themselves to their swords against each other. But a sound thrashing would have done neither of us harm, and if it had fallen to his lot to get the largest share of it, it might have done him some good." "He thinks he is sure of an appointment," one of the others said. "But he has been so frequently in trouble here that it is likely that the official report, which is always sent home to the Grand Prior when the knights return to England, will be so unfavourable that even the most powerful influence will fail to obtain him a post. If so, we may have him back here again, especially if the Turks carry out their threat of assailing us, for an appeal will be made to all the Grand Priors for knights to aid in the defence." That evening Gervais went again to the palace to receive final instructions.
"The craft in which you are to travel is an Egyptian trader. As at present war has not been formally declared between us and the Sultan, peaceful traders, as you know, carry on their avocations unmolested either by the warships of the Turks or by ours. They do not enter our ports without a special permit, and the crews are never allowed to land in order that no detailed account of our fortifications may be taken to the Sultan. Moreover, brawls might arise between them and the native population, or they might aid slaves to escape. However, you will be altogether safe from interference from Turkish war vessels, and if overhauled by one of them, the safe conduct will be sufficient to prevent interference with you. But it is not so with pirates. They will plunder their own countrymen as readily as they will Christians, and the safeguard of the governor of Syria will be of no use whatever to you. In this consists the danger of your mission. I cannot send one of our war galleys on such an errand, and if there are not enough knights on board to beat off any pirate, the fewer there are the better. I hear that the craft is a fast sailer, and as the crew will be as anxious to avoid pirates as you, they will do their best to escape. I leave it to you to take any route. You can either sail hence direct for Acre, or you can coast along the shores of Anatolia and Syria, lying up at night in bays. Should you be overtaken, I do not think it would be of any use for you to disguise yourself, for some of the crew would be sure to denounce you. Should the worst happen, and you are captured by pirates, you will, of course, in the first place show them your safe conduct, and if I find that you do not return, I shall send at once to the governor of Syria, complaining of your capture when furnished with his safeguard, and requesting him to order a search for you to be made at every port on the coast, with instructions that you are to be at once released, and either sent to him for return hither, or placed on board a craft bound for any Christian port, while you, on your part, will endeavor to acquaint the Turkish authorities with the fact that you have been seized while traveling with a safe conduct from the governor of Syria. But more than from any efforts on your part or mine, I rely upon Suleiman Ali, who will, I am sure, as soon as he is set on shore, lose no time in acquainting the Pasha of your capture, and in calling upon him to interfere in your favor. In that case, the worst that could befall you would be a temporary detention, unless indeed the pirates should take you to Egypt, as that country is friendly with us at present, since Egypt dreads the ever-increasing power of the Turks. It will be but a question of ransom, for I have secret agents there who will inform me without delay of the arrival of a Christian captive.
I understand, sir, and will do my best in the matter. If I am captured, I trust that an opportunity of escape will soon present itself, for I should, if taken, conceal from my captors the fact that I understand their language, and should thus, if I could evade my guard, have every chance of escaping, as in a native dress I could meet and converse with those hunting for me, without their having a suspicion of my being the white slave for whom they were in search.
Once at Acre you will be safe, but do not land unless it is absolutely necessary, for you might fall a victim to the fanaticism of its inhabitants, and no knight has ever set foot on shore there since the ill-fated day when the Muslims wrested it from us, bathed the ruined walls with the best blood of our order and the Templars, and destroyed the last hope of our ever recovering the Holy Sepulchre.
The next morning at daybreak, Gervais and Suleiman Ali went on board the Egyptian trader and sailed for Acre. The current of opinion had changed at the auberge when the knights came to think over the mission on which Gervais was about to start, and the slight feeling of jealousy with which the younger knights had received the news was entirely dissipated. While it did not seem to them that there was any chance of his distinguishing himself, they perceived, as they thought it over, the considerable danger there was of capture by pirates, and Ralph and some of his companions came down to the mole to see him off, with feelings in which envy bore no part whatever. I see now, Gervase, that it is truly no holiday excursion on which you are starting. I should envy you greatly were you going in command of an armed galley, prepared to beat off any craft that might be trying to overhaul you. But going alone as you are, it is a very different thing. Should pirates meet you, you could offer no resistance, and your position would be a perilous one indeed. However, I think you are born to good luck, and am confident that your patron saint will look after you, and therefore expect to see you back here in a fortnight's time at the outside. I hope so with all my heart, Ralph. It will be no fault of mine if I tarry. Will you keep to the open sea, or skirt the land, Tresham? One of the others asked. I shall keep the open sea. The Grand Master left me to choose my course, but I think there is more danger by the coast, where pirates may be hiding in unfrequented bays, in readiness to pounce upon a passing craft, than in the open sea, where we should have at least the advantage that we could not be taken by surprise, and might make a race of it. But the sun will be up in a few minutes, and my orders were to set out at sunrise, so I must say good-bye at once. As soon as the vessel was under way, Gervase took a seat on the poop by the side of Suleiman Ali, and related to him the conversation he had had with the Grand Master. The risk that you will run has not escaped me, the Turk said, and indeed I now regret that you were chosen as my escort. I almost wish that my son had not purchased my freedom at the present time, since it involves the risk of you losing yours. There is no doubt that the sea swarms with pirates. The Sultan is too busy with his own struggles for empire to bestow any attention upon so small a matter. The pashas and the officers of the ports have not the power, even had they the will, to put down piracy in their districts, and indeed are, as often as not, participators in the spoils. Your order, which years back scoured the seas so hotly that piracy well nigh ceased, have now for 40 years been obliged to turn their attention chiefly to their own defense. They possess a comparatively small fleet of galleys, and their wealth is expended on their fortress. What with Egypt and the Sultan, their hands are too full for them to act as the police of the sea, and the consequence is that from every port, bay, and inlet, pirate craft set out, some mere rowboats, some like those under the command of Hassan Ali, veritable fleets. Thus the humble coasters and the largest merchant craft go alike in fear of them, and I would that the Sultan and Egypt and your order would for 2 or 3 years put aside their differences, and combine their efforts to sweeping the seas of these pests, to storming their strongholds, and to inflicting such punishment upon them as that, for a very long time to come, peaceful merchants might carry on their trade without fear. I heard you tell the captain that he was to steer straight for Acre, and I think you are right in avoiding the coast, where the most harmless-looking fishing boat may carry a crowd of pirates hidden in her hold. At the same time, if you will take my advice, you will head much more to the south, so as to be out of the regular track of ships making from Constantinople or the islands to Acre. You may meet pirates anywhere, but they are assuredly thicker among the more frequented routes. The safest plan of all would probably be to bear south and strike the Egyptian coast well to the east of the mouth of the Nile. Thence, till you get to Palestine, the country is utterly barren and uninhabited, while running up the coast to Palestine there are, save at Jaffa, no ports to speak of until you arrive at Acre, and besides, the inhabitants there, even if pirates, would not venture to disregard the Pasha's safe conduct. I do not by any means say that such a course would be absolutely safe. You may meet with vessels on your way south, and doubtless some of them cruise off the barren coast I speak of, to intercept traders to and from Egypt and Acre and other Syrian ports, for the trade carried on is considerable, and although of the same religion, the Turks are disposed to view the Egyptians as enemies rather than as friends, and would have even less hesitation in plundering them than in robbing their own countrymen. I think that your suggestion is a good one, and will follow it at any rate. The course is a good deal longer, but that is comparatively of little moment. The great thing is to carry you safely to Acre, and to get back with equal safety. Suleiman said with a smile. That is quite as important in my eyes. In fact, of the two, I would far rather that we were captured on our voyage thither, for in that case I might be able to arrange for the ransom of both of us. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Peter Strahm, Sabetha, Kansas, on December 26, 2018.
Chapter 8 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. An Evening at Rhodes. Suleiman Ali's advice was carried out. It added considerably to the length of the voyage, but they saw only one doubtful craft. She was lying close inshore under the shadow of the sand hills, and they did not see her until she hoisted her sails and shot out from the land. They were, however, 3 miles distant from the land at the time, and the wind was blowing from the north. Consequently, the pirate was dead to leeward. Every sail was set at once on board the trader, and, being a fast sailor, she maintained her position until nightfall. The wind then dropped, and just as the light faded, they could see that the vessel behind them had put out her sweeps. The trader kept up her sails until certain that she could be no longer seen. Then the canvas was lowered, and the crew took to the boats and towed her due north. The night was fortunately a dark one, and those watching anxiously from the deck of the trader were unable to discern her pursuer as she passed behind them. As soon as they were well assured that she must have gone on, the boats were got in, the sails hoisted again, and taking advantage of every light flaw of wind, they proceeded on their course. In the morning, the sails of the galley could be seen on the horizon, but the distance was too great for her to take up the pursuit again with any chance of success, and the trader continued her course to Acre without seeing more of her. As soon as the trader entered the port, the Egyptian captain went on shore, taking with him a copy of the safe conduct and the letter from the Grand Master to the Pasha. Going to the residence of the governor, he handed these to him, saying that he had on board Aga Suleiman Ali and a knight who was charged to deliver him up on the payment of the ransom.
I have been expecting you, the governor said. I have received a letter from the Pasha, stating that he had written to the Grand Master respecting the ransom of the Aga, and sending me the amount which Suleiman's son had offered. The young man was not of age when his father was captured, but he is so now, and was therefore able to raise the sum required. I will go down to the port with you myself, hand over the ransom, and welcome Suleiman, whom I know well, back from his captivity.
The transfer was speedily made. A heavy purse was handed to Gervais, and Suleiman was a free man. "Send me word if you can when you return to Rhodes," the latter said, as he bade farewell to the young knight. "I shall be anxious until I hear. Fortune was with us as we sailed hither, but it may desert you on your return. Should aught befall you, tell your captors that if they bring you to me, I will pay any ransom that they could, in fairness, require. Should they refuse to do this, send if possible a messenger to me, and on receipt of your message, I will send a trusty man to purchase your freedom. You have treated me as a friend and an equal, and a friend I shall always remain." The vessel was to remain 4 days in port, to discharge her cargo and take in another, and Suleiman had talked of remaining at Acre until she sailed, but Gervais protested strongly against this. "You have a family, from whom you have been so long separated, awaiting your return with anxiety, and I pray you to make no stay on my account. I am well content to remain on board here, and to look at the city which has so often been the theatre of great deeds, which Richard the Lionheart captured, and which so many of the Hospitallers died to defend. I was charged by the Grand Master not to land, and indeed I feel myself that it would be an act of folly to do so. There are doubtless many on shore who have relatives and friends now working as slaves among us, and some of these might well seek to avenge them by slaying one of the order. I feel your kindness, but it would be a pain to me to know that you are lingering here on my account, when you must be longing to embrace your children." The 4 days passed rapidly. Gervais had, at the suggestion of the governor, laid aside the mantle and insignia of the order.
"If you do not do so," he said, "I must place a strong guard of soldiers on board, in order to ensure that the Pasha's safeguard is not violated. Sailors are a turbulent race, and were you recognized here, they might make a tumult, and slay you before a word of what was going on reached me. In any case, I shall place 2 soldiers on board until you leave the port."
On the morning of the 5th day, the sails were got up, and the vessel sailed out from the port. Fortune again favoured them, and they reached Rhodes without any adventure. Gervais went at once to the palace, and handed over the purse of gold to the treasurer. He then sent up his name to the Grand Master, and was immediately conducted to his room.
"I am glad to see you back, Tresham. I have been uneasy about you. Have you fulfilled your mission without adventure?"
"Without any adventure, sir, save that we were once chased by a pirate on our way east, but escaped in the darkness. Save for that, the voyage has been wholly uneventful. I have received the ransom and handed the purse to your treasurer."
"I am glad that your first command has turned out so well. I will see that you do not lack employment, and the fact that you are able to act as interpreter will ensure you a welcome on any galley. At present, however, it is not my intention to send out many cruisers. Every life now is precious, and no amount of spoil that can be brought in will counterbalance the loss of those who fall. However, I may find some mission on which you can be employed. I know that you love an active life, and as for 9 months you have put a rein on your inclinations and have devoted yourself wholly to study, so that you might be of greater use to the order. You have a good right to any employment in which your knowledge can be utilized."
On his arrival at the auberge, Gervais was very heartily greeted by the younger knights. "I told you you were born lucky, Gervais," Ralph Harcourt said. "There has been more than one wager made that you would be captured, but I, for my part, was confident that your good fortune would not desert you. Still, though not surprised, we are delighted to see you again. Now tell us about your voyage." Gervais gave a brief account of the adventure with the pirate, and then described the visit of the governor to the ship.
"Did he say anything to you?"
"He was courteous and solemn, just the sort of man you would fancy a Turkish governor should be. He looked a little surprised when I accosted him in Turkish, but asked no questions at the time, though I dare say he inquired afterwards of Suleiman how I came to speak the language. The only time he actually said anything was when he requested that I would not wear the mantle of the order while in port, as sailors were a turbulent race, and it might lead to an attack upon me, and as he was responsible to the Pasha that his safe conduct should be respected, it would be necessary, if I declined to follow his advice, to keep a strong body of soldiers on board. As this would have been a horrible nuisance, especially as I wanted to enjoy in quiet the view of the city, with its castles and walls, I acceded at once to his request, which seemed to me a reasonable one. He did send 2 soldiers on board, but they remained down in the waist, and did not interfere with my pleasure in any way.
"Next to Jerusalem, how I should like to see Acre,"
Ralph Harcourt exclaimed.
"It is, of all other cities, the most closely connected with our order. We helped to win it, and we were the last to defend it. We have heard so much about the fortress, and it has been so often described to me, that I know the situation of every bastion, at least as it was when we left it, though I know not what changes the Turks may since have made."
"That I know not, Ralph. Of course, I only saw the seafront, and it was upon the land side that the attack was made. We know that the breaches were all repaired long ago, and it is said that the place is stronger than ever. From the port all was solid and massive. It is indeed a grand and stately fortress. Here we have done all that was possible to make Rhodes impregnable, But nature did nothing for us. There nature has done everything, and the castle looks as if it could defy the assaults of an army, however large. And indeed it was not wrested from us by force. The knights, when the city walls were stormed, and the town filled with their foes, fought their way down to the water's edge and embarked there. But they were reduced to a mere handful, and however strong the castle may be, it needs hands to defend it. Still, it well nigh moved me to tears to see the Turkish banner waving over it, and to think how many tens of thousands of Christian soldiers had died in the effort to retain the holy places, and had died in vain. I wonder whether the Turks will ever be forced to relinquish their hold of the holy places. Who can tell, Sir Giles? The bailiff, who had come up to the group unobserved, said quietly. Certainly not in our time. Not until the Moslem power, which threatens not only us but all Europe, has crumbled to dust. So long as Acre remains in their power, there is no hope. I say not but that by a mighty effort of all Christendom, Palestine might be wrested from the infidels, as it was wrested before. But the past shows us that while men or nations can be stirred to enthusiasm for a time, the fire does not last long, and once again the faithful few would be overwhelmed by the odds that would be brought against them, while Europe looked on impassive, if not indifferent. No, knights, the utmost that can be hoped for is that the tide of Moslem invasion westward can be stayed. At present we are the bulwark, and as long as the standard of our order waves over Rhodes, so long is Europe safe by sea. But I foresee that this cannot last. The strongest defences, the stoutest hearts, and the bravest of hearts cannot in the long run prevail against overpowering numbers. As at Acre, we may repel assault after assault. We may cause army after army to betake themselves again to their ships. But as a rock is overwhelmed by the rising tide, so must Rhodes succumb at last, if left by Europe to bear alone the brunt of Moslem invasion. All that men can do we shall do. As long as it is possible to resist, we shall resist. When further resistance becomes impossible, we shall, I trust, act as we did before. We were driven from Palestine only to fortify ourselves at Rhodes. If we are driven from Rhodes, we shall, I feel assured, find a home elsewhere, and again commence our labors. The nearer we are to Europe, the more hope there is that Christendom will aid us, for they will more generally understand that our defeat would mean the laying open of the shores of the Mediterranean from Turkey to Gibraltar to the invasion of the Moslems. However, comrades, this is all in the future. Our share is but in the present, and I trust the flag of the order will float over Rhodes as long at least as the lifetime of the youngest of us, and that we may bequeath the duty of upholding the cross untarnished to those who come after us, and we can then leave the issue in God's hands. All listened respectfully to the words of their leader, although his opinion fell like cold water upon the fiery zeal and high hopes of his hearers. The possibility of their losing Rhodes had never once entered into the minds of the majority of them. It was likely that ere long they might be called upon to stand a siege, but acquainted as they were with the strength of the place, its deep and seemingly impassable moat, its massive walls, and protecting towers and bastions, it had seemed to them that Rhodes was capable of withstanding all assaults, however numerous the foe, however oft repeated the invasion. The bailiff was, as all knew, a man of dauntless courage, of wide experience, and great judgment, and that he should believe that Rhodes would, although not in their time, inevitably fall, brought home to them for the first time the fact that their fortress was but an outpost of Europe, in one place so distant from it that Christendom, in the hour of peril, might be unable to furnish them with aid. As the bailiff walked away, there was silence for a short time, and then Sir Giles Trevor said cheerfully, "Well, if it lasts our time, we need not trouble our heads as to what will take place afterwards. As the bailiff says, our duty is with the present, and as we all mean to drive the Turks back when they come, I do not see that there is any occasion for us to take it to heart. Even if it be fated that the Moslems shall one day walk over our tombs, if Christendom chooses to be supine, Let Christendom suffer, say I. At any rate, I am not going to weep for what takes place after I am turned into dust." "That sounds all very well, Sir Giles," Ralph Harcourt said, "and I have no argument to advance against it, though I am sure there is much to be said. But if the bailiff or the chaplain, or indeed any of the elders, had heard you say so, I have no doubt you would have had a fitting reply." Sir Giles tossed his head mockingly. "I shall fight neither better nor worse, friend Harcourt, because it may be that some day the Moslems are, as the bailiff seems to think, destined to lord it here. I have only promised and vowed to do my best against the Moslems, and that vow only holds good as long as I am in the flesh. Beyond that I have no concern. But what are we staying here for, wasting our time? It is the hour for those of us who are going to be starting for the ball given by Signor Succi. As he is one of the richest merchants in town, it will be a gay one, and there is no lack of fair faces in Rhodes. It is a grievous pity that our elders all set their will against even the youngest members of the community joining in a dance. It was not one of the things I swore to give up. However, here in Rhodes there is no flying in the face of rules." 3 or 4 of the other young knights were also going. "What are you thinking of doing, Gervase?" Harcourt asked. "I have nothing in particular to do, Ralph, except that first of all I must write a letter to Suleiman Ali and hand it to the bailiff, praying him to send it off by the first vessel that may put in here on her way to Acre. If I do not do it now, it may be neglected, and I promise to write directly I got here. I will not be half an hour, and after that I shall be ready to do anything you like." "In less than that time, indeed," he rejoined Ralph. "Now what shall we do with ourselves? What do you say to a stroll through the streets? I am never tired of that." "I like better to go by way of the roofs, Gervase. The streets are badly lit, and although they are busy enough in some quarters, they are so narrow that one gets jostled and pushed. On the terraces everything is quiet. You have plenty of light and music, and it is pleasant to see families sitting together and enjoying themselves, and if one is disposed for a cup of wine or a cool sherbet, they are delighted to give it, for they are all pleased when one of us joins the group. I have quite a number of acquaintances I have made in this way, while you have been working away at your Turkish." "Very well," Gervase said. "If such is your fancy, Ralph, let us take one of the paths across the roof. I might walk there 20 years by myself without making an acquaintance, and I do not pledge myself to join in these intimacies of yours. However, I shall be quite content to amuse myself by looking on at the scene in general, while you are paying your visits and drinking your sherbet." "There are plenty of fair girls among the Rhodians," Ralph said with a smile, "and though we are pledged to celibacy, we are in no way bound to abstain from admiration." Gervase laughed. "Admire as much as you like, Ralph, but do not expect me to do so. I have scarcely as much as spoken to a woman since I entered the house in London, and I should have no idea what to say to a young girl. But it is part of the education of a true knight to be courteous to women. It is one of the great duties of chivalry, and you must remember that we are secular knights, as well knights of the order." "The work of the order is quite sufficient for me at present, Ralph. In time I may come to like the society of women, to admire their beauty, and possibly even to wear the colour of someone, for that seems to be the fashion, though why we, who are bound to celibacy, should admire one woman more than another, I cannot understand." They had by this time descended from the castle, and were taking their way along one of the broad paths that led over the flat roofs of the houses by means of the bridges thrown across the streets. "These are some acquaintances of mine," Ralph said, stopping at one of the walls, some 3 feet high, that bordered the path. Beyond was an enclosure of some 50 feet square. Clumps of shrubs and flowers, surrounded by stonework some 8 or 10 inches high, enclosing the earth in which they grew, were scattered here and there. Lamps were hung to cords stretched above it, while others were arranged among the flowers. In the centre a large carpet was spread, and on this some 8 or 10 persons were seated on cushions. A girl was playing a lute, and another was singing to her accompaniment. She stopped abruptly when her eye fell upon the figures of the two young knights. "Here is Sir Ralph Harcourt, father," she exclaimed in Italian, which was the language most used on the island and spoken with more or less fluency by all the knights, among whom it served as a general medium of communication. "Are you waiting to be invited in, Sir Knight?" she went on saucily. "I thought that by this time you would know you were welcome." "Your tongue runs too fast, child," her father said as he rose and walked across to Ralph. "You are welcome, Sir Ralph, very welcome. I pray you, enter and join us." "I will do so with pleasure, Signor Fredos, if you will also extend your hospitality to my friend, Sir Gervais Tresham." "Most gladly," the merchant said. "I pray him to enter." The two knights passed through the gate in the wall. All rose to their feet as they went up to the carpet, and greeted Ralph with a warmth which showed that he was a favourite. He introduced Gervais to them. "I wonder that I do not know your face, Sir Knight," the merchant's wife said. "I thought I knew all the knights of the order by sight, from seeing them either at the public ceremonies or observing them pass in the streets." "For the last 9 months Sir Gervais has been an anchorite. He has been learning Turkish, and so devoted himself to the study that even I have scarce caught sight of him save at meals. As for walking in the streets, it is the last thing he would think of doing. I consider myself a good and conscientious young knight, but I am as nothing in that respect to my friend. I used to look upon him as my little brother, for we were at the house of the order in London together. He is 4 years younger than I am, and you know 4 years between boys makes an immense difference. Now the tables are turned, and I quite look up to him." "You will believe as much as you like, Signora, of what Sir Ralph says," Gervais laughed. "As you have, he says, known him for some time, you must by this time have learnt that his word is not to be taken literally." "We learned that quite early in our acquaintance," the girl who had first noticed them said, with an affectation of gravity. "I always tell him that I cannot believe anything he says, and I am grateful to you, Sir Knight, for having thus borne evidence to the quickness of my perception." By this time the servants had brought some more cushions, and on these Ralph and Gervais seated themselves. Wine, sherbet, and cakes were then handed round. The master of the house placed Gervais on his right hand as a stranger. "You have been among our islands, Sir Gervais, but indeed I need not ask that, since I know that you and Sir Ralph were knighted together for your valour in that affair with the ships of Hassan Ali. We come from Lesbos. It is now 80 years since my family settled in Rhodes, and we have seen it grow from a small place to a great fortress." "'Tis a wonderful place," Gervais said. "I know nothing of the fortresses of Europe, but it seems to me that no other can well be stronger than this. That is, among places with no natural advantages." "The knights have always had an abundance of slaves," the merchant said. "So many that they have not only had sufficient for their work here, but have been able to sell numbers to European potentates. Yes, Rhodes is wonderfully strong. That great fosse would seem as if it could defy the efforts of an army to cross, and yet the past has shown that even the strongest defences, held with the greatest bravery, can be carried by generals with immense armies, and careless how they sacrifice them so that they do but succeed. Look at Acre, for example." "I was looking at it 5 days ago," Gervais said, "and thinking that it was beyond the might of man to take." "Do you mean that you were at Acre?" the merchant asked with surprise. "Yes, I went there to hand over a captive who had been ransomed. Of course I had a safe conduct, and I was glad indeed of the opportunity of seeing so famous a fortress." "You were fortunate indeed, Sir Knight, and it was, if you will pardon my saying so, Singular that so young a knight should have been chosen. Assuredly, even the senior knights of the order would rejoice at the opportunity of beholding a fortress so immediately connected with the past history of the order. It was due entirely to my being able to speak Turkish, Gervais said. As my friend Sir Ralph was mentioning, I have been studying hard, and can now speak the language fluently, and as this was a necessity on such a mission, and the few knights who can so speak it are all in high office, and could hardly be asked to undertake so unimportant a service, I was selected. And you really speak Turkish well. It is an accomplishment that few, save Greeks, subject to Turkey, possess. Do you intend, may I ask, to make Rhodes your home? I ask because I suppose you would not have taken this labor had you intended shortly to return to England. Yes, I hope to remain here permanently. I know that the first step towards promotion here is generally a commandery at home, but I did not enter the order with any idea of gaining office or dignity. I desire simply to be a Knight of the Cross, and to spend my life in doing faithful service to the order. A worthy ambition indeed, and one that, so far as my experience goes, very few knights entertain. I see yearly scores of young knights depart, no small proportion of whom never place foot on Rhodes again, although doubtless many of them will hasten back again as soon as the danger of an assault from the Turks becomes imminent. You see, we who dwell here under the protection of the order naturally talk over these things among ourselves, and although in the matter of fortifications all will admit that enormous efforts have been made to render the town secure, it is clear that in the matter of knights to defend them, there is very much left to be desired. It is all very well to say that the knights from all parts of Europe would flock hither to defend it, but the journey would be a long one, and would occupy much time, and they would probably not receive news that the Turks had sailed until the place was already invested. Then it would be difficult, if not altogether impossible, for ships with reinforcements to make their way through the Turkish fleet and to enter the port. To man the walls properly would need a force 5 times as numerous as that which is now here. I recognize the valor of your knights. They have accomplished wonders, but even they cannot accomplish impossibilities. For a time they could hold the walls, but as their number became reduced by the fire of the Turkish cannon and the battle at the breaches, they would at last be too weak any longer to repel the onslaughts of foes with an almost unlimited supply of soldiers. That is true enough, Gervais admitted, and to my mind it is shocking that 4/5 at least of the order, pledged to oppose the infidels, should be occupied with the inglorious work of looking after the manors and estates of the society throughout Europe, while 1/5 at most are here performing the duties to which all are sworn. Of the revenues of the estates themselves, a mere fraction finds its way hither. Still, I trust that the greater part of the knights will hasten here as soon as danger becomes imminent, without waiting for the news that the Turkish armament has actually set forth. For an hour the 2 young knights remained on the roof, Gervais talking quietly with the merchant, while his companion laughed and chatted with the ladies and friends of their host. After they had left, with the promise that it would not be long before they repeated their visit, Ralph bantered Gervais on preferring the society of the merchant to that of his daughters. I found him a pleasant and very well-informed man, Ralph, and enjoyed my talk with him just as you enjoyed talking nonsense to his daughters and listening to their songs. Who is the man sitting next to the eldest daughter? He doesn't belong to Rhodes, but is a Greek from one of the islands, though I did not catch from which. I don't know whether he is a relative of the family, or a business connection of the merchants, or a stranger who has brought a letter of introduction to him. Nothing was said on that head. Why do you ask? I don't like the man's face. He is a handsome fellow, but has a crafty expression. He did not say much, but it seemed to me that at times, when he appeared to be sitting carelessly sipping his sherbet, he was really trying to listen to what Rhodes was saying to me. He could not do so, for we were on the other side of the circle, and were speaking in somewhat low tones, while the rest of you were chatting and laughing.
What should he want to listen for, most sapient knight?
That I can't tell, Ralph, but I am certain that he was trying to listen.
Well, as you were no doubt both talking more sensibly than most of us, Ralph laughed, he certainly showed his discernment.
I dare say I am wrong, Gervais said quietly. But you know we have our spies at Constantinople, and probably the Sultan has his spies here, and the idea occurred to me that perhaps this man might be one of them.
Well, I'm bound to say, Gervais, Ralph said a little irritably, I have never heard so grave an accusation brought on such insufficient evidence, or rather, as far as I can see, without a shadow of evidence of any kind. We drop in upon a man who is one of our most respected merchants, whose family has been established here many years, whose interests must be the same as those of the order, and because a guest of his does not care to take any active part in my joking with the girls, and because you imagine that there is a cunning expression on his face, you must straightway take it into your head that he must be a spy.
Excuse me, Ralph. I simply said that the idea occurred to me that he might be a spy, which is a very different thing to my accusing him of being one. I am ready to admit that the chances are infinitely greater that he is an honest trader or a relation of the merchant, and that his presence here is perfectly legitimate and natural, than that he should be a spy. Still, there is a chance, if it be but 1 out of 1,000, that he may be the latter. I don't think that I am at all of a suspicious nature, but I really should like to learn a little about this man. I do not mean that I am going to try to do so. It would be an unworthy action to pry into another's business, when it is no concern of one's own. Still, I should like to know why he is here.
Ralph shrugged his shoulders. This comes of living the life of a hermit, Gervais. Other people meet and talk and enjoy what society there is in the city, without troubling their heads for a moment as to where people come from or what their business is here, still less whether they are spies. Such ideas do not so much as occur to them, and I must say that I think the sooner you fall into the ways of other people, the better.
There is no harm done, Gervais said composedly. I am not thinking of asking our bailiff to order him to be arrested on suspicion. I only remarked that I did not like the man's face, nor the way in which, while he pretended to be thinking of nothing, he was trying to overhear what we were saying. I am quite willing to admit that I have made a mistake, not in devoting myself to Turkish, but in going to the merchants with you this evening. I have had no experience whatever of what you call society, and, so far from it giving me pleasure to talk to strangers, especially to women, it seems to me that such talk is annoying to me, at any rate at present. When I get to your age, possibly my ideas may change. I don't for a moment wish to judge you or others. You apparently enjoy it, and it is a distraction from our serious work. I say simply that it is an amusement which I do not understand. You must remember that I entered the order in consequence of a solemn vow to my dead father, that I regard the profession we make as a very serious one, and that my present intention is to devote my life entirely to the order, and to an active fulfillment of its vows.
That is all right, Gervais, Ralph said good-temperedly. Only I think it would be a pity if you were to turn out a fanatic. Jerusalem and Palestine are lost, and you admit that there is really very little chance of our ever regaining them. Our duties, therefore, are changed, and we are now an army of knights, pledged to war against the infidels, in the same way as knights and nobles at home are ever ready to engage in a war with France. The vow of poverty is long since obsolete. Many of our chief officials are men of great wealth, and indeed a Grand Master or the bailiff of a lang
is expected to spend, and does spend, a sum vastly exceeding his allowance from the order. The great body of knights are equally lax as to some of their other vows, and carry this to a length that, as you know, has caused grave scandal. But I see not that it is in any way incumbent on us to give up all the pleasures of life. We are a military order, and are all ready to fight in defense of Rhodes, as in bygone days we were ready to fight in defense of the Holy Sepulchre. Kings and great nobles have endowed us with a large number of estates, in order to maintain us as an army against Islam, and as such we do our duty. But to affect asceticism is out of date and ridiculous. I have certainly no wish to be an ascetic, Ralph. I should have no objection to hold estates if I had them to hold. But I think that at present, with the great danger hanging over us, it would be better if, in the first place, we were all to spend less time in idleness or amusement, and to devote all our energies to the cause. I mean not only by fighting when the time comes for fighting, but by endeavoring in every way to ward off danger. When I see danger, I will do my best to ward it off, Gervase, but I cannot go about with my nose in the air, snuffing danger like a hunting dog in pursuit of game. At any rate, I will not bother you to accompany me on my visits in the future. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Peter Strahm, Sabetha, Kansas, on December 26, 2018. Chapter 9 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 With the Galley Slaves. Gervase, on consideration, was obliged to own to himself that Ralph was right in saying that he had no ground whatever for suspicion against the Greek he had met at Signor Vrados, and he could see no means of following the matter up. It would not, he felt, be honourable to go again to the merchant's house, and to avail himself of his hospitality while watching his guest. He determined to dismiss the matter from his mind, and had indeed altogether done so, when, a week later, it suddenly recurred to his memory. A party of slaves under the escort of overseers, and in charge of a knight who had been with them at their work on the fortifications, were passing along the street on their way back to barracks. It was already dusk, and as Gervase was going the same way as they were, he stood aside in a doorway to let them pass. He was on the point of stepping out to follow them, when he saw a man, who had been standing in the shadow of the wall, fall in with their ranks, and, as he walked, engaged in an earnest conversation with one of the slaves. He kept beside him for 100 yards or so, then passed something into the slave's hand, and turned abruptly down a side opening. There were but few people about, and in the growing darkness the action of the man passed unobserved by the overseers. Gervase, thinking the occurrence a strange one, turned down the same lane as the man. He slackened his pace until the latter was 50 yards ahead, so that he would not, had he looked round, have been able to perceive that it was a knight who was behind him. After passing through several streets, the man turned into a refreshment house. The door stood open, and as the place was brightly lit, Gervase, pausing outside, was able to see what was going on inside. The man he had followed was on the point of seating himself at one of the tables, and as he did so, Gervase recognized him as the Greek he had met at the merchant's house. He at once walked on a short distance, and then paused to think. The vague suspicions he had before entertained as to the man now recurred with double force. He was certainly in communication with one or more of the slaves, and such communication, so secretly effected, could be for no good purpose. So far, however, there was nothing he could tax the man with. He would probably deny altogether that he had spoken to any of the slaves, and Gervais could not point out the one he had conversed with. At any rate, nothing could be done now, and he required time to think what steps he could take to follow up the matter. He resolved, however, to wait and follow the Greek when he came out. After a few minutes he again repassed the door, and saw that the man was engaged in earnest conversation with another. After considering for a time, Gervais thought that it would be best for him to follow this other man when he left, and ascertain who he was, rather than to keep a watch on the movements of the Greek, who, as likely as not, would now return to the merchants. He walked several times up and down the street, until at last he saw the two men issue out together. They stopped for a moment outside, and then, after exchanging a few words, separated, the Greek going in the direction of the quarter in which lay the house of Rhodes, while the other walked towards Gervais. The latter passed him carelessly, but when the man had gone nearly to the end of the street, he turned and followed him. He could see at once that he was a lay brother of the order. This class consisted of men of an inferior social position to the knights. They filled many of the minor offices, but were not eligible for promotion. Following for 10 minutes, Gervais saw him approach one of the barracks, or prisons, occupied by the slaves. He knocked at the door, and upon its being opened, at once entered. The matter had now assumed a much more serious aspect. This young Greek, a stranger to Rhodes, was in communication not only with some of the slaves, but with a prison official, and the matter appeared so grave to Gervais that, after some deliberation, he thought it was too important for him to endeavour to follow out alone, and that it was necessary to lay it before the bailiff. Accordingly, after the evening meal, he went up to Sir John Kendall, and asked if he could confer with him alone on a matter over which he was somewhat troubled. The bailiff assented at once, and Gervais followed him to his private apartment. "Now, what is this matter, Sir Gervais?" he asked pleasantly. "Nothing serious, I trust?" "I don't know, Sir John. That is a matter for your consideration, but it seems to me of such importance that it ought to be brought to your knowledge." The face of the bailiff grew more grave, and seating himself in a chair, he motioned to Gervais to do the same. "Now let us hear what it is," he said. Gervais told his story simply. A slight smile passed across the bailiff's face as he mentioned that he had met the Greek on the roof of the house of Signor Rhodes, and had not liked the expression of his face. "Rhodes has some fair daughters, has he not?" he asked. "Yes, sir, but I know little of them. That is the only visit that I have ever paid there, or indeed to the house of anyone in town." Sir John's face grew grave again as Gervais recounted how he had seen the man enter into communication with a slave, and he frowned heavily when he heard of his meeting afterwards with one of the prison officers. "In truth, Sir Gervais," he said, after a pause, "this seems to be a right serious matter, and you have done wisely in informing me of what you have seen. Assuredly there is mischief of some sort in the wind. The question is how to get to the bottom of it. Of course the Grand Master might order the arrest of this Greek and of the prison officer, but you may be sure that neither would commit himself unless torture were applied. And I, for one, have no belief in what any man says under such circumstances. The most honest man may own himself a traitor when racked with torture, and may denounce innocent men. It is at best a clumsy device. What think you of the matter?" "I have hardly thought it over yet, Sir John, and certainly no plan has yet occurred to me." "Well, think it over, Sir Gervais. It is not likely that a few days will make any difference, but I will take measures to see that this Greek does not sail away from the island at present, and will speak to the port-master about it. I will myself give the matter consideration, but as you have shown yourself so quick-witted in following up the matter so far, I rely upon you more than myself to carry it farther. There may possibly be some simple explanation of the matter. He may come from an island where the Turks are masters, and has perhaps brought a message from some relatives of a slave. As to the talk with the prison officer, it may be wholly innocent. If we should find that it is so, we will keep the matter to ourselves, if possible, or we shall get finely laughed at by our comrades for having run upon a false scent. If, on the other hand, the matter should turn out to be serious, you will assuredly get great credit for having discovered it. Therefore turn it over in your mind tonight, and see if you can arrive at some scheme for seeing further into it before we take any steps." In the morning, Gervase again called upon Sir John Kendall. "Well, Sir Gervase, I hope that you have hit upon some scheme for getting to the bottom of this matter. I confess that I myself, though I have had a sleepless night over it, have not been able to see any method of getting to the root of the affair, save by the application of torture. I do not know whether the plan I have thought of will commend itself to your opinion, sir, but I have worked out a scheme which will, I think, enable us to get to the bottom of the matter. I believe that a galley is expected back from a cruise today or tomorrow. Now, sir, my idea is that I should go on board a small craft, under the command of a knight upon whose discretion and silence you can rely, such as, for example, Sir John Boswell, and that we should intercept the galley. Before we board her, I should disguise myself as a Turkish slave, and as such, Sir John should hand me over to the officer in command of the galley, giving him a letter of private instructions from you as to my disposal. If they have other slaves on board, I would ask that I should be kept apart from them, as well as from the rowers of the galley. On being landed, I should be sent to the prison where I saw the officer enter last night, and the slaves and rowers should be distributed among the other prisons. Thus, then, the slaves I should be placed with would only know that I had arrived in the galley with other slaves captured by it. I have no doubt I should be able to maintain my assumed character, and should in a short time be taken into the confidence of the others, and should learn what is going on. It would be well, of course, that none of the officials of the prison should be informed as to my true character, for others, besides the one I saw, may have been bribed to participate in whatever plot is going on." "And do you mean to say, Sir Gervase, that you, a knight of the order, are willing to submit to the indignity of being treated as a slave, to keep up the disguise long enough to be taken into the confidence of the plotters? You might have to stay there for some time, and if the prison officials believe you to be but an ordinary slave, you will be put to work either on the walls or in one of the galleys." "I am ready to do anything for the benefit of the order and the safety of Rhodes that will meet with your approval," Gervase replied. "It will no doubt be unpleasant, but we did not enter the order to do pleasant things, but to perform certain duties, and those duties necessarily involve a certain amount of sacrifice." "Do you think you would be able to maintain the character? Because you must remember that if detected, you might be torn in pieces by the slaves before the officers could interfere to protect you." "I feel sure that I can do so, Sir John." "What story would you tell them?" "I would say that I had come from Syria and sailed from Acre in a trader, which is perfectly true, and also that I was taken off the ship I was on by a galley, which would not be altogether false, as I crossed one as I landed. I think there would be very little questioning, for I should pretend to be in a state of sullen despair, and give such short answers to questions that I should soon be left alone." "The scheme is a good one, Sir Gervase, though full of danger and difficulty. If you are ready to render this great service to the order, I willingly accept the sacrifice you offer to make. I will send one of my slaves down into the town to buy garments suitable for you, and also stains for your skin. It will, of course, be necessary for you to shave a portion of your head in Turkish fashion. I will also see Sir John Boswell, and ask him to arrange for a craft to be ready to start at noon. The galley is not expected in until evening, but of course she may arrive at any moment now. Come here again in an hour's time, and I will have the clothes ready for you." "May I suggest, sir, that they should be those appropriate to a small merchant. This might seem to account for my not being placed with the other slaves who may be on board the galley, as it would be supposed that I was set apart in order that I should be sent to one of the auberges as a servant, and my afterwards being herded with the others would be explained by its being found that there was no opening for me in such a capacity. I should think there would be no difficulty in obtaining such a suit, as garments of all kinds are brought here in prizes, and are bought up by some of the Greek merchants, who afterwards find opportunities of dispatching them by craft trading among the islands. Just before noon, Gervase walked down to the port with Sir John Boswell, a servant following with a bundle.
"It seems to me a harebrained scheme, lad,"
Sir John, who had just joined him, said, as they issued from the auberge,
"though I own from what the bailiff tells me that there must be some treacherous plot on hand, and when that is the case it is necessary that it should be probed to the bottom. But for a knight to go in the disguise of an infidel slave seems to me to be beyond all bounds."
"If one is ready to give one's life for the order, Sir John, surely one need not mind a few weeks' inconvenience. I shall at any rate be no worse off than you were when serving as a Turkish slave."
"Well, no, I don't know that you will,"
Sir John replied doubtfully.
"but that was from necessity and not from choice, and it is, moreover, an accident we are all exposed to."
"It is surely better to do a thing of one's own free will than because one is forced to do it, Sir John." The knight was silent. He was a stout fighting man, but unused to argument.
"Well,"
he said, after a long pause,
"I can only hope that it will turn out all right. I promise that if you are strangled in prison, I will see that every slave who had a hand in it shall be strung up. I have told Kendall frankly that if I were in his place I would not permit you to try such a venture. However, I could think of no other plan by which there would be a chance of getting to the bottom of this matter. My words had no effect with him. I should not have so much cared if the officers of the jail knew who you were. But I can see that if there is treachery at work, this would defeat your object altogether. What do you suppose this rascal Greek can be intending?"
"That I cannot say, Sir John. He may be trying to get an exact plan of the fortifications, or he may be arranging some plan of communication by which, in case of siege, news of our condition and of the state of our defences may be conveyed to the Turkish commander." By this time they had reached the port, and embarked at once on a trading vessel belonging to one of the merchants, from whom Sir John had readily obtained her use for a day or two. Her sail was hoisted at once, and she rowed out from the port. Having proceeded some 3 or 4 miles, they lowered her sails, and lay to in the course a galley making for the port would take. A sailor was sent up to the masthead to keep a lookout. Late in the afternoon, he called down that he could make out a black speck some 12 miles away. She carried no sails, and he judged her to be a galley.
"It will be dark before she comes along,"
Sir John Boswell said.
"You can hoist your sails, Captain, and return to within half a mile of the port, or she may pass us beyond hailing distance."
Gervase at once retired to the cabin that had been set aside for their use, and proceeded to disguise himself. An hour later Sir John came down. He looked at Gervase critically.
"You are all right as far as appearances go. I should take you anywhere for a young Turk. Your clothes are not too new, and are in accordance with the tale you are going to tell, which is that you are the son of a Syrian trader. If, as Suleiman says, you speak Turkish well enough to pose as a native, I think you ought to be able to pass muster. How long will that dye last? Because if it begins to fade, they will soon suspect you."
"It will last a fortnight, at least, so Sir John Kendall says. But he has arranged that if at the end of 10 days I have not succeeded in finding out anything, he will send down to the prison, and under the pretense that he wants to ask me some questions about what ransom my father would be likely to pay for me, he will have me up to the auberge, and there I can dye myself afresh."
"How are you to communicate with him in case of need?"
"His servant, Ahmet, who got the things for me, is to come down every morning, and to be near the door of the prison at the hour when the slaves are taken out to work. If I have aught to communicate, I am to nod twice, and Sir John Kendall will send down that evening to fetch me, instead of waiting until it is time for me to renew my dye."
"What is going to be said to Harcourt and the others, to account for your absence?"
"The bailiff will merely say that he has suddenly sent me away by ship on a private mission. They may wonder, perhaps, but none of them will venture to ask him its nature."
"Well, I must say that you seem to have made all your arrangements carefully, Tresham, and I hope it will turn out well. I was against the scheme at first, but I own that I do not see now why it should not succeed. And if there is any plot really on hand, you may be able to get to the bottom of it."
It was an hour after darkness had completely fallen when the regular beat of oars was heard. The ship's boat was already in the water, and Gervase, wrapped up in his mantle, followed Sir John out of his cabin and descended with him into the boat, which was at once rowed towards the approaching galley. Sir John hailed it as it came along. "Who is it that calls?" a voice said.
"It is I, Sir John Boswell. Pray take me on board, Sir Almeric. It is a somewhat special matter."
The order was given, the galley slaves ceased rowing, and the boat ran alongside. Gervase unclasped his mantle and gave it to Sir John, and then followed him on board.
"I congratulate you on your return, and on your good fortune in having, as your letter stated, made a prosperous voyage,"
Sir John said, as he shook hands with the commander of the galley.
"I would speak a word with you aside,"
he added in a low voice. Sir Almeric moved with him a few paces from the other knights.
"I am sent here by our bailiff, Sir Almeric. I have a Turkish prisoner here with me who is to be landed with those you have taken. There are special reasons for this, which I need not now enter into. Will you let him sit down here by the helm? My instructions are that he is not to mingle with the other slaves, and as there are reasons why it is wished that his coming on board in this manner shall not be known to them, I myself am to take him up to one of the prisons, or at least to hand him over to the officer sent down from that prison to take up the captives allotted to it. The matter is of more importance than it seems to be, or, as you may imagine, I should not be charged to intercept you on such an errand."
"Of course. I don't understand anything about it, Sir John, but will do as you ask me." He went to where Gervase had crouched down by the bulwark, beckoned him to follow, and walking aft motioned to him to sit down there. Then he returned to Sir John and joined the other knights, who were all too anxious to learn the latest news, who had left the island, and who had come to it since they sailed, to interest themselves in any way with the figure who had gone aft, supposing him, indeed, to be Sir John's servant. The lantern suspended over the poop, giving too feeble a light for his costume to be noted. A quarter of an hour later they anchored in the harbour. Some of the knights at once went ashore to their respective auberges, but Sir Almeric and a few others remained on board until relieved of their charge in the morning, an account being sent on shore of the number of captives that had been brought in. No thought was given to Gervase, who slept curled up on the poop. Sir John Boswell passed the night on board. In the morning an officer came off with a list of the prisons to which the slaves were to be sent. Sir John Kendall had seen the officer charged with the distribution, who had, at his request, not included the prison of St. Pelagius in the list. A message, however, had been sent to that prison, as well as to the others, for an officer to attend at the landing stage. In the morning Sir John went ashore in one of the boats conveying the slaves, of whom some 40 had been captured. Gervase followed him into the boat, and took his seat by the others, who were too dispirited at the fate which had befallen them to pay any attention to him. When he landed, Sir John asked which was the officer from St. Pelagius. One stepped forward.
"This is the only slave for you," he said, pointing to Gervase. "He is of a better class than the rest, and in the future may be he will do for a servitor at one of the auberges, but none have at present occasion for one, and so he is to go to you. He says that his father is a merchant, and will be ready to pay a ransom for him. But they all say that, and we must not heed it overmuch. As he seems a smart young fellow, it may be that he will be sent to one of the auberges later on. But at present, at any rate, you can put him with the rest, and send him out with the gangs."
"He is a well-built young fellow, Sir John," the officer remarked, "and should make a good rower at a galley. I will put him in the crew of the St. Elmo. Follow me," he said in Turkish to Gervais, and then led the way up to the prison. On entering, he crossed a courtyard to a door which was standing open. Within a vaulted room, some 40 feet long by 20 wide, along each side there were rushes strewn thickly. "The others have just started to their work," he said, "so that for today you can sleep." After he had left, Gervais looked with some disgust at the rushes that had evidently been for weeks unchanged. "I would rather have the bare stones if they were clean," he muttered to himself. "However, it can't be helped." He presently strolled out into the courtyard, where some other slaves, disabled by illness or injuries, were seated in the sun. Gervais walked across to them, and they looked listlessly up at him as they approached. "You are a newcomer," one said as he came up. "I saw you brought in, but it didn't need that. By the time you have been here a week or two, your clothes will be like ours." And he pointed to his ragged garments. "When did you arrive? Are there no others coming up here?" "The galley came in last night," Gervais said, "but they did not land us until this morning. I wish they had killed me rather than that I should have been brought here to work as a slave." "One always thinks so at first," the man said, "but somehow one clings to life. We shall die when Allah wills it, and not before." "What is the matter with your foot?" Gervais asked. "I was with the gang quarrying stones, and a mass of rock fell upon it. I have been in the infirmary for weeks, and I own that the Christian dogs treated me well. A slave has his value, you see. I am nearly cured now, but I shall never walk well again. I expect they will put me in one of their accursed galleys." "How long have you been here?" 7 years. It seems a lifetime. However, there is hope yet. They don't tell us much, but we hear things sometimes, and they say that the Sultan is going to sweep them out of Rhodes, as they were swept out of Acre. When will it be? "I know not. I am from Syria, but even there they are making preparations. The Sultan has had troubles in the east, and that has delayed him. But he will be here before long, and then we shall see. It will be our turn then." "It will indeed," one of the others exclaimed. "Oh, to see these dogs brought down, and suffering as we have suffered, toiling at the oars in one of our galleys, or at the fortifications of one of our castles. It will make amends for all our suffering. Had you a hard fight with them?" "No, we were but a small craft, and it was vain to attempt resistance. I would gladly have fought, but the sailors said it would only throw away their lives. There was but little on board, and they allowed the vessel to go free with those of the sailors who were too old to be made useful for hard work." No further questions were asked. The men seemed to have no interest save in their own misery, and Gervais soon left them, and sitting down in a shady corner, presently dropped off to sleep. In the evening all came in from their various work. The officer man who had brought Gervais in went up to the overseer of the galley slaves, and informed him that he had told off the new slave, pointing to Gervais, to his gang. "He was brought in by the galley that arrived last night," he said. "He was the only slave sent up here. I hear that he had been set aside to be appointed a servitor, but there are no vacancies, so they sent him here till one should occur, and I was ordered to make him useful in other ways in the meantime." "I am 2 or 3 hands short," the overseer said.
I wish now I had sent in an application yesterday, for if I had done so, no doubt they would have sent me some more men. However, this fellow will make up an even number, and he is strong and active, though at present he looks sulky enough under his bad fortune." A few of the slaves spoke to Gervais as they were waiting for the food to be brought them, but the majority dropped upon the rushes, too exhausted with toil and heat to feel an interest in anything. The food consisted of rye bread, with thin broth, brought in a great iron vessel. Each slave had a horn, which was used for soup or water, and which, when done with, he had by the rule enforced among themselves to take out to the fountain in the courtyard and wash, before it was added to the pile in the corner of the room. The cool of the evening aided the meal in restoring the energies of the slaves. Several gathered round Gervais, and asked questions as to what he knew of the prospects of an early invasion of Rhodes. But as soon as the officer left the room, closing and locking the door after him, the slaves became for the most part silent. A few men sat in groups together, talking in undertones, but the greater number threw themselves down on the rushes, either to sleep or to think alone. Gervais was struck by the manner in which most of them lay, without making the slightest movement, so long as there was light to enable him to make out their figures. He himself addressed 2 or 3 of them, as they lay with their eyes wide open, asking questions with reference to the work, but in no case did he receive any reply. The men seemed altogether unconscious of being addressed, being absorbed in the thought of their far distant homes and families, which they might never see again. Gervais walked a few times up and down the room, and as he approached, a silence fell each time upon the groups of men talking together. More than once a figure rose soon afterwards from the ground, and as soon as he came along again, asked him a few questions about himself. As soon as it was dark, he lay down in a vacant space on the rushes. Shortly afterwards, talking ceased altogether, and there was quiet in the vaulted room. With the first gleam of daylight they were astir, and, when the doors were opened, poured out into the courtyard, where all had a wash at the fountain. Half an hour later, a meal, precisely similar to that of the previous evening, was served out. Then the overseers called over the muster roll. The gangs were made up, and each, under its officer, started for its work. Gervais, with the men of his room, proceeded down to the port, and at once took their seats on the benches of the galley, one foot being chained to a ring in the deck, the other to that of a companion at the oar. The slaves were more cheerful now. As there was no work to do at present, they were allowed to talk, and an occasional laugh was heard, for the sun and brightness of the day cheered them. Many, after years of captivity, had grown altogether reckless, and it was among these that there was most talking. The younger men seemed, for the most part, silent and moody. "You will get accustomed to it," the man next to Gervais said cheerfully. "When I first came here, it seemed to me that I could not support the life for a month, that the fate was too dreadful to be borne, and that death would be most welcome. But like the rest, I became accustomed to it in time. After all, the work is no harder than one would do at home. There is no stint of food, and it is no worse than one would have were one laboring in the fields. Were it not for the loss of those we love, it would be nothing, and in time one gets over even that. I have long ago told myself that if they are not dead, at least they are dead to me. They have their livings to get, and cannot be always mourning, and I have tried to forget them, as they must have forgotten me." "Do you work hard?" Gervais asked. "No. We who are in the galleys are regarded by the others with envy. Sometimes, often indeed, we have naught to do all day. We bask in the sun, we talk, we sleep, we forget that we are slaves. But generally, we go out for an hour or two's exercise. That is well enough, and keeps us strong and in health. Only when we are away on voyages is the work hard. Sometimes we row from morning to night. But it is only when they are in chase of another craft that we have really to exert ourselves greatly. Then it is terrible. We may be doing our best, our very best,
And yet to the impatient knights it seems that we might do more. Then they shout to the overseer, and he lays his whip on our backs without mercy. Then we row until sometimes we drop, senseless, off the benches. But this, you understand, is not very often. And though the work on a cruise is long, it is not beyond our strength. Besides, when we are away in the galley, there is always hope. The galley may meet with 4 or 5 of our ships and be captured, or a storm may arise and dash her upon the shore. And though many would lose their lives, some might escape, and each man, in thinking of it, believes that he will be one of the fortunate ones. Take my advice. Always look cheerful if you can. Always put your hand on the oar when the order is given, and row as if you were glad to be at work again. And always make a show, as if you were working your hardest. Never complain when you are struck unjustly, and always speak respectfully to the overseer. In that way you will find your life much easier than you would think. You will be chosen for small boat service, and that is a great thing, as we are not chained in the small boats. Some men are foolish and obstinate, but so far from doing any good, this only brings trouble on themselves. They come in for punishment daily. They are closely watched, and their lives made hells for them. Even as a help to escape, it pays best to be cheerful and alert. We all think of escape, you know, though it is seldom indeed that a chance ever comes to any of us. It is the one thing except death to look forward to, and there is not a man among us who does not think of it a score of times a day. But small as the chance is, it is greatest for those who behave best. For instance, it is they only who man small boats, and when a small boat rows ashore, it is always possible that the guard may be careless, that he will keep the boat at the landing place, instead of pushing off at once into deep water, as he ought to do, and that in this way a chance will, sooner or later, come for springing ashore, and making a dash for liberty.
End of Chapter 9. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, December 27, 2018. Chapter 10 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. A Plot Discovered. The conversation between Gervais and his fellow slave was interrupted by the arrival at the side of the quay of a party of knights. Silence instantly fell upon the slaves. All straightened themselves up to the oars and prepared for a start. Among the knights who took their places on the poop, Gervais saw with amusement his friend Ralph. He had no fear of a recognition, for the darkly stained skin and the black hair had so completely altered him that when he had looked at himself in a mirror, after the application of the dye, he was surprised to find that he would not have known it to be his own face. Ralph was in command of the party, which consisted of young knights who had but recently arrived at Rhodes, and, as it was the first time he had been appointed as instructor, Gervais saw that he was greatly pleased at what he rightly regarded as promotion. The galley at once pushed off from the wharf, and rowed out of the port. The work was hard, but as the slaves were not pressed to any extraordinary exertions, Gervais did not find it excessive. He congratulated himself, however, that the stain was, as he had been assured, indelible, save by time, for after a few minutes' exercise he was bathed in perspiration. As the galley had been taken out only that instruction might be given to the young knights, the work was frequently broken. Sometimes they went ahead at full speed for a few hundred yards, as if to chase an adversary. Then they would swerve aside, the slaves on one side rowing while those on the other side backed, so as to make a rapid turn. Then she lay for a minute or two immovable, and then backed water, or turned to avoid the attack of an imaginary foe. Then for an hour she lay quiet, while the knights, divesting themselves of their mantles and armor, worked one of the guns on the poop, aiming at a floating barrel moored for the purpose a mile out at sea. At 11 o'clock they returned to the port. Bread and water were served out to the slaves, and they were then permitted to lie down and sleep, the galley being moored under the shadow of the wall. At 4 o'clock another party of knights came down, and the work was similar to that which had been performed in the morning. At 7 o'clock the slaves were taken back to their barracks. "Well, what do you think of our work?" one of the slaves asked Gervais, as they ate their evening meal. "It would not be so bad if it was all like that." "No, but I can tell you that when you have to row from sunrise to sunset, with perhaps but 1 or 2 pauses for a few minutes, it is a different thing altogether, especially if the galley is carrying dispatches and speed is necessary. Then you get so worn out and exhausted that you can scarce move an oar through the water, until you are wakened up by a smart as if a red-hot iron had been laid across your shoulders. It is terrible work then. The whip cracks every minute across someone's back. You are blinded by exhaustion and rage, and you feel that you would give the world if you could but burst your chain, rush on your taskmasters, and strike, if only one blow, before you are killed." "It must be terrible," Gervais said. "And do you never get loose and fall upon them?" The man shook his head. "The chains are too strong, and the watch too vigilant," he said. "Since I came here, I have heard tales of crews having freed themselves in the night and fallen upon the Christians. But for my part, I do not believe in them. I have thought, as I suppose every one of us has thought, how such a thing could be done. But as far as I know, no one has hit on a plan yet. Now and then, men have managed to become possessed of a file, and have by long impatient work sawn through a chain, and have, when a galley has been lying near our own shore, sprung overboard and escaped. But for every attempt that succeeds, there must be 20 failures, for the chains are frequently examined, and woe be to the man who is found to have been tampering with his. But as to a whole gang getting free at once, it is altogether impossible, unless the key of the padlocks could be stolen from an overseer, or the man bribed into aiding us." "And that, I suppose, is impossible?" Gervais said. "Certainly impossible for us who have no money to bribe them with, but easy enough if anyone outside with ample means were to set about it. These overseers are, many of them, sons of Turkish mothers, and have no sympathy, save that caused by interest with one parent more than another. Of course, they are brought up Christians, and taught to hold Muslims in abhorrence. But I think many of them, if they had their free choice, would cross to the mainland. Here they have no chance of ever being aught but what they are, overseers of slaves, or small prison officials. They are despised by these haughty knights, and hated by us, while were they to reach the mainland and adopt their mother's religion, everything would be open to them. All followers of the Prophet have an equal chance, and one may be a soldier today, a bey tomorrow, and a pasha a year hence, if he be brave, or astute, or capable in any way beyond his fellows. Men like these warders would be sure to make their way. They cannot have gathered much during their service, therefore the offer of a large sum of money would find plenty among them eager to earn it. But you see, they are but the inferiors. On our voyages on board the galley, the knights inspect our fetters twice a day, and the keys are kept in the commander's cabin. For an hour or two, when we are not on a long passage, the padlocks are unfastened in order that we may jump over and bathe, and exercise our limbs. But at this time the knights are always on guard, and as we are without arms, we are altogether powerless. It is the same thing here. The senior warders, who all belong to the order, although of an inferior grade, come round, as you have seen, to examine our fetters, and themselves lock and bar the doors. If one or two of these could be corrupted, escape would be easy enough. But is it impossible to do this? Gervais asked eagerly. My father has money, and would, I know, be ready, if I could communicate with him, to pay a handsome sum, if sure that it would result in my obtaining my freedom. The man nodded significantly. There may be other means of doing it, he said. Perhaps it will not be long before you hear of it. You seem a stout fellow, and full of spirit, but as yet anything that may be going on is known but to a few, and will go no further until the time comes that all may be told. I think not so badly of men of our faith as to believe that anyone would betray the secret for the sake of obtaining his own freedom and a big reward. But secrets, when known by many, are apt to leak out. A muttered word or two in sleep, or the raving of one down with fever, might afford ground for suspicion, and torture would soon do the rest. I myself know nothing of the secret, but I do know that there is something going on which, if successful, will give us our freedom. I am content to know no more until the time comes, but there are few, save those engaged in the matter, that know as much as this, and you can see that it is better it should be so. Look at that man opposite. He has been here 15 years. He seldom speaks. He does his work, but it is as a brute beast. Despair has well nigh turned him into one. Think you that if such a man as that were to know that there is hope, he would not be so changed that even the dullest would observe it? I see you are a brisk young fellow, and I say to you, keep up your courage. The time is nearer than you think when you will be free from these accursed shackles. Each morning as he went out to work with his gang, Gervais saw the servant from the auberge standing near, but he made no sign. He was satisfied that his suspicions had been justified, and that he was not leading this life in vain. But he thought it better to wait until the week passed, and he was taken away to have his colour renewed, than to make a sign that might possibly rouse the suspicions of his comrades. On the 8th morning, when the door of the room was unlocked, the overseer said, "Number 36, you will remain here. You are wanted for other work." After the gang had left the prison, the overseer returned. "I am to take you up to the English auberge. The knight who handed you over to me when you landed told me that you might be wanted as a servitor, and as it is he who has sent down, it may be that a vacancy has occurred. If so, you are in luck, for the servitors have a vastly better time of it than the galley slaves, and the English auberge has the best reputation in that respect. Come along with me." The English auberge was one of the most handsome of the buildings standing in the great street of the Knights. Its architecture was Gothic in its character, and although the Lang was one of the smallest of those represented at Rhodes, it vied with any of them in the splendour of its appointments. Sir John Boswell was standing in the interior courtyard.
"Wait here for a few minutes,"
he said to the overseer.
"The bailiff will himself question the slave as to his accomplishments, but I fancy he will not be considered of sufficient age for the post that is vacant. However, if this should not be so, I shall no doubt find a post to fit him ere long, for he seems a smart young fellow, and what is better, a willing one, and bears himself well under his misfortunes."
Then he motioned to Gervais to follow him to the bailiff's compartment. "Well, Sir Gervais," Sir John Kendall exclaimed, as the door closed behind him, "have you found aught to justify this cruel penance you have undertaken?" "As to penance, Sir John, it has been nothing unsupportable. The exercise is hard enough, but none too hard for one in good health and strength. And, save for the filth of the chamber in which we are shut up at night, and the foul state of the rushes on which we lie, I should have naught to complain of. No, I have as yet heard nothing of a surety, and yet enough to show me that my suspicions were justified, and that there is a plot of some sort on foot. And he related to the two knights the conversation he had had with the galley slave. "By St. George," the bailiff said, "you have indeed been justified in your surmises, and I am glad that I attached sufficient importance to your suspicions to let you undertake this strange enterprise. What think you, Sir John Boswell?"
"I think with you that Sir Gervase has fully justified his insistence in this matter, which I own I considered to be harebrained folly. What is to be done next, Sir Gervase?"
"That is what I have been turning over in my mind. You see, I may have little warning of what is going to take place. I may not hear of it until we are locked up for the night, and the affair is on the point of taking place. And it will, of course, be most needful that I shall be able to communicate with you speedily." "That, of course, is of vital importance," the bailiff said. "But how is it to be managed?" "That is what I cannot exactly see, Sir John. An armed guard remains in our room all night, but in the first place he might be himself in the plot, and if not, the slaves would almost certainly overpower him and kill him, as a preliminary to the work of knocking off their chains." "Is there a window to the room? At least, of course there is a window, but is it within your reach?" "There are 6 small loopholes, 1 on each side of the door, and 2 in each of the side walls. They are but 4 inches across and 3 feet in length. There are 2 crossbars to each. They are 4 feet from the floor. At any rate, they are large enough for your arm to pass through, Sir Gervase, and you might drop a strip of cloth out." "Certainly I could, Sir John. I could easily hide a piece of white cotton a yard or so long in my clothes, scanty as these are, and could certainly manage, unobserved, to drop it outside the window." "Then the rest is for us to contrive, Boswell. We must have someone posted in the yard of the prison, with instructions to go every 10 minutes throughout the night, to see if a strip of white cotton has been dropped out. When he finds it, he must go at once to William Neve, the governor. He is a sturdy Englishman, and there is no fear of his having been bribed to turn traitor. But it were well to take no one into our confidence. I think we cannot do better than employ Ahmet on this business, as he already knows that Sir Gervase is masquerading there. We will have William Neve up here presently. Tell him that for certain reasons we wish Ahmet to pass the night for the present in the prison, and arrange with him on what excuse we can best bestow him there without exciting suspicion. At any rate, Sir Gervase, that is our affair." He went to the closet and took out a white mantle, tore a strip off the bottom, and gave it to Gervase. "It would be best not to keep you here any longer," he said, "so renew your staying while I speak. As soon as you learn the details of the plot, you will drop this out from the loophole on the right-hand side of the door. That is to say, the one on your right, standing inside. If the affair is not to come off at once, it were best for you to proceed as before. Ahmet will be outside when you go out with your gang, and on your nodding to him we will make some excuse to take you away on your return. I say this because if you see that the affair, whatever it is not imminent, you might think it better to remain with them longer, so as to learn their plans more fully, instead of having the thing put a stop to at once." "I understand, Sir John, but as I have said, I do not think we should all be told until the blow is ready to be struck, as they would be afraid that someone might inform against them, if time and opportunity were granted them." "I think so too, Sir Gervase. This afternoon we will call upon the Grand Master, for we have no means of knowing how serious or how extended this plot may be. It may include only the crew of a single galley, and on the other hand the whole of the slaves may be implicated in it. It is evident, therefore, that the matter is too serious to be kept any longer from his knowledge. 3 more days passed. On the 3rd evening, after the allowance of broth and bread had been consumed, and the door was closed and locked upon them for the night, 3 or 4 of the galley slaves, after talking eagerly together, beckoned to the others to gather round them at the end of the room farthest from the door. 2 of them took up arms full of the bedding and stuffed it into the side windows. Gervais saw in the dim light a look of intense excitement on the faces of the slaves. It had been vaguely known among them that a plot was in hand, although but a few had been admitted into the confidence of the leaders. Hitherto all had feared that it concerned only a small number, but the preparations now made to ensure that they should not be overheard showed that, whatever the plan might be, all were to share in it.
"Thanks be to Allah, the All-Powerful," one of the men began. "My lips are unsealed, and I can tell you the great news that our hour for escape from bondage is at hand. We need not fear the warder there," he went on as several eyes were turned apprehensively towards the guard, who, with his spear beside him, was leaning carelessly against the wall at the farther end, looking through the window into the courtyard. "He is with us. You must know that for the last 2 months an agent from Constantinople has been on the island, and has been engaged in arranging this affair. 2 of our taskmasters belonging to the order have been bribed by large sums of money, and several of the overseers, who are half of our blood, have eagerly embraced the prospect of returning to their mother's country, and of avowing openly their belief in our religion. These again have brought over many of the guards, ours included, and tonight all will be ready for action. Those not of our party will be killed without ceremony. Duplicate keys have been made of all the padlocks of the fetters. The guards who are with us have each one of them. The others will have been slipped into the hands of one man in each gang as they return tonight from work. The overseers who are in the plot will, at midnight, go quietly round and unlock the doors, and remove the bars from the outside. We have, therefore, only to overcome the 8 or 10 men who patrol the prison, and as we shall have the arms of the guards, some 30 in number, we shall make quick work of them. The 2 guards at the outside gates must, of course, be killed. Duplicates of the keys have been made, and will be hidden in a spot known to some of our party, close to the gate. Thus we have but to issue out and rush down in a body to the port. I and another are to take the arms of our guard, and 2 others are told off in each room to do the same. That will give us 60 armed men. We shall make very short work of the guards at the gate leading into the port. Then 20 of us are to run along the mole to Fort St. Nicholas, 20 to the Tower of St. Michael, and 20 to that of St. John. There will be at the most but 3 or 4 men keeping watch at each fort, and thus we shall have in our possession the 3 forts commanding the entrance to the harbour. There are, as you know, 6 galleys manned by crews from our prison there. The crew of each galley will embark upon it, and man the oars. The rest will divide themselves among the galleys. Before starting, we shall seize and set fire to all other galleys and ships in the port. The gangs and 4 of the rooms have been told off specially for this duty. Before firing them, they are to take out such provisions as they may find, and transport them to the galleys. We who take the ports are provided with hammers and long nails, to drive down the vent holes of the cannon. When we have done this, we are to wait until one of the galleys fetches us off. 10 minutes should be ample time for all there is to be done, and even if the alarm is given at once, we shall be away long before the knights can be aroused from sleep, buckle on their armor, and get down to the port.
Exclamations of delight and approbation burst from his hearers. Then it is only we of this prison who are in the plot? One said.
Yes. In the first place, it would have been too dangerous to attempt to free all. In the second, the galleys would not carry them. We shall be closely packed as it is, for there are over 1,000 here. I hear that there was a talk of freeing all, and that we, instead of embarking at first, should make for the other prisons, burst open the doors and rescue the others. But by the time we could do so, the knights would be all in arms, and our enterprise would fail altogether, for as but a small proportion of us can obtain weapons, we could not hope to overcome them. Were it not for the strong wall that separates their quarters from the town, we might make straight for their houses, and slay them before the alarm could be given. As it is, that would be impossible, and therefore the plan will be carried out as I have told you. The loss of all their galleys, and of over 1,000 slaves, will be a heavy blow for them. Great pains have been taken to prevent confusion when we reach the port. The men in each room have been instructed as to the galleys on which they are to embark. As for you, you know precisely what is to be done. You will simply take your places, and then wait until all are on board. No galley is to push out from the wharf until the last man of those employed in burning the ships has returned, with the provisions found in them. Then the order will be given by the man who has arranged all this, and the 6 galleys will put out together. One is to row to each of the forts to carry off the party that will have been engaged in silencing the cannon. Our galley is to row to St. Nicholas, and take off the 20 men I shall lead there. There is no possibility of failure. Everything has, you see, been arranged. One of the overseers who is in the plot walked by my side as we returned from the port, and gave me the instructions, and all the others will have been told in the same way, or else by the guards in charge of them.
The gang now broke up into little groups, talking excitedly over the unlooked-for news, and exulting over the speedy advent of liberty. Gervais strolled carelessly to the window, and dropped out the white strip of stuff. It was now quite dark, and there was no fear of anyone observing the movement. Then he joined the others. After an hour and a half had passed, he heard footsteps approaching the door. There was a pause. Then the outside bars were taken down, and a key turned in the lock. A deep silence fell on the slaves. Then a voice called, "Number 36. "What is it?" replied Gervais, without raising himself from his seat on the bedding. "I have done my share of work today, and earned my night's sleep."
"It is a knight from the English auberge. He has come to fetch you. It seems that you are to go there as a servitor."
"What a cursed misfortune," Gervais muttered in Turkish. "Just when a road to freedom is open, I have a good mind to say I am ill, and cannot go till the morning." "No, no," one of the others exclaimed. "They would only drag you out, and when they saw that there was naught the matter with you, would suspect that there must be some reason why you do not want to go. When, as everyone knows, the position of the servitors is in every way preferable to ours."
"Now then, why are you delaying?"
a voice said sharply, and a warder entered with a lighted torch.
"Get up, you lazy hound. It will be worse for you if I have to speak again."
"I am coming," Gervais grumbled. "I was just asleep." He rose, as if reluctantly, and went forward. The warder gave him an angry push, followed him out, and locked and barred the door after him.
"I suppose this is the right man,"
Sir John Boswell said.
"This is number 36, Sir Knight, the same who was taken over to your auberge the other day."
And he held the light close to Gervais's face.
"Yes, that is the man. Follow me,"
he added in Turkish. The gate of the courtyard was unbarred, and they passed out unquestioned. Sir John strolled on ahead. Gervais followed him a pace or two behind. Not until they had passed through the gate of the castle did Sir John turn.
"I have not spoken to you,"
he said, "as we may have been watched. Keep your news until we reach the auberge." Upon entering, they went up at once to Sir John Kendall's apartments. "Well, Sir Gervase, the strip of cotton was brought to us safely. What is your news?" "It is very serious, Sir John, and I have been in terrible anxiety since I dropped it out, lest it should not come to hand in time. As it is, you have till midnight to make your preparations." He then repeated the statement made by the galley slave. "By my faith," Sir John Kendall exclaimed, "this is a pretty plot indeed. And had it succeeded, as it certainly would have done but for your vigilance, it would have been a heavy blow to us. The burning of all our galleys would have crippled us sorely, and the loss of over 1,000 slaves would have been a serious one indeed, when we so urgently require them for completing our defences. Get rid of those clothes at once, Sir Gervase, and don your own. We must go straight to the Grand Master. You will find your clothes and armour in the next room. I had them taken there as soon as your token was brought me." In a few minutes Gervase returned in his usual attire, and with his armour buckled on. The two knights were already in their coats of mail, and leaving the auberge they went to the Grand Master's palace. A servitor had already been sent to D'Aubusson to inform him that they were coming, and he advanced to meet them as they entered.
"Welcome, Sir Gervase," he said. "Whether your news be good or bad, whether you have found that it is a general rising of the slaves that is intended, or a plot by which a handful of slaves may seize a boat and escape, the gratitude of the order is no less due to you for the hardships and humiliations you have undergone on its behalf."
"It concerns but one prison, that of St. Pelagius."
"The largest of them," the Grand Master put in.
"The whole of the slaves there are to be liberated at 12 o'clock tonight, are to seize the 3 water towers and to spike the guns, to burn all the shipping in the harbour, to make off with 6 galleys, and destroy the rest."
"By St. John,"
D'Aubusson exclaimed,
"this is indeed a serious matter. But tell me all about it. There must be treachery indeed at work for such a scheme to be carried out."
Gervase now told him all the details he had learned.
"So 2 of the order, though but of the inferior grade, are in the plot," the Grand Master said, "and several of the overseers. One of the villains is, of course, the man you saw this Greek talking with. We must get hold of the other if we can. As to the slaves, now that we have warning, there is an end of the matter, though without such warning they would surely have succeeded, for the plans are well laid, and they would have been at sea before we could have gathered in any force at the port. If it were not that it would cost the lives of many of the warders and of the prison guards, I should say we ought to take post outside the gate, for we should then catch the traitors who are to accompany them. As it is, we must be beforehand with them. 100 men will be more than ample for our purpose. Do you take 50 of your knights, Sir John Kendall, and I will draw 50 of those of Averny. At 11 o'clock we will meet at the gate leading down into the town, and will march to the private entrance of the governor's house. I will go in first with a few of you, tell him what we have discovered, and post guards to prevent anyone from leaving his house. Then, having admitted the others, we will go quietly out and place a party at each door of the overseer's house, with orders to seize any who may come out. The rest, in small parties, will then go round the prison, and entering each room, show the slaves that their plot has been discovered. This we must do to save the lives of the guards who may be faithful to their trust. As to the higher officials engaged in the affair, we must obtain their names from the overseers or slaves. It is not likely that the 2 traitors will quit their houses, as they will leave the matter in the hands of the overseers, who, as you say, intend to first open the doors, and then to accompany the slaves in their escape. Do not warn the knights until it is nearly time to start, Sir John. The less stir made, the better, for no one can say whether they may not have suborned some of the servitors to send instant news of any unusual movements in any of the auberges.
At 10:30, Sir John Kendall went round among the knights, and bade 50 of them arm themselves quietly, and proceed one by one down to the gate, and there await orders. Up to this time Gervase had remained in the bailiff's room, so as to avoid the questioning that would take place, and he went down to the gate with the bailiff and Sir John Boswell. The knights assembled rapidly. None were aware of the reason for which they had been called out at such an hour, and there was a buzz of talk and conjecture until Sir John Kendall arrived. He was followed by 4 of the servants, who at once lighted the torches they carried, when he proceeded to go through the roll and found that the muster was complete. Many of the knights had gazed in some surprise at Gervase, whose dark complexion altogether concealed his identity, and it was supposed that he must be some newly arrived knight, though none had heard that any ship had entered the harbour that day. 2 or 3 minutes later, 50 knights of the Lang of Averny came down, headed by the Grand Master himself, whose appearance greatly heightened the surprise of the English knights. The torches were now extinguished, the gate thrown open, and the party descended into the town. Gervase had purposely fallen in by the side of Harcourt. "You are but newly arrived, Sir Knight," the latter said as they moved off. "Not so very newly, Ralph," Gervase replied. "What? Is it you, Gervase?" Harcourt exclaimed with a start of surprise. "Why, I did not know you, though I looked hard at you in the torchlight. What have you done with yourself? Where have you been? Do you know what all this is about?" "I cannot tell you now, Ralph. You must be content to know that I have been in prison and working in the galleys." "The saints defend us! Why, what on earth had you done to entail such punishment as that? It is an outrage. The Grand Master and the Council have the right to expel a knight from the order after due trial and investigation, but not to condemn him to such penalties as the galley. It is an outrage upon the whole order, and I would say so to the Grand Master himself." "There was no outrage in it, Ralph. Wait until you hear the whole story. That I have not disgraced you may judge from the fact that I am in the armour and mantle of the order, and that, as you saw, I came down with Sir John Kendall himself. There were no people about in the streets, though the lights still burned on a few of the roofs. For a short distance the knights marched down towards the port, and then turned down a street to the right. After a few minutes' marching they halted under a high wall, which all knew to be that of the prison of St. Pelagius. 6 knights were posted at the main entrance, with orders that none should be allowed to leave the prison, and that any persons who came up to the gate were to be at once seized and made prisoners. The rest marched on to a small door leading into the governor's house. Here they were halted, and told to wait till called in. 6 knights of England, and as many of Averny, being told off to accompany the Grand Master and Sir John Kendall. A note had been sent to the governor, informing him that the Grand Master intended to visit the prison at 11 o'clock, but that the matter was to be kept an absolute secret, and that the governor himself was to be down at the gate to admit him. End of Chapter 10. Read by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 27th, 2018. Chapter 11. Of a Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. In Command of a Galley. William Neve, the governor of the prison, looked astonished indeed when, upon his opening the door, the Grand Master and the bailiff of the English Lang, with the 12 knights behind them, entered. He had been puzzled when, 4 days before, He had received an order from the Grand Master that Ahmet, a servitor in the auberge of the English Lang, should be permitted to pass the night in his house, with authority to move freely and without question, at any hour, in the courtyard of the jail, and to depart at any hour, secretly and without observation, by the private gate. Still more had he been surprised when he received the message that the Grand Master would pay him a secret visit at 11 o'clock at night.
"Let no word be spoken until we are in your apartments,"
D'Aubusson said in a low voice as he entered.
"But first lead 4 of these knights and post them so that none can enter the jail from the house. If there are more than 4 doors or windows on that side, you must post a larger number. It is imperative that there shall be no communication whatever between your servants and the jail."
As soon as this was done, the rest of the party were taken to the governor's rooms.
"I can now explain to you all," the Grand Master said, "the reason of our presence here. I have learned that at 12 tonight there will be a general rising of the slaves in this prison, and that, aided by treachery, they will free themselves from their fetters, overpower and slay such of the guards in their rooms as have not been bribed, throw open the gates, make their way down to the port, burn all the shipping there, and make off in the 6 galleys manned by them, having first overpowered the sentries in the 3 forts commanding the entrance, and spiked the guns."
Exclamations of surprise burst from the knights, who now for the first time learnt the reason of their being called out. The governor listened with an expression of stupefaction. "With all deference to your highness," he said hesitatingly, "it seems to me that someone must have been deceiving you with this tale. It is altogether incredible that such a plot should have been hatched without a whisper of the matter coming to my ears. It could only be possible were there not one, but many traitors among the officials. If this is so, then indeed am I a dull ass, and unfit for my duty here, of which I shall pray you to relieve me, and to order such punishment as the council may deem just to be allotted to me for having so signally been hoodwinked."
"My news is sure," the Grand Master said, "but I deem not that you are in any way to blame in the matter. The plot has been matured, not as a consequence of any laxity of discipline in the prison, but from deliberate treachery, against which no mortal being can guard. The traitors are 2 of the officials who, being members of the order, none would suspect of connivance in such a deed. With them are several, I know not how many, under-officials, warders and guards. All these have been bribed by an emissary from Constantinople, now in the town, and who is doubtless furnished with large means. It is well indeed for the order that this terrible act of treachery has been discovered in time to prevent the plot from coming to a head. For the loss of all our galleys, to say nothing of the disgrace of having thus been bearded by slaves, would be a very heavy blow to it. Now that the house is safely guarded, William Neve, you can admit the rest of the knights who are waiting outside. Then you will, in the first place, conduct a party, and post them so that they may arrest as they come out to perform their share of the work, all officials, warders, and guards, of whatever rank. When you have posted knights to carry out this, and I need not say that the operation must be performed as silently as possible, for it is above all things necessary that the men concerned shall have no suspicion that their plot has been discovered. You will conduct other parties to the various rooms occupied by the slaves. The guards on duty inside will be made prisoners. The doors will then be locked and barred as before. The appearance of the knights and the arrest of the guards will be sufficient to show the slaves that their plot has been discovered, and there will be no fear of their making any attempt to carry it into execution. I will myself post the main body of the knights in the courtyard. The arrest of the guards is to be carried out at once, as all those not concerned in the plot would be killed when the hour comes for the rising. Therefore this part of the business must be carried out immediately. I should not, however, lead the guards away to a cell,
for the less tramping of feet the better. Therefore I shall place 2 knights in each room, and beg them to remain inside in charge until the traitors outside are secured."
The knights outside were now marched up. The Grand Master ordered half those of Averny to go round to the main gate, which would be opened for them by the governor. They were to enter quietly and remain in a body close to it until they received further orders. Sir John Kendall told off the rest of the knights to the various duties of watching the houses occupied by the officials and warders, and of entering the prison rooms and remaining in them on guard. The governor, with his private servants, bearing a supply of torches, was to lead them to the various cells and unlock the doors. The knights were enjoined to move as noiselessly as possible, and to avoid all clashing of arms against armor. The governor produced a number of cloths intended to be served out to the slaves. Strips of these were cut off and wrapped round the feet of the English knights, so as to deaden the sound of their boots on the stone pavement. Then, accompanied by the Grand Master and Sir John Kendall, he went the round of the cells. In some of these the slaves were found standing up in an attitude of eager expectation, which, as the door opened, and the light of the torches showed a party of knights, changed into one of terror and consternation. Scarce a word was spoken. The guard was ordered to lay down his arms, and to take one of the torches. 2 knights placed themselves one on each side of him with drawn swords. The door was again locked and barred, and the party proceeded to the next cell. In less than a quarter of an hour this part of the work was finished, and D'Aubusson, Sir John Kendall, and the governor then took up their station with a party of knights, who, concealed behind a buttress, were watching the doors of the officials' houses. 10 minutes later, one of these doors was heard to open, and 5 dark figures came noiselessly out. They were allowed to go a short distance, in order to see if any others followed, but as no others came out, the governor stepped forward. "Whither are you going at this time of night?" he asked. There was a momentary pause. A few hasty words were exchanged. Then the 5 men rushed towards him with bared swords or knives, but before they reached him, the knights poured out from their hiding-place. "We are betrayed," one of the men shouted in Turkish. "Fight to the last. Better be killed than tortured and executed." With a yell of fury and despair, they rushed upon the knights. So desperate was their attack that the latter were forced to use their swords, which indeed, burning with rage at the treachery of these men, they were not backward in doing. And in less than a minute the 5 traitors lay, with cloven heads, dead on the pavement.
"It is as well so," D'Aubusson said, looking sternly down upon them. "Perhaps better so, since it has saved us the scandal of their trial. We might have learned more from them, but we have learned enough, since, doubtless, they have no accomplices among the warders, or they would have been with them. Now we will deal with the arch-traitors. There is no need for further concealment. The noise of this fray will assuredly have been heard by them, for they will be listening for the sounds that would tell them the slaves have been liberated."
Followed by the knights, he went to the door of the house occupied by the overseers, all of whom were members of the lower branch of the order. It was indeed evident that an alarm had been given there, for lights appeared at the windows. As they opened the door and entered the hall, several half-dressed men rushed down the stairs with drawn swords, 2 of them carrying torches in their left hands. As the light fell upon the figures of the Grand Master and the knights, they paused in astonishment.
"There is treachery at work in the prison,"
D'Aubusson said quietly.
"I pray you to collect your comrades and to assemble here at once."
In a minute or two, some 20 officials were gathered in the hall.
"Are all here?"
D'Aubusson asked the governor. The latter counted the men. "There are 2 short," he said. "Pietro Romano and Karl Schumann. They occupy the same room. Go and fetch them down, 4 of you." The 4 men nearest to the stairs at once went up with 2 torches. They returned in a minute.
"The door is fastened on the inside, and we can obtain no response." "Fetch an axe and break it in," the Grand Master ordered. Sir John Boswell, do you, with some other knights, take post without. They may attempt to escape by the window, though as we hold the gates it would avail them little. Sir Gervase Tresham, do you follow us?"
Gervase, who had been placed with the party watching the house, followed the Grand Master and Governor upstairs. A few blows with an axe splintered the door. Its fastenings gave way, and they entered the room. The window was open, and 2 figures lay prostrate on the ground near it.
"I half expected this," the Grand Master said. "They were listening there. The conflict in the yard told them that the plot had been discovered, and as they saw us approaching the house, they dared not meet the punishment of their crimes, and have fallen by their own daggers. Put a torch close to their faces, Sir Gervase. Do you recognize in either of these men the official you saw in conversation with the Greek?"
Gervase stepped forward and examined the men's faces. "This is the man," he said, pointing to one of them. "I marked him so closely that I cannot be mistaken." "That is Pietro Romano," the governor said. "He was an able officer, but discontented with his position and given to quarrelling with his comrades."
"Have a hole dug and bury them in the prison," D'Aubusson said. "They have been false to their vows, and false to their religion. They have chosen their own mode of death. Let them be buried like dogs, as they are. But let a careful search be made of their garments and of this room. It may be that they may have some documents concealed, which may be of use to us."
The Grand Master then descended to the hall.
"Members of the order," he said to the overseers, "your guilty companions have met death by their own hands, as the others concerned in this plot have met theirs by the swords of the knights. It were well that this matter were not spoken of outside the prison. The attempt has been detected, and has failed, but were it talked of, it might incite others to repeat the attempt, and possibly with better success. Now," he went on, turning to the governor, "our work is done here. Call up the other warders. Let them take the men now prisoners in the rooms, and place them in a dungeon. Let fresh men be placed on guard, and let all the knights gather in the courtyard."
When this was done, and all the knights again assembled, D'Aubusson said,
"Our work is nearly done, brothers. The traitors are all dead, and the revolt is at an end. It remains but to capture the author of this attempt, but I believe he is already in our hands. I have given an accurate description of him to Daveschi, who has taken 4 knights with him, and they probably will catch him down at the port. If not, he will be arrested the first thing in the morning. As to the slaves, they will be so utterly cowed by the discovery that there will be no fear of their repeating the attempt. I have ordered the officials of the prison to say naught in the town of what has taken place. There can, however, be no concealment among ourselves. I shall of course lay the whole matter before the council. The fact that a strong body of knights has, at so late an hour, started on some unknown mission is, of course, already known in the auberges of Averny and England. No concealment of the facts is therefore possible. It is the most serious attempt at a revolt of the slaves that has ever taken place, and will be a warning to us that more vigilance must be exercised. As it is, we have only been saved from the loss of our galleys and slaves by the acuteness of one of the youngest of our knights, who, in the first place, noted a suspicious occurrence which would have been passed by without attracting a moment's notice by 99 out of 100 men. He laid the matter before his bailiff, Sir John Kendall, who accepted his offer to disguise himself as a slave, to enter the prison under circumstances that would excite no suspicion among the others, and to live and work among them in order to ascertain whether there was any plot on hand. This task, a painful one as you may imagine, he carried out, and for 2 weeks he rode as a galley slave. His lot was as hard as that of the others, for, as he had reason to believe that some of the officials were concerned in the plot, it was necessary that all should be kept in ignorance that he was other than what he seemed to be. Thanks to his perfect knowledge of Turkish, he was able to carry his mission through with complete success, and to obtain full particulars of the plot we have tonight crushed. The knight who has performed this inestimable service is Sir Gervase Tresham, of the English Lang. The action he has performed will be noted in the annals of the order as an example of intelligence and of the extreme of self-sacrifice, as well as of courage, for his life would have been assuredly forfeited had the slaves entertained the slightest suspicion of his real character.
There was a murmur of acclamation among the knights. Not one of them but would have freely risked his life in the service of the order, but there were few who would not have shrunk from the idea of living as a slave among the slaves, sharing their tasks, and subject to the orders of men of inferior rank and often brutal manners. The knights now returned to their auberges. It was past midnight, but at the English house the lamps and flambeaux were lighted in the great hall. The servitors were called up, wine placed on the table, and the knights discussed the incidents of the evening. When the meal had concluded, Sir John Kendall said, "Brother knights, when the Grand Master bestowed the honour of secular knighthood upon this young comrade of ours, he predicted that he would rise to high distinction in the order. I think you will all agree with me that the prediction is already in a fair way of being fulfilled, and that the services he has rendered to the order justify us, his comrades of the English Lang, in feeling proud of him. I drink, brothers, to his health." A loud shout rose from the assembled knights, for upon the return of the party who had been away, the rest of those at the auberge had hastily arrobed themselves and descended to the hall to gather the news. When the shout had died away and the wine cups were emptied, Gervase, who was sitting on Sir John Kendall's right hand, would gladly have retained his seat, but the bailiff told him that he must say a few words, and after standing in embarrassed silence for a minute, he said, "Sir John Kendall and brother knights, I can only say that I am very sensible of the kindness with which you have been pleased to regard what seems to me, after all, to have been a very ordinary affair. I saw a man, whom I knew to be a stranger in the island, speaking surreptitiously to a slave, and afterwards saw him conversing with a prison officer. That naturally struck me as curious, and I followed the officer to see to which prison he belonged. Anyone would have thought, as I did, that such a thing was strange, if not suspicious, and the only way to find out whether there was anything in it was to mix with the slaves. As I spoke Turkish well enough to do so, I asked Sir John Kendall's permission to disguise myself. He gave me every assistance, and I shared their lot for a fortnight. There was no very great hardship in that, certainly nothing to merit the praise that Sir John Kendall has been kind enough to bestow on me. Nevertheless, I am very glad to have gained your good opinion, and very grateful to him and to you for drinking to my health." Then he sat down abruptly. Sir John Kendall now rose, and the knights, following his example, betook themselves to their dormitories. The next morning notices were sent by the Grand Master to the bailiffs of the auberges, and the knights of the Grand Cross who happened to be in the island, to assemble in council. Messages were also sent to Gervase, requesting him to repair at the same hour to the palace, as the council would probably require his attendance. "Oh dear, I wish this was all over," he said to Ralph as the latter assisted him to buckle on his armor.
"I don't see anything to sigh about," Ralph said. "I think that you are the most fortunate fellow in the world. I do not say that you have not well deserved it, because it is the tremendous way you worked at Turkish and gave up everything else that has enabled you to do this. Still, there was luck in your noticing that villain talking to the galley slaves, and then to one of the officers of the prison. Of course, as the Grand Master said last night, it isn't 1 in 1,000 who would have thought anything more about it, and I am sure I shouldn't. So that, and all the rest, is entirely your own doing. Still, it was a piece of luck that you noticed him talking with a slave. Don't think I envy you, Gervase. I don't a bit, and feel as much as anyone that you have well deserved the honour you have obtained. Still, you know, it is a sort of consolation to me that luck had a little, just a little, to do with it."
"In my opinion, luck had everything to do with it," Gervase said heartily. and I feel downright ashamed at there being such a fuss made over it. It was bad enough before, merely because I had hit on a plan for our escape from those pirates. But this is worse, and I feel horribly nervous at the thought of having to appear before the Grand Master and the Council." "Well, that brown dye will hide your blushes, Gervase. I can only say I wish that I was in your place. By the by, have you heard that they caught that rascal Greek last night?" "No, I have not heard anything about it." "Yes, the knights hid themselves behind a pile of goods on the wharf. There was no one about, so far as they could see, but soon after 12 they saw a figure come up onto the deck of a fishing boat moored by the quay. It was the Greek, who stood there for a minute or two listening, and then went down again. He did this 5 or 6 times, and at 1 o'clock they saw him throw up his arms as if in despair. He stepped ashore and was about to make his way up into the town when they rushed out and seized him. There is no doubt as to what his fate will be. I am sorry to say that I hear my friend Vrados has been arrested, but there can be no doubt about his loyalty, and he will assuredly be able to explain to the satisfaction of the council how this man became a resident at his house." "I am sorry I met him there, Ralph. It is a very unpleasant thing to have gone to a house, to have been received kindly, and then to be the means of bringing trouble upon it." "Yes, I feel that a little myself, because I took you there, and yet I cannot regret it, for if you had not seen him and taken an objection to him, you might not have noticed him particularly when he spoke to one of the galley slaves. It is certainly curious that you should have doubted the man, for I have met him there several times, and even after your visit with me, I could see nothing in him to justify your dislike." Gervase went up to the palace, and while waiting in the great hall until summoned before the council, he was warmly accosted by several knights, some of whom were quite strangers to him, who all joined in congratulating him on the immense service he had done to the order. It was upwards of an hour before he was called in.
"The council have received Sir Gervase Tresham," the Grand Master said, "full details from Sir John Kendall of the manner in which you first discovered, and have since followed up, the daring plot by which the slaves at St. Pelagius were to have risen, slain the guards who were faithful, spiked the cannon in the 3 water forts, burnt the merchant shipping, carried off 6 galleys and burnt the rest. And in their name I thank you for having saved the order from a great calamity. The members of the council agree with me that you have shown an amount of discernment of the highest kind, and that you are worthy of exceptional favor and reward for your conduct. I therefore, in my own name, appoint you to the commandery of our manor of Maltby in Lincolnshire, which having fallen vacant, is in my gift, and I release it from the usual payment of the first year's revenue. Knowing that you desire to establish yourself here, the council have, at my request, decided to make an exception of the general rule that a knight, on promotion to a commandery, must return and take charge of it in 2 years from the time the grant is made to him. The commandery will therefore be administered by the senior of the knights attached to it. The council on their part have requested the Bailiff of Averdy, as Grand Master of the fleet, to appoint you to the command of the galley now building, and approaching completion. This he has consented to do, feeling, as we all feel, that although such an appointment is unprecedented for a young knight, yet in the present case such an exception may well be made. I may add that the Admiral has, in order that no knight greatly your superior should be placed under your command, determined that he will appoint to it only young knights, who will, we are assured, gladly serve under one who has so distinguished himself, feeling certain that, under his command, they will have ample opportunities against the infidels to prove themselves worthy of the order. I may add also that the bailiffs of all the lands promise that they will select from among the young knights such as may seem best fitted for such service, by their skill in warlike exercises, by their ready obedience to orders and good conduct, and I foresee that the spirit of emulation and the desire to show that, though still but professed knights, they are capable of performing as valiant deeds as their elders, will make the galley under your command one of the most successful in the order. As you are aware, it is a stringent rule, which even in so exceptional a case we should not be justified in breaking, that a knight must reside in the island for 5 years previous to being promoted to a commandery. It is now 2 months more than that time since you were received as page to the late Grand Master, and in promoting you to a commandery, I have not, therefore, broken the rule. You may retire, Sir Gervais."
Gervais, overwhelmed by the unlooked-for honours thus bestowed upon him, bowed deeply to the Grand Master and the members of the council, and then retired from the chamber. He passed out of the palace by a side door, so as to avoid being accosted by the knights in the great hall, and took his way out onto the ramparts, where he walked up and down for a considerable time before returning to the auberge. He felt no hilarity at his promotion. He had never entertained any ambition for rising to high office in the order, but had hoped only to perform his duty as a true knight, to fight against the infidels, and some day, if need be, to die for the order. The commandery was, he knew, a rich one, and as its chief he would draw a considerable revenue from the estate. This afforded him no pleasure whatsoever, except insomuch as it would enable him, in his new command of the galley, to keep a handsome table and to entertain well the knights who served under him. It seemed to him, however, that the reward and honours were so far beyond his deserts that he felt almost humiliated by their bestowal. The responsibility, too, was great. Would these young knights, the youngest of whom could be but a year his junior, serve willingly under his orders? And above all, would they be able to emulate the deeds of experienced warriors? And would the galley worthily maintain the fame of the order? At the end of 2 hours he was joined by Ralph Harcourt. "I have been looking for you everywhere, Gervais. You seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. None had marked you leave the council chamber, or knew where you had gone. And after searching everywhere, I remembered your fondness for walks upon the walls. So I climbed to the top of St. John's Tower, and thence espied you. Well, I congratulate you most heartily on the honours that have fallen to your share, especially that of the command of a new galley." "It is too much altogether, Ralph. I feel ashamed at being thus thrust into a post that ought to be given to a knight of age and experience. How can I expect a number of young knights, of whom well nigh all must be my seniors in age, to obey me as they would an older man?" "What has age to do with it?" Ralph said. "You have shown that you have a head to think, and, as you before proved, you have an arm to strike. Why, every knight in the order must feel proud that one of their own age has gained such honour. It raises them all in their own esteem, and you will see that you will get the pick among all the professed knights, and of a good many who have finished their profession, and are serving here in hope of some day getting promotion to a commandery. Not such an one as you have got, that in the ordinary course of things does not fall to a knight until he is well on in years, and has served in many commanderies of smaller value. I can tell you, directly Sir John Kendall came back and told us that you had been appointed commander of the new galley, and that it was to be manned wholly by young knights, there was not one of those serving their profession in the auberge who did not beg Sir John to put down his name for it, and 10 or 12 others, myself among them, who have obtained full knighthood also." "You don't mean to say that you have put down your name to serve under me, Ralph? It would be monstrous." "I see nothing monstrous in it, Gervais. As I said just now, years have nothing to do with it, and putting aside our friendship, I would rather serve under you than many knights old enough to be your father. I don't know whether I shall have the luck to be one of the chosen. As Sir John said, there were to be only 7 from each lang, which will make 49, with yourself 50. If I am chosen, and knowing our friendship, I hope that the bailiff will let me go with you. It is likely enough I may be named your lieutenant, as I shall be the only one besides yourself who is a secular knight, and am, therefore, superior in rank to the rest. That would be pleasant indeed, Ralph, though I would rather that you had been made commander and I lieutenant. But at any rate, with you to support me, I shall feel less oppressed by the thought of my responsibility. As Ralph had declared would be the case, the young knights in the other aberges were as anxious as those of England to be enrolled among the crew of the new galley, and the bailiffs had some trouble in choosing among the aspirants. Very few were selected outside the rank of professed knights, and as great pains were taken to comply with the Grand Master's wishes, that only young knights of good conduct and disposition, and distinguished by their proficiency in warlike exercises, should be chosen, the crew was in every way a picked one. Most of them had made 1 or 2 of the 3 months' voyages in the galleys, though comparatively few had had the good fortune to be absolutely engaged with the Moslem pirates. To the great satisfaction of himself and Gervais, Ralph Harcourt was nominated lieutenant of the galley. The fact that so many had volunteered impressed all those who were chosen with the sense that it was at once an honor and a piece of good fortune to be selected, and all were determined that the Boy Galley, as the elder knights laughingly termed it, would do honor to the order. It was a fortnight before she was launched. Gervais had heard with great satisfaction that it had been decided by the council that no punishment should be inflicted upon the slaves for their share in the intended rising at St. Pelagius. All were guilty, and there was no means of saying who had taken prominent parts in the plot. The council felt that it was but natural that they should grasp at the prospect of freedom, for they themselves would have done the same had they been captives of the infidels. Even the warders and guards were allowed to go unpunished, although their offence was a much more serious one. Those who could have named the men who had accepted bribes were dead, and the lesson had been so severe a one that there was no probability of any again turning traitors. The author of the rising had been publicly executed. Seeing the hopelessness of denial, he had boldly avowed his share in the matter, and had acknowledged that he was acting as agent for the Sultan, and had been supplied with ample funds before leaving Constantinople. He declared that he was absolutely unable to give any names whatever of those concerned in the plot, save those of the 2 overseers, as these had undertaken the work of suborning the warders and guards. Though he admitted that he had on several occasions spoken to slaves as the gangs were on their way back to the prison, and had told them to be prepared to take part in a plan that was on foot for their rescue from slavery, the torture had not been, as was the usual custom, applied to extort information, partly because his story was probable, still more because the Grand Master and Council did not wish that more publicity should be given to the affair, and were glad that it should be allowed to drop without any further trial of the delinquents. In the city, generally, it was only known that a plot had been discovered for the liberation and escape of some of the slaves, and, outside the members of the order, none were aware of its extent and dangerous character. To the satisfaction of Gervais and Ralph, Fredos was able to produce letters and documents that satisfied the council that he had been deceived as to the character of the Greek, and was wholly innocent in the matter. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Peter Strahm in Sabetha, Kansas, on December 28, 2018.
Chapter 12 of A Knight of the White Cross by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Boy Galley. Among those most pleased at the appointment of Gervais to the command of the galley was Sir John Boswell, ever since the adventure with the pirates. The knight had exhibited an almost fatherly interest in him, had encouraged him in his studies, ridden with him on such occasions as he had permitted himself a short holiday, and had, whenever they were together, related to him stories of war, sieges, battles, and escapes, from which he thought the young knight might gain lessons for his future guidance.
"I doubt, Gervase,"
he said one day as they were riding quietly along the road,
"whether our plan of life is altogether the best. We were founded, you know, simply as a body of monks, bound to devote ourselves solely to the care of the sick, and to give hospitality to pilgrims in Palestine. Now this was monkish work, and men who devoted themselves solely to such a life of charity as that in our hospital at Jerusalem might well renounce all human pleasures. But when the great change was made by Master Raymond Dupuy, and from a nursing body we became a brotherhood in arms, it seems to me that the vows of celibacy were no longer needful or desirable. The Crusaders were, many of them, married men, but they fought no worse for that. It would have been far better, methinks, had we been converted into an order pledged to resist the infidel, but without the vows of poverty and of celibacy, which have never been seriously regarded. The garrison here might be composed, as indeed it is now, principally of young knights, of those who have not cared to marry, and of the officers of the order whose wives and families might dwell here with them. This would have many advantages. Among others, the presence of so many ladies of rank would have the excellent effect of discountenancing and repressing extravagances and dissolute habits, which are but too common, and are a shame to the order. Knights possessing commanderies throughout Europe would be no worse stewards for being married men, and scandals, such as contributed largely to the downfall of the Templars, would be avoided. The sole vow necessary, so far as I can see, would be that the knights should remain unmarried and disposable at all times for service until 10 years after making their profession, and that afterwards they should ever be ready to obey the summons to arms, on occasions when the safety of Rhodes, or the invasion of any Christian country by the Muslims, rendered their services needful. When they would come out, just as the knights of Richard the Lionheart went out as crusaders. I have spent half my life since I joined the order in commanderies at home, and a dull life it was, and I was glad enough to resign my last command and come out here. Had I been able to marry, I might now have had a son of your age, whose career I could watch and feel a pride in. My life would have been far happier in England, and in all respects I should be a better man than I am now. Methinks it would strengthen rather than weaken the order. As a fighting body we should be in no way inferior to what we are now, and we should be more liked and more respected throughout Europe, for naturally the sight of so many men leading a luxurious life in commanderies causes a feeling against them.
But I suppose, Sir John, that there is no great difficulty in obtaining a dispensation from our vows.
In this, as in all other matters, everything depends upon interest or money. Of course, dispensations are not common, but doubtless any knight, when he had served his term of active service, could, especially if his request were backed by the Grand Master, obtain from the Pope a dispensation of his vow. If he had a commandery, it would make a vacancy, and give the Grand Prior, or the Grand Master, or the Council, and whosoever's gift it might be, an opportunity of rewarding services or of gratifying some powerful family.
I agree with you that it would have been much better, Sir John. I can understand that monks, ever living a quiet life apart from the world, should be content so to continue. But among a body of warlike knights, there must be many who, in time, must come to regret the vows they took when boys. The cadet of a noble family might, by the death of elder brothers, come to be the head of a great family, the ruler over wide domains. Surely it would be desirable that such a man should be able to marry and have heirs.
Doubtless it could be managed in such cases, Gervase, but it is a pity that it should have to be managed. I can see no reason in the world why a knight, after doing 10 years of service here, should not be free to marry. providing he takes a vow to render full service to the order whenever called upon to do so. Already the vow of poverty is everywhere broken. Already in defiance of their oaths, too many knights lead idle and dissolute lives. Already knights, when in their own countries, disregard the rule that they shall draw a sword in no cause save that of the Holy Sepulchre, and, like other knights and nobles, take part in civil strife or foreign wars. All this is a scandal, and it were better by far to do away with all oaths, save that of obedience and willingness to war with the infidel, than to make vows that all men know are constantly and shamelessly broken. I am fond of you, Gervase. I am proud of you, as one who has brought honor to our lang, and who in time will bring more honor. I am glad that, so far as there can be between a young knight and one of middle age, there is a friendship between us. But see what greater pleasure it would give to my life were you my son, for whom I could lay by such funds as I could well spare, instead of spending all my appointments on myself, and having neither kith nor kin to give a sigh of regret when the news comes that I have fallen in some engagement with the infidels. I often think of all these things, and sometimes talk them over with comrades, and there are few who do not hold with me that it would be far better that we should become a purely military order, like some of the military orders in the courts of the European sovereigns, than remain as we are, half monk, half soldier, a mixture that, so far as I can see, accords but badly with either morality or public repute. However, I see no chance of such a change coming, and we must be content to observe our vows as well as may be. So long as we are willing to remain monks and try to obtain dispensation from our vows, should we desire to alter our mode of life, we ought either to have remained monks pure and simple, spending our lives in deeds of charity, a life which suits many men, and against which I should be the last to say anything, or else soldiers pure and simple, as were the Crusaders, who wrested the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. At present, Gervase, your vocation lies wholly in the way of fighting, but it may be that the time will come when you may have other aims and ambitions, and when the vows of the order will gall you.
I hope not, Sir John, Gervase said earnestly.
You are young yet,
the knight replied with an indulgent smile.
Some day you may think differently. Now,
he went on, changing the subject abruptly,
when will your galley be ready?
This is my last ride, Sir John. The shipwrights will have finished tomorrow, and the next day we shall take possession of her and begin to practice, so that each man shall know his duties, and the galley slaves learn to row well, before we have orders to sail. I wish you were going with us, Sir John.
I should like it, lad, in many respects. It does one good to see the enthusiasm of young men, and doubtless you will be a merry party. But on the other hand, unless I mistake, you will be undertaking wild adventures, and my time for these is well nigh past. When the Turk comes here, if he ever comes, and of that I have little doubt, I shall be ready to take my full share of the fighting, but I shall seek adventures no longer, and shall go no more to sea. Next only to the bailiff, I am the senior of our auberge, and, but this is between ourselves, lad, am like to succeed to the Grand Priory of England when it becomes vacant. And if not, I shall, as the Grand Master has told me, have the offer of the next high office vacant in the palace.
2 days later, Gervase and his company of young knights went down to the port to take part in the launch of the new galley. This was the occasion of a solemn ceremony, the Grand Master and a large number of knights being present. A religious service took place on her poop, and she was named by the Grand Master the Santa Barbara. When the ceremony was over, Gervase was solemnly invested with the command of the galley by the Grand Marshal of the Navy. Then the shores were struck away, and the galley glided into the water, amid the firing of guns, the blowing of trumpets, and the cheers of the spectators who had gathered at the port to witness the ceremony. The next morning a gang of galley slaves were marched down. A third of these had been drawn from the crews of other galleys, their place being supplied by new hands. The remainder were taken from the men employed on the fortifications. 3 weeks were occupied in teaching the rowers their work, and getting them well together. They were a fine crew,
for the governor of St. Pelagius, grateful to Gervase for the discovery of the plot, had ordered the overseers to pick out from the various gangs men specially suited by age and strength for the work. The dye by this time had entirely worn off, and although his hair was still several shades darker than of old, it differed even more widely from the ebon hue that it had been when he was in prison. Thus, although he recognized 3 or 4 men upon the benches who had been fellow occupants of his cell, he had no fear whatever of their detecting in the commander of the galley their late companion in misfortune. Only a portion of the knights had been out each day while the crew were learning to row, as there was but little for them to learn. The galley carried no sails, and the knights were soldiers rather than sailors, and fought on the deck of their ship as if defending a breach or storming one held by the enemy. Moreover, as all of them had already made 1 or more voyages, they were accustomed to such duties as they would have to discharge on board. All were glad when an order was published for the galley to sail. On the eve of departure, Gervase was sent for by the Grand Master. The general of the galleys was with him when Gervase entered the room. The bailiff of Averny always held the position of Grand Marshal, and the bailiff of Italy that of second in command, with the title of Grand Admiral. These officials, however, as heads of their respective langs, had many other duties to perform, and it was only on great occasions that they took any practical share in the work of which they were nominally heads. The real control in all naval questions rested with the general of the galleys, who was elected by the council, but on the nomination of the Grand Master. His power when at sea with the fleet was absolute. He could suspend any officer from duty, and had unquestioned power of life and death over the crews. He had been frequently on board the galley since she had been launched, and had been pleased with the attention paid by Gervase to his duties, and with the ready manner in which the young knights carried out his orders. "Sir Gervase Tresham," he said, "it is usual, as you know, to appoint each galley to a certain cruising ground, to which it is confined during its 3 months' absence. At present, there is a galley on each of these stations, and as the last relief took place but a month since, it is better that they should remain at the stations allotted to them. I have, therefore, after consultation with His Highness the Grand Master, decided to give you a free hand. You are as likely to meet with pirates in one quarter as in another, and you will pick up from vessels you may overhaul news of their doings, which will enable you to direct your course to the point where you will be most useful. In the first place, however, you will proceed to the coast of Tunis. Visconti's galley is already there, but the coast swarms with corsairs, and we have had many complaints as to their depredations. The court of Spain has twice represented to us lately that the pirates have grown so bold that vessels have been carried off, even when coasting from one Spanish port to another. Visconti is specially watching the coast near Tunis, and you will therefore perhaps do better to proceed farther west, for every village from Tunis to Tangier is little better than a nest of pirates. I should imagine that you will find ample employment there during your 3 months' cruise. When I say that you are free to choose your own cruising ground, I do not mean that you should go up the Levant, or to the east of the Mediterranean, but that you are not bound to keep close along the African coast, but may, should you obtain any information to warrant your doing so, seek the pirates along the shores of Spain, Sardinia, Corsica, or Sicily. I need not warn you to act with prudence, as well as courage, for you have proved that you possess both qualities. Do not allow yourself to be carried away by the impetuosity of your knights. It is more often the duty of a commander to restrain than to encourage his crew. And with such young blood as you have under your command, the necessity will be greater than usual. Be kind to your slaves.
But be ever watchful. Yet this I need not tell you. Maintain a strict but not over-severe discipline. You are all knights and comrades of the order, and equals when on shore. But on board, you are the captain, and they are your soldiers. I have this afternoon had a meeting of your knights, and have urged upon them very strongly that having volunteered to serve under you, they must obey your orders as promptly and willingly as if you were the senior knight of the order, and that it behooves them specially upon the present occasion, when the crew is composed entirely of young knights, to show themselves worthy of the honor that has been done to them by entrusting a galley of the order to their charge. I told them I should regard your report of their individual conduct with the same attention and respect with which I should that of any other commander, and that they might greatly make or mar their future prospects in the order by their conduct during the cruise. I am convinced from what I know of you that you will exercise no undue harshness, but will act with tact and discretion, as well as firmness. I will try to do so, Your Excellency. I feel that it is a heavy responsibility, and will spare no pains to justify the unmerited honor that has been bestowed upon me. You have seen that the taking in of stores is complete, and that nothing is wanting for the voyage? Yes, sir, I stood by while the overseer of stores checked off every sack and barrel as it came on board. The water is to be brought off this evening, and as I was unable to be present, Sir Ralph Harcourt is there to count the barrels and see that all are full.
Goodbye, Sir Gervase, the Grand Master said, as the interview terminated. Hitherto you have given me, from the time you reached the island, naught but reason for satisfaction at my nomination of you as page. And I have no fear that you will fail this time. Remember that valor, however great, cannot prevail against overpowering odds. You had a lesson of that when you served under Ricord, though finally the affair turned out well. I do not say, don't attempt desperate undertakings, but don't attempt impossible ones. Be careful of the lives of your knights. Remember that ere long every sword may be of the utmost consequence in the defense of Rhodes, and that even the capture of pirates may be too dearly purchased, but that at the same time the honor of the flag of the order must be upheld at all hazards.
Ah, he broke off, seeing a slight smile on the young knight's face.
You think my orders contradictory? It may be so, but you know what I mean, and I fear not that you will blunder in carrying them out. Be prudent, and yet not over-prudent. I mean, be not rash, unless there are such benefits to be obtained as would justify great risk in obtaining them.
On returning to the auberge, Gervase had a long chat with Ralph. I think the Admiral's talk with us this afternoon had an excellent effect, Gervase. I do not say that everyone was not before disposed to obey you in all things, willingly and cheerfully, but he put it so strongly to them that they had volunteered specially for service in this galley, knowing well who was to be its commander, and the circumstance that the crew was to consist solely of young knights, and had therefore specially pledged their honor so to act that the enterprise should be in all respects a successful one. To render it so, obedience was even a greater necessity than valor. This was the most important of all the vows taken by the knights of the order, and it was only by the strictest and most unquestioning obedience on the part of all to the orders of their superiors that the work of a vast community could be carried on, passing over the fact that you were their superior in rank. both as being a secular knight and a knight commander of the order. You had been specially appointed by the Grand Master and the Council, as well as by himself, and that they bestowed upon you while at sea, and in the absence of any officers of superior rank, their full powers and authority. You were, in fact, their representative and agent, and therefore to be regarded with the same deference and respect that would be due to the oldest knight similarly placed. Lastly, he said in a less serious tone, you must remember that this is an experiment, and as some think, a somewhat rash one. Never before did a galley, manned entirely from among the youngest of our knights, put to sea, and you may be sure that unless successful, the experiment is not likely to be ever repeated. You have been selected from among many other candidates, and you have not only to justify the choice, but to uphold the reputation and honor of the young knights of your order, by all of whom your doings will be regarded with special interest, as reflecting credit not only upon yourselves individually, but as representatives and champions of them all. I could see that his words had a great effect. He had placed me beside him, and I marked their faces as he spoke. Each face lit up at his appeal, and I do not think there was one but silently registered a vow to do all in his power to prove himself worthy of the confidence placed in him and his companions by the Grand Master and Admiral. I had before no shadow of fear that everything would not go well. I knew almost all of them personally, and if I myself had had the selection from among the whole body of knights and the convent, I could not have made a choice that would have suited me better. It seems to me that in each auberge the bailiff has endeavored to pick out the 7 young knights whom he considered would most worthily support the honor of the line. Still, confident as I was before, I feel more so now, after the Admiral's address to us. I have no fear either, Ralph, though doubtless the Admiral's words will carry great weight with him. It was thoughtlessness rather than anything else that I dreaded, but now that the Admiral himself has spoken to them, there is no fear that anything will occur to give us trouble. I have particularly noticed that when we have been on board and have been laughing and chatting together before we got under way, their manner changed directly the first order was given, and that all the commands were carried out with as much goodwill and alacrity as if they were under Ricord himself. On the following morning the knights all went on board the Santa Barbara. Their baggage was carried down by slaves, and by the personal servants from each auberge, who were to go as their attendants during the voyage. The Grand Master had advanced Gervais a sum equal to half a year's income of his commandery, and with this he had purchased a stock of the best wines and various other luxuries to supplement the rations supplied from the funds of the order to knights when at sea. Gervais had to go around early to the Admiral to sign the receipt for stores and to receive his final orders in writing. All were therefore on board before him, and when he arrived were drawn up in military order to receive him. Every knight was in full armor, and as, at a word from Ralph, they drew their swords and saluted the young commander, Gervais felt with a thrill of pleasure and of confidence that with such a following he need not fear any encounter with a pirate force, unless in overwhelming numbers. The young knights were all, with the exception only of Ralph Harcourt, between the ages of 17 and 19, and their young faces, free in most cases even from the suspicion of a mustache, looked almost those of boys. But there was no mistaking the ardor and enthusiasm in their faces, and the lack of breadth and weight that years alone would give to them was compensated by skill in their weapons, acquired by long and severe training, and by the activity and tireless energy of youth. "Knights and comrades," Gervais said, as after walking through the double line to the end of the poop, he turned and faced them. "I am proud indeed to command so gallant a body of knights. The success of our expedition depends upon you rather than upon me, and as I feel assured of your warm cooperation, I have no fear as to what the result will be. If Dame Fortune will but favor us by throwing in our way some of those scourges of the sea in search of whom we are about to set out, many of us have already encountered them, and fighting side by side with older knights, have borne our share of the work, while those who have not done so will, I am sure, do equally well when the opportunity arrives. We shall not this voyage have the encouragement and confidence inspired by the presence of those who have long and valiantly borne the standard of the order, but, on the other hand, we have to show that we are worthy of the confidence reposed in us, and that the young knights of the order can be trusted to emulate the deeds of those who have rendered the name of the Hospitallers a terror to the infidel." A shout of approbation greeted the close of his address. Gervais then walked forward to the end of the poop and looked down upon the slaves, who with their oars out were awaiting the order to row. "Men," he said in Turkish, "it is my desire, while it is necessary that you should do your work, your lot shall be no heavier than can be avoided. You will not be taxed beyond your powers, save when the enemy is in sight, or there is supreme need for haste. But then you must be called upon for your utmost exertions. I wish your work to be willing. I abhor the use of the lash, and so long as each man does his fair quota of work, I have given the strictest orders that it shall never be used. I have at my own cost made provision that your daily ration shall be improved while under my command. Meat will be served out to you daily, when it can be obtained, and for those of you who hold that the strict tenets of your religion may be relaxed while engaged in such severe labor, a ration of wine will also be served out, and such other indulgences as are compatible with the discipline and safety of the ship will also be granted to you." There was a murmur of gratitude among the slaves. Gervais then gave the order to row, and the galley started on her voyage. The knights had now fallen out from their ranks, and were soon laughing and talking gaily. Being all of noble families and knightly rank, there was, except when on actual duty, a tone of perfect equality and good fellowship prevailing among them. French was the common language, for as the order was of French foundation, and 3 of the 7 langues belonged to that country, most of the high dignitaries being chosen from their ranks, it was natural that the French language should be the general medium of communication between them. Until noon the slaves rowed steadily and well. Work was then stopped, for there was scarce a breath of wind stirring the water. Even under the awning that had, as the sun gained power, been erected over the poop, the heat was oppressive. The knights had all divested themselves of their armor, and most of them retired below for a siesta. As soon as the slaves stopped rowing, an awning, which Gervais had purchased, and which was rolled up under the break of the poop, was to their astonishment drawn over them. "Don't you think you are spoiling your slaves, Sir Gervais?" one of the Spanish knights asked doubtfully. "On the contrary, Sir Pedro, I hope that I am improving them. You have not worked as a galley slave, but I have, and I can assure you that I used to feel the hours when we were lying broiling in the sun, doing nothing, much more trying than those during which I was at work. I used to be quite giddy and sick with the heat, and on getting out the oars again had scarce strength to work them. But this is not the most important point. In port the slaves always sleep in the prison, but at sea they must rest on their benches, and to do so with clothes soaked with the heavy dew must be a severe trial, and most prejudicial to the health. The awning cost but a few ducats, and I reckon that, putting aside the comfort to the slaves, it will be very speedily repaid by their better health and capacity for labor. When away in the galley with Sir Louis Ricord, I used to feel the greatest pity for the unfortunate wretches when at daybreak, in their drenched clothes, and shivering with cold and wet, they rose to commence their work. I then took a vow that if ever I should come to command a galley, I would provide an awning for the slaves. 2 or 3 of the knights standing by expressed their warm approval of what Gervase said. There was in those days but little of that sentiment of humanity that is now prevalent, and slaves were everywhere regarded as mere beasts of burden rather than as human beings. When, however, they had the question put to them as Gervase had done, they were ready to give a hearty agreement, although it was the utilitarian rather than the humanitarian side of the question that recommended it to them. After 3 hours' rest, the journey was renewed, and just at nightfall the galley anchored off an islet lying to the north of Carpathos. While the servants were laying the tables along the poop for the evening meal, Gervase went down to see that his orders were carried out regarding the food for the slaves. They were already eating their bread and meat with an air of satisfaction that showed how warmly they appreciated the unusual indulgence, while there were few indeed who did not hold up their drinking horns as a servant passed along between the benches with a skin of wine. Gervase spoke to many of them. "Ah, my lord," one of them said, "if we were always treated like this, slavery would be endurable. For 10 years have I rowed in Christian galleys, but never before has an awning been spread to keep off the sun or dew. We shall not forget your kindness, my lord, and will row our hardest cheerfully when you call upon us for an effort." There was a murmur of assent from the galley slaves around him. "May Allah be merciful to you, as you are merciful to us," another slave exclaimed. "The blessing of those whom you regard as infidels can at least do you no harm." "On the contrary, it can do me good," Gervase said. "The God you Muslims and we Christians worship is, I believe, the same, though under another name." Gervase had, indeed, during his long conversations with Suleiman Ali, often discussed with him the matter of his faith, and had come, in consequence, to regard it in a very different light to that in which it was viewed by his companions. There was faith in one God at the bottom of both Mohammedanism and Christianity. The Mohammedans held in reverence the lawgivers and prophets of the Old Testament, and even regarded Christ himself as being a prophet. They had been grievously led away by Muhammad, whom Gervase regarded as a false teacher, but as he had seen innumerable instances of the fidelity of the Muslims to their creed, and the punctuality and devotion with which the slaves said their daily prayers, exposed though they were to the scorn and even the anger of their taskmasters, he had quite lost, during his 9 months of constant association with Suleiman Ali, the bigoted hatred of Mohammedanism, so universal at the time. He regarded Muslims as foes to be opposed to the death, but he felt that it was unfair to hate them for being hostile to Christianity, of which they knew nothing. End of chapter 12. Read by Peter Strahm on January 28, 2019, in Cartagena, Colombia.